Hey guys, welcome to Zach Attack Reviews. I here with
Woo-hoo.
a special guest, Kenny. Yeah, that right. Kenny Sparks.
Yeah,
This is this is about to get so East Coast. This is gonna go off the
yeah,
rails. I
yeah,
love it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes, this is a special edition of Movies That Made Us. I've been anticipating doing this with Kenny for a long time because we are mad cool, but
Yep.
also we have very different opinions on certain movies.
Accurate. Very accurate.
But
Yeah.
where we could do it in a respectful way, whereas like, you don't suck because you don't like the movie I like or whatever. It's like because I'm excited you explain why these movies influence you the way they influence you, because the way you explain stuff, I'm like, you know what? You almost made me agree with you. So
Oh, Jesus Cristo. Thank you. Appreciate it.
you got the food. He was telling me getting a quesadilla.
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 You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, okay.
Wife Adoro made this do.
I was just about to ask you, did the wifey do it?
Thank you. Oh,
nice.
Oh, and now I got the do or do not. There is no try mug. Go.
Yes. If you are watching this live, I know this was not advertised ahead of time because I had to work and stupidness. Definitely ask some questions and prod and poke and dive into as well in the live chat. And if you're watching this afterwards and watching on the replay, drop questions down below in the comments, and he will definitely answer them as well. And we'll make fun of him a little bit. So I'm super excited to do this. We got a viewer coming in. The way it's gonna be set up, we're gonna start from his childhood because that's the most important part. That's the psychological part of my brain. I'm cool for this shit. We're gonna start from his childhood, see what influenced him, what guided him into his teens, and then we're gonna talk about adulthood, like right now. And you will see how his taste changes over time. I'll prod questions about why this movie did this, what did it lead to next, things like that. And I'll let him talk. I'm not going to interrupt him too much. This is the most I'm probably going to be talking all interview. So I'm super excited to do this. I have a list of movies. Is this in the order that you want to talk about it in?
No, because I'm an out of order person. So it's just like, oh, I need a space because I forgot to put this here and this, it's whatever.
Gotcha.
I would say
what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start from the bottom of each list and work my way up.
Okay. That works.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna start with his childhood. That's where we go. And childhood, what age range would you say these movies are in?
I would say those movies are about 5 to like 10 or like 5 to 10. I was born in 1990, so it's a very easy thing for me to like. Every 10 years is exactly that 10 years. I don't have to do all that math like everybody else does. So so it's very easy for me to go 0 to 10 or what have you.
So it's basically from the 90s to the 2000s.
Yeah, from the 99 to the 2000.
To the 2000. Oh my God, this is gonna go off the rails. Okay. Hey,
what's up, Preston?
Out here.
My God, the king of lists.
Preston? Word, appreciate you, man. How are you doing? How is school?
How is it school?
So the first movie on the list, and this is something I definitely see. It's funny because you know me, baby cinephile. I haven't seen a lot of movies. I already looked at the list, and I'm like, I said some in here I never seen before. You're really gonna have to sell them to me. But this one I have, Deep Blue Sea.
Let's talk. My head is like a shark's fin. So Deep Blue Sea was a movie. It came out in the 90s. It's one of those creature features. But what made it dope is that you had Samuel L. Jackson in it. You had LL Cool J in it. It was very like poppy, if you will, like pulp. Like it had a lot of verve to it, and also it had a cool LL Cool J song that's attached to it, which I just found out that it's not my head is like a shark's fin. My hand is like a shark's fin. Which I'm not sure why either one of those things are happening, right? So, but yeah, it also like it. The beauty of it too is the deaths. All the deaths are dope. Samuel Jackson's is like
that's wild.
It's crazy. Samuel Jackson's, the guy back there. I think, that guy. He's a guy in a lot of things. Yeah, I know that.
That's hilarious.
He just gets like the shark waits, right? and then it kind of like backpedals and like kind of makes it look like he's going to back up off him, and then he just like just bites him in half. Yeah, man. And LL Cool J, of course, he gets stuck in the oven. The shark keeps the oven on. LL Cool J has an axe. He's a chef, and he's hacking through the top of the oven to climb up before the fire comes on and burns him alive, because he has to jump out of the oven over the shark, try to rescue his parrot, who does get killed. Like it's
a wild movie.
Oh, Cool J's line. Back in the 90s, they all the action movies had their taglines before they you ate my bird. He throws a lighter because the stove has a gas blows up. It's great. I love that movie. It taught me that black people always survive the hard. Except for Samuel Jackson. Rappers specifically always survive.
Yes.
Busta Rhymes survived, and LL Cool J survived again when he was in Halloween. Yeah, they always survive.
They always survive, but not R&B singers. I don't know what about that.
Yeah,
Randy
died.
Ray J, and there was another one, and I know what you did last summer. I forgot what his name was.
Yeah,
but R&B singers don't survive, but rappers do. That's hilarious.
You mentioned I know what you did last summer, and then I still know what you did last summer. I'm convinced that the reason why there hasn't been a third one is because they couldn't figure out a good title for it. Because after I still know what you did last summer, it's like, where do you go? Like, I kind of remember. It's what I mean.
It's in the back end recesses of my mind last summer. Right. Like that's true. Inception of last summer.
Right.
I don't know. Yeah, you're right. Where do you go? They even did a TV show and just started rebooting the shit instead of making a third movie. And it was just like, no, give us a third movie. Just call it I Know What You Did Last Summer 2 or 3.
Wow.
Or have a tagline. I Know What You Did Last Summer.
I got it. I haven't forgotten what you did last summer.
I haven't forgotten.
Right? I think that solves it.
However, the question is wild.
Is there no time passing? Is this still the same summer?
Wait, was it the same summer
what you did last summer? I don't know. I don't remember.
So the summer that they killed him,
right?
I think that's the same summer he remembers.
Yeah, that's the summer from like last year.
And I think that the summer that he attacked him in the first one, when the second one is because he's like, oh, I remember when you thwarted me from the first summer or the second summer. So he's like, I remember what you did the summer back, and I also remember what you did 2 summers back.
Yeah. Oh, so every summer he attacks, you can still remember what they did last. Oh, got it.
Franchise, man.
You gotta stay consistent because you don't want to say, I remember what you did 2 summers ago. Like that doesn't work. No. You gotta be consistent every summer.
Gotta be consistent. I know we did 2 summers ago would be a dope title. How did we do this? How did we get here?
Right.
Deep Blue Sea turned into I Know What You Did Summer Breakdown. I love it.
That's my life.
Let me see what the chat's saying. Joseph the Horror Guy. Hey, Joseph the Horror Guy. What's up,
Joseph? Thanks for joining.
Prince is like Ken's with wife.
Yep.
She's always around.
Yo,
she's always around.
The fly quesadilla. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
She put the salad on there. I didn't ask for that, but she's looking out for my health.
Thank you for dropping by, man. Have a good night. Oh wait, good night. I'll be back soon. Okay, you're coming back. Cool. See you soon.
Baby, come back.
Hey, have you seen me? T? He just missed my live stream yesterday. He was like, "No." Glad you were able to make it.
Welcome back.
School is okay, but basketball is tiring. Oh, you're balling out there. That's all of you. Hey, Dark Room Reviews. Thank you, man, for joining the live stream. I appreciate that. Hit that like button.
Hit it and quit it.
Let's look at this. I vaguely remember the incident that happened 3 summers ago. We need a parody movie.
Yes.
Like this by the people who made Bottoms. Hey. That
would be great.
But yeah, Deep Blue Sea was really great movie. Very good guilty pleasure. It's not like an amazing thing, but it's just a fun movie.
Yep.
This next one holds special dear to my heart. And that's Pokemon, the first movie.
Oh my God.
My God. I need to get that.
My brother, tell me what we fighting for. Yo, when Ash is turned to stone
Boy,
and choo, choo, oh my god, yo, I was
talk to them.
crying in the theater and I was pissed because I missed the special Mewtwo card that they was giving out. I wasn't able to
Ooh,
get it. I was so upset, but
I didn't get it either.
still, that movie was so damn sad.
Yes. Compare it to like the actual series we're watching, where it's like,
Yeah.
oh, the winner. Yeah, the movie was so sad.
Oh my gosh, yeah, and Pikachu was standing there just getting slapped by the clone. That was a rough movie. It's a good movie, but it was rough to watch as a child. Why are they doing this to us? We didn't ask for this. Where's the adventure?
Even just Mewtwo's like upbringing and his backstory is sad and tragic. You're right. It's like, why are you doing this to us? We didn't come here. We came here for a good time, not a dark time.
And just because I know I'm long-winded with everything, but do you recall like the Pokemon movies? They always had like a little mini short thing in the beginning. Those are always great. That's what I have to say.
Yeah, like the Pixar movies have like a short. Yeah,
those are always awesome.
Always awesome. Underrated. The Pokemon movies are super underrated, especially like the first four.
Yeah. One with Entei. The lion
dogs.
Yeah, and the one with Lugia.
Queen,
that one was great too.
The three birds or the four birds?
Yeah. Articuno and
tough.
Rodan. I'm sure that's wrong, but yeah.
So with these last two movies, like Deep Blue Sea, right?
Yeah.
Did that lead you to watch any other creature features, shark films, things like that? Did it lead you back to Jaws, or is Jaws something you watched before and then you watched this and you're like, whoa, this is very different?
Jaws, I watched for the first time last year. So,
no. No. Deep Blue Sea was my Jaws.
No, so yeah, exactly. It actually absolutely was. But no, it was kind of like there was nothing else like it around. I always had this issue where I would see something I really like and want to see something like that, but it never seemed to be anything like that. It didn't have a sequel, which was weird because in the 90s, everything had a sequel, right? Yeah, and Pokemon, the Pokemon movie just made me want to watch the other Pokemon movies, right? So that was, or the series, which went, I'm sorry to say Pokemon fans, way too long. But, I mean, it just ended this year. But
yes,
that man has been 10 years old for like 20 years.
20 years.
Yeah, so, I tried to find stuff like that, but I couldn't find anything like it.
So I can see why it has a special place in your heart, because you're just like, I was trying to be influenced in cinema with it and try to watch more funny stuff like this. But have you watched stuff like, what I could say similar tone, like Crawl recently?
No, I haven't.
Alligator.
I haven't. Oh, I haven't seen that. Oh, no, one thing I have seen back in the Anaconda. I think I saw Lake Placid like one time. But yeah, Anaconda was dope. I actually rewatched Anaconda not too long ago. It's a weird movie. It's a very weird movie. John Voight is in it, and he is strange throughout that entire runtime.
Strange.
Yeah,
that was like a thing. It was like always really strange in the 90s, and nobody batted an eye. They was like, "Oh yeah, this is fun."
Yeah, think about it. John Voight, Ice Cube, Jennifer Lopez were being attacked by an anaconda. It was crazy.
Who pitched that?
Oh, they just started putting Ice Cube in everything.
Oh, facts. They were just like, they put the Coke on the table. I got an idea for you.
Right.
Like, what? just hit this. It'll make sense.
Man.
I watched Anaconda for J-Lo and realized quickly that was about
acting. The acting was not why you watched that movie. That's for damn sure.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
I like her in some movies, but not that
Enough. One. That's not on my list, but Enough was good.
Yeah.
Where she trying to beat up her abuser.
Oh yeah, that was a great movie.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
She had Shotgun Wedding from this year that I liked.
I didn't know she was still in movies.
Oh yeah. You remember because she did Hustlers?
That's right. Yes,
and she like got Oscar nominated for that one. But yeah, she's not bad. You know, like I'm not going into a Jennifer Lopez movie expecting grade 8 acting, even though she did it in Hustlers. But like
Mhm.
for the most part, like that was a movie that she had to push and produce and put her money behind. But if she's like being in a movie that someone else is pushing, I'm not expecting great acting.
Gotcha. Yeah, absolutely.
Enough was great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, what's great is Mystery Men. Talk to us
Mystery
about Mystery
Men.
Men and how that influenced you.
Oh my god. So Mystery Men was another movie that was unlike any other movie, right? So
Mm.
Mystery Men, I don't know if I can make this direct comparison, but it kind of predates the Guardians of the Galaxy type of movie that you
Mm.
can make with a bunch of like loser characters who are coming together to like fight against the bad guy. Who the bad guy was actually pretty good. But yeah, Ben Stiller's in it. I think Kel is in it from Kenan and Kel. And
Okay.
he
Yeah, I saw.
supposedly like turns invincible. I'm sorry, invisible, but no one can look. Right. So in order for him to turn invisible, no one can look, which is crazy. You got I think the Swarmy, the guy with all the forks and knives, that was his weapon of choice. And her, she was dope. That's her dad's skull in a bowling ball, and that's how she attacks people. It's an insane movie, and if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. The Ben Stiller, he was just angry. That was his superpower. He was just angry, and he thought that he was invincible when he was angry, and it was just like, but you're not. Oh, guy, uh, guy who's always a dad. Uh,
This one?
yeah, that guy. Yep.
Yeah.
He plays a firefighter or something like that. But yeah, it's a really interesting movie, and I think it's a really fun movie too. No sequels. Once again, just
Yeah.
that was it.
And they said that they're thinking about doing a sequel, which would be very interesting. A
Yeah,
geriatric version of uh, of that
I
movie.
honestly I wouldn't want to see it, but if the trailer's good, then cool. But yeah, it came out during a time where there weren't as many superhero movies, right? And this was
Mhm.
a superhero movie, to my knowledge, that was not attached to any comic books whatsoever. I think all these
Yeah.
characters are just made up for the movie. So it was
Yeah.
like between Blade and I think the next major superhero
Wow.
movie
It is
was
actually adapted from something.
oh, it is.
Yeah, Flaming Carrot Comics.
So that's why I haven't heard of it. So but yeah, so yeah, Mystery Men is a lot of fun. I highly recommend it.
That's
Got a
hilarious.
lot
I'm
of
seeing a lot of
90s.
movies that you love. That's like
Mm-hmm.
whoa, this document has changed a lot. Did you just add stuff to the document while I'm reading it?
No. No.
You
I
told me to
added
read it.
like a bunch of movies.
Yeah.
So guys, just so you know, I am a very last minute person. So I, push it to the limit every single time. And
Mhm.
unfortunately, yeah, I added a few. Quite a few.
I was every like 2 days. I was like,
Right.
Ken, I know you. Don't do this to me. Don't give it to me 20 minutes before the stream starts, Ken.
Yo, I had to push myself to do any of it last night because I was just like, oh, I gotta do it. Yeah. If y'all don't know, I have the ADHD and as well as the anxiety, and that combination, I be freezing like crazy.
But I'm glad you're here.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
fun. And a movie that's not fun but is great is Independence Day. Talk to me. What's going on with
Wait, would
Independence
you
Day?
say Independence Day isn't fun?
I guess yeah, it is. Which
It's
way? Hold on, am I thinking
long.
about the
I'll
wrong
give you
movie?
that. Yeah.
It's long.
Yeah. So
Independence.
Independence Day is one of those movies that like disaster movies were a big thing in the 90s, right?
Yeah.
So we're talking Independence Day, we're talking Armageddon, we're talking Deep
Mhm.
Impact. I think the core was like in the 2000s. The core was crazy. Um, but yeah, it was Will Smith. It was the Fresh Prince.
Oh
You know
yeah,
what I
this was
mean?
fun. What am I talking about? I was thinking about something else.
Okay, gotcha.
Like Deep
Yeah,
Impact or something like that.
yeah. I think like that might have came out like the next year or something like that. But yeah, so Independence Day was fantastic because there's going to be a theme throughout these movies, which is
Mhm.
like sacrifice and sacrificing yourself and
Mm.
stuff like that. And Independence Day is another version of that. And also the other theme is big ass spectacle, right? I love a big spectacle. I wish more movies like this would come out today, but I think that people are way too highbrow for it if it's outside of a superhero movie. right? So if Independence Day would come out today, it'd be like, man, blah 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 blah.
Yep.
It's not meeting the quotation of the acting principle. You know what I mean? But this,
Quotation. Oh fucking dead.
yes, it did. Independence Day changed summer movies. I love this movie. It also the alien in it was dope. That's one of my issues with No One Will Save You is that the alien's super generic.
I knew you were gonna do that shit. I
Oh.
knew this motherfucker was you. As soon as you said the issues with aliens, like leave it alone, and I knew you.
But yeah, and like it was really cool to just see Will Smith like in that type of role. And if you recall, oh no, there's actually a story about him talking to Steven Spielberg about doing Men in Black and not wanting to do Men in Black because he had just did Independence Day. He didn't want to be Alien guy. Like he's always in the Alien movie because these movies came out back to back years. And Steven Spielberg just told him, do it. And he did it. And
I think he like flew him out. I think I saw that. He flew him out to his house and was just like, do it. I think it wasn't even a long conversation. He was just like, here, Drake, have fun.
Yeah.
You're doing it.
Yeah. Tommy Lee Jones was in that, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, so Independence Day is great. I love a good disaster movie. Oh, a disaster movie with a speech?
Oh.
Because today is our Independence Day. It's like, I
use the title of the movie,
right? Yeah.
So, are you big on Gerard Butler's disaster films? Because he does spectacle and disaster pretty well.
I'm trying to remember which ones he does.
He has like Greenland. He has.
I haven't seen none of his disaster films,
Okay.
and there's nothing against Gerard Butler. It kind of is just because after 300 and Law Abiding Citizen, he just kind of went.
His discography, his filmography,
yeah,
kind of like this,
yeah.
But I feel like he makes movies that would be absolute garbage if he wasn't in it. Really good. like there's a movies from this year. He has Plane, which would have been
need to see that
garbage if it wasn't for him.
Oh, okay.
I ended up really liking the movie a lot.
Yeah, I hear people like that movie, so I got to check it out.
And then Canada, I don't know if that's how you say it.
I don't know what that is,
but it's like another action film that he did this year. That see. Have you seen the TV? You know he's talking about. Plane is great. It's a really good movie, and the guy from Luke Cage is in it, and he's really good in it too. Butler is pretty good, and he did the what's the White House Down?
Is it the Down trilogy? I think I saw the Down trilogy. The first or the second, or the first and the second of them.
Thank you.
Kandahar.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of it. Yeah.
It's pretty good. He does that well. What about Pacific Rim?
He's in Pacific Rim?
No. No. I'm asking if you like Pacific Rim because of the spectacle.
I love Pacific Rim. Pacific Rim is awesome. The sequel we shall never talk about, but
I haven't seen it.
Pacific Rim is fantastic. I love the giant. Like, I love kaiju movies in general. I don't actually have a lot of kaiju movies on this list. Actually, I don't think I have any kaiju movies on this list, unfortunately, because I was racking my brain. But I actually thoroughly enjoy Pacific Rim. And also a big reason of that is Idris Elba. He's great in it as well. So, yeah.
I see a theme of black actors. I love it.
Love my blacks. I don't know why I said it like that.
You said it like a Southern white man.
Exactly. I was about to say. Remember when Trump was like, "Look at my black friend." Isn't he great?
And I was so mad, bro. He's like, the blacks love me. I'm like, who is that?
Who is the blacks?
I don't know. I've never seen them. I never seen.
What do we call ourselves the blacks? What are you talking about? That's crazy.
Black delegation, but not the blacks. That's wild.
Yeah,
this man was. That's one thing I'll miss from him is the entertainment. Joe Biden is boring as hell.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I was like, I want boring because this is crazy, but now it's just quiet. I knew more about politics during Trump's run. I knew exactly what was going on during Trump's run. This is going to sound mad ignorant. I don't know if I give a damn about anything Joe Biden has to say at any time. I'm just happy that we're not in consistent chaos and on the brink of war at all times.
That's the problem. Is like, I'm not trying to get too political, but like
Yeah.
Biden's doing like similar stuff, but he's just so boring.
We just hope he survives. That's the thing. Like,
He's gonna wake up this morning,
hey, right? Did he?
If you just hear Kamala is now the president.
Yeah.
Oh man. So moving on from Independence Day, we're gonna talk about another wild ass movie, Batman and Robin.
Woo! Batman and Robin. Batman and Robin taught me that it's okay to love bad movies. That movie is horrifying, but it is so much damn fun. Like once you get out of the Bane, like that's what they did to Bane. I cannot believe it. Like that part of the movie still bothers me. The whole Bane thing, because when you watch Batman the animated series, he is an intelligent, mastermind, right? And that's how he is. That's how he's always been. And for some reason, they just turned him into a doof. But anyway, I'm talking about what I love about it. Ice puns. What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age. Like cool party. Like all of this is great.
Arnold Schwarzenegger was amazing.
Something forecast. A freeze is coming. Like all of that was awesome. And then of course you got Robin talking about some rubber lips when Poison Ivy tried to kiss him. The plant ate her. Why?
It was like, you failed.
Right, you lost
failed this city.
Right. So yeah. Oh, the Bat credit card. You can't forget about that. Oh my
god. Is that the one with Bat nipples?
Yes, Bat nips, Bat credit card. They pulled out all the stops. Bat girl. Yeah, Nipple Batman was great. George Clooney was out there doing somebody a favor, and then he disappeared for a while. So yeah. Yo, that was wild.
Like I'm doing a favor doing this movie.
Yeah. He was definitely doing somebody a favor with that.
Can you believe that's the same Batman from the Tim Burton films?
Oh my gosh.
That's the wildest.
That is the craziest thing about it. They're all supposed to be the same guy.
That's what I'm talking about. Like that's the same. That's Michael Keaton's Batman.
Right. Or Michael Keaton, Val Kilmer. Like, and they're all, and like, so Alfred stays the same throughout all the movies. The city just gets crazier as the movies go on. Because as crazy as the city was, actually the city was pretty tame in '89 Batman. But then
it was just Chicago with gargoyles.
Yeah, and then Batman Returns gets a little crazier. You know what I mean? Got Catwoman. She get bit by cats, and she's super powerful now. And then she fell out.
Spider-Man ruined the game with that one. Everybody's like, you got to get bit up by people to get powers.
Yeah, that's the only way. Inspiration? What the hell is that?
This
get bit, baby. That was great. Penguin. Oh, so it's one of Danny DeVito. It's one of Danny DeVito's like underrated roles because he is phenomenal as the Penguin. So, yeah. And then as we go on, we get Two-Face, who is just something else.
Wow. And Riddler.
He had a tiara on at one point when he was counting the money. Like it was
Jim Carrey's Riddler is still one of my favorite supervillain performances. Right. He was just wilding out.
Yep, the entire movie.
It was like me, you. He was like, what? All right.
Yeah. Oh, remember Robin? He stole the Batmobile and went racing, and then tried to fight those dudes. Oh, I forgot about this. In Batman and Robin, when Batman almost killed, Batman almost killed Robin. So they're on a mission together. They're chasing Mr. Freeze, and Robin's trying to make this jump, and Batman turns his car off, and it goes right up to the edge of the of the ramp. He could have died. Yo, that movie is insane.
Oh my god! Let me see
Yeah.
some of these comments. He said, "One of the greatest missed opportunities of all time is Batman and Robin." I don't know. I love the opportunity that they took.
Yeah. Without it, we
One of those
wouldn't
guilty
have
pleasures.
Arnold Schwarzenegger puns.
Yeah, man. I agree with you. Greenland was amazing. See, that's the movie that you can watch
I
now.
have to check it out.
Kal-El, what's up, man? Thank you for joining the live stream. Appreciate you. Hey, everyone. Arnold should be Mr. Freeze again. DC, once they do Crisis of Infinite Earths in 10 years, they definitely should bring back, hopefully Arnold Schwarzenegger's around and healthy and fit. He doesn't have to do much. Just be in a mocap suit. But
can you pull up Mr. Freeze? I just want to, because if I recall, for one, he was with Vivica A. Fox. She was in an ice bikini, right? He had on a silver robe with a cigar and polar bear slippers. And I'm like, who is this man?
Yeah, this man was wild. Look at who's this guy in the back with the fleece? Like
he's just a goon.
A goon styling out for no reason. Got Gucci on. Like, what is going on?
Yo, I don't even like how
I didn't even
long.
know this was a thing. I might need this.
Oh, that's cool. I like that actually. How long do you think it took him to put that suit on?
Hours.
Yeah.
Yep.
There.
Hold on, I gotta do it for this. I gotta do it for this. This deserves it.
Yes.
This deserves it. That is hilarious.
They was
man got the look at this. Look at this GQ magazine.
All silver.
All silver. The man was styling and profiling, and his wife was hot.
Diamonds from around the city so he could freeze the city and hold the city hostage and freeze it.
Oh, this is fire. This is fire.
Yeah.
They should make a Funko Pop with the slippers on though.
Oh, absolutely.
That I'm gonna request that. I might get that by myself. I'm out here by myself. There we go. I might request that one.
Yeah.
Let's see. Did you guys see that Penguin and Mr. Freeze had a movie together called Twins? Yes. I love that he said Penguin and Mr. Freeze instead of
I love it. I love it. Great job.
Thank you. Preston. Thank you, Preston. How's everyone doing? Zach and Kenny, how are you guys? Hey, YK Reviews. Thank you for the live stream, man.
Good to see you, YK.
In 10 years, Arnold will be in his 80s. Man, Harrison Ford is like in his 90s, and he's out here jumping out of planes.
That's true.
I don't want to hear nothing.
That's true.
Oh, man. Before we keep getting off, going crazy, something a little bit more serious in a movie I've never seen before, and it's probably a shame. The Matrix. Yeah, I knew he was going to do that.
I was expecting you to say Forrest Gump. I was expecting you to say a lot of other things except for The Matrix. You've never seen The Matrix?
Never seen The Matrix.
I'm not going to shame you. There's a lot of movies I haven't seen either. But I feel like shaming you. I'm just not going to do it.
I tried.
Yeah.
I got 15 minutes in and I fell asleep. And I just never went back.
Wow. So here's what we need to do. You need to watch The Matrix. It is the fundamental film. It's one of the most influential films of all time, in good ways and bad ways. That movie single-handedly sent film into slow motion. Before that movie, people were moving in fast motion. And there's some slow motion going on. But after The Matrix, everything was in slow motion. TV was in slow motion.
Zack Snyder's favorite film.
It went. Zack Snyder needs to speed it up. But yeah, it went so crazy with it that even like animated Shrek, that scene in Shrek where they're fighting, that's based off The Matrix. But yeah, The Matrix is great. The ones after that are not.
That's crazy. Oh, everything else is not good after Matrix 1?
Not at all. Like the second one is tolerable for sure. The problem with it is at the end, and I won't super spoil it, but at the end, the good guy wins. And he learns like how to basically control the Matrix, right? Because of this, he turns into Superman in the sequels, and it's less interesting because you never knew he's going to lose. There's no point in time that I thought Neo was ever in trouble in the sequels. In the first one, he's running away. He's trying to learn this world. It's so like it's very interesting. And the way it ends, you could have just stopped right there, and that'd have been the end of the story. Unfortunately, they just
But it
kept.
made too much money.
Yeah.
Twins is the absolute classic. I've seen it once, but I don't really remember. I need to really watch that movie.
I know I've seen it. I don't remember. Slide
Slide
76.
76, and he's out here doing Expendable 76. So you know what I mean? Yep. Man, this man, have you seen when he was mad at me? Whoa, you've never seen The Matrix?
That's a
Zach, no, not The Matrix. Shame. 3 different times.
Wow.
All at 10:05. That man said that shit fast, expeditiously, as you would say.
He ain't wrong.
Hey, my minute.
Hey, good to see
every time
you.
you come into the chat, I'm gonna do that. Appreciate you being here.
Yes.
Yes. I'm glad someone is on my side. Well, she watched it, but you know.
Yeah.
I'm crazy. Matrix 3 is the best. Ooh,
it is absolutely not. Let me tell you that right now. He spends the entire movie in one place, and it makes zero sense.
1 is okay. 2 is pretty good. 4 was awful.
4 is awful. 4 doesn't exist in my mind.
God damn, is that bad?
Yeah.
Have you seen any scenes from The Matrix, Zach? Of course. It's a part of the cultural zeitgeist. It's one of those movies where I felt like I watched it, but I didn't watch it because everyone talks about it and other movies reference it, and you just see scenes online and tributes and memes. And so I feel like I've seen the important parts, but I really don't have context for all the story. I don't even really know what the Matrix story is. So like I haven't really seen it. So of course I've seen scenes. Come on.
I would highly recommend you watch it, man.
Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, and The Matrix are 3 genre films that you can never hear I've never seen anything from it. It's just in the zeitgeist.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine you haven't seen anything from those 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every movie had bullet time for like 10 years after.
Oh,
that's a fact.
That is accurate.
And everybody was doing this shit.
And the parodies, it just went on for way too long.
Word. Hey, Michael, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Zach?
1591.
What's up, Michael? I don't know why I said hi to you. I was looking at Michael and saying hi to you.
Okay. Oh, we didn't talk about how the Matrix we go into this wild tangent. That's going to be a theme in this live stream.
Yeah.
This is how me and Kenny talk in real life.
Asian, man. So just be prepared.
We go. Our conversations just go like this. Yeah, I love it because that's the type of things I need. But the Matrix, like, how did it influence you? What did it draw you to?
So the Matrix is one of those movies. Everyone has these movies, right? A movie that you see and it reshapes what you think movies can be. The Matrix was that for me. It came out in 99. I was 9 years old. Like I didn't like it, when my dad took me to the movie. I had no idea what this movie was. He would my dad used to give me on the weekends because my parents are divorced and trauma, right? So
I was like, oh, I need you.
That's all good. It was 20 years ago. But yeah, so my dad would just take me to movies, and one we'll talk about. Did I put that on the list? I hope I did. One we'll talk about it a little later. As a matter of fact, I'm sure I did. This movie redefined like what action movies could be for me, because before it was the movies that are on this list that we'll talk about a little later, and I had never seen a action movie that had so many I want to say abstract sci-fi elements. You know what I mean? Oh my god, I omitted a movie, Terminator 2 Judgment Day, but we can talk that.
Yeah, we'll get
one of my favorite movies.
That's in your childhood.
Yeah, that's in my childhood for sure.
Okay, we'll do it next.
Yeah. But yeah, so So it redefined everything. Like the same thing I complained about that everybody copied after that. That doesn't mean the original wasn't great at it. The original, it just reshaped the bullet time, the going back like this, the traveling through the telephone, that fight between, you haven't seen it, so I'm trying to, the fight between Agent Smith and Neo in a train station is one of the best fights I've ever seen.
Is that the one where he's like doing this thing and he's like blocking everything?
Yeah. He starts getting, he's starting to be he's starting to believe. Like Lawrence Fishburne is in it, and he's killing it. Yeah, it's a really good movie. So yeah, it reshaped what I thought action movies could be.
Gotcha. Let's see what these people are saying in the chat. We got a live chat today. I appreciate you guys starting to flow in.
Yeah, thanks,
you know
y'all.
I mean, I watched Zombie Town. Don't waste your time. Never heard of it, so I'm glad that you told me not to, because I love zombie movies, but I don't want to watch bad zombie movies. Like the worst zombie movie I've ever seen was Zombie Strippers. That movie was a huge waste.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You press play? You saw the title and press play?
I've seen some wild titles for zombie movies. So I thought, okay, this is gonna be cool. And the beginning of it was cool. And then they got into the strip club and it went
well.
The beginning was real cool. And then they got to the strip club and it was just real bad.
Oh wow.
I watched Terminator and Matrix around the same time and it was confusing. Well, how old you were? Because you're like 10 years younger than us, so you were like a zygote.
I think he's more than that. I think he's like 15 years younger than us.
Shit, I forgot how old I am. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can understand. Like, you don't have that 90 aesthetic attached to it. Only seen the first Matrix. I remember watching it in high school in my film class and was blown away. Okay, so I gotta pick this comment apart for a couple minutes. Like, one, how old are you, Michael? 2, you had a film class in high school,
right?
I don't know how old you are, so I can't curse you out, but damn it, I'm so jealous. I wish I had a film school,
public school,
film
man.
class. Yeah, trash public school.
I was always jealous of the movies where I see like in the suburbs where took place in the school and they had like shop class and they were dissecting frogs. We had none of that. We didn't have a school nurse. Like we had none of that. So
you want to? Okay, I'm a divvy from you real quick. I just need to tell you this story personally for you, Patty, so you can hear this. So obviously, you know, I live in Brooklyn, grew up in Brooklyn, been in Brooklyn for 99% of my life.
Right.
And from kindergarten up until 10th grade, I was in Brooklyn, and we just had the bare minimum. If you had a textbook, you got lucky. Then something happened in my middle school, and I got sent upstate to live with my sister, and I went to school there. When I tell you that I thought the stuff that I saw on TV was just TV school that they made up, and I went to a school upstate that was just like TV. Like I had a locker there. There were white people.
Like,
they used to ask me weird questions, but like the thing you're talking about is just like, hold on, this is actually happening in real life for me, and it changed the way I think about everything. Like we dissected a frog, we dissected a worm. Like we actually got to do this stuff.
I didn't even get a worm. There's worms outside. We could just go get them, but we didn't.
I learned that worms have multiple hearts, so even if you crush on one, they can still live. You see how a worm is, and it has all those lines.
Yeah.
Those pockets are a different heart inside.
What? Like, yo, what? What?
Yes.
What?
And no. I had to cut it down.
What?
And see each one, and they made us take them out. Yeah. See, this is the stuff that inner city kids
blown right now. I'm not even joking with you.
That's why sometimes when you step on them and you're like, why are you still moving? Because
if you would have asked me what those lines were, I was like, yeah, it's like an accordion because they go this and they stretch and they go this. And I thought it was just like their accordion neck kind of thing. But no,
it's
I had no idea.
Anime character.
Yeah.
Oh man, let's see. Terminator was good. Don't do that. He's in his 70s. Who's in his 70s?
Sly?
He's probably talking about Sly, or he's talking about Arnold.
I think he might be talking about Ford Harrison.
Oh, okay.
But Harrison's got to be in his 80s.
Yeah, he's going to be in an action movie. That's crazy. I love Harrison Ford. He's just so honest. Zombie Strippers. I'm with you, Kenny. You saw that title and hit play. But I do have seen Zombie Strippers and press play. Can never get that time back. I just love seeing zombies in weird situations and how people get out of them. Like that's my thing. Like even if a zombie movie is not like really well made, just want to see how they get out of the situation. Now we're getting like really high produced ones.
Yeah, the best one I've seen is Train to Busan.
No question.
Yeah,
No question.
that one's
Nothing
fantastic.
touches it
Yep.
from top to bottom. You could have not had zombies in it, and I still would have been invested in the drama.
Yeah.
I'm 14 and I watched The Matrix Terminator this year. Okay, but it was confusing on the storyline crossing. Wait, what?
They're not related at all.
Yeah, they didn't cross. Unless
Yeah,
you just broke the code that we didn't know about. Because that
right.
would be wow.
They're not related. They're not related.
It was R.L. Stein with Dan Aykroyd and Chevy Chase. Thought it was funny. It was just stupid. Oh, the zombie town thing. Hey. What's going on, you two? Busy 2 weeks for trailer reactions. Oh my God.
Yo, my Lord.
Jason, don't even. I didn't even get to react to all the trailers that I wanted to.
I've reconciled in myself. I'm just not going to get to all of them.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely.
Yeah.
There's like that Millie Bobby Brown movie, Damsel. I just watched it because I was just like, let me go watch it. It looks mad good.
I didn't even watch it, but and I'm not going to react to it, so I'm probably going to watch it. Yeah.
Watch it. It looks really good. I thought it was gonna be some trash. It looks like a theater movie. I was like, why they put
that movie? King Arthur or Arthur the King.
I didn't watch it. You saw it?
I saw the trailer. I would have been upset if I reacted to that trailer. However, the movie looks great. No, the movie looks well. The trailer was dumb long for no reason, but the movie looks pretty good. It's just not the type of trailer I would react to. I would have been sitting there saying nothing the entire time.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Those type of trailers. Yeah, it's hard. You don't want to watch something in pregame beforehand because it's not like a genuine reaction. But at the same time, you're like, damn, is this going to be interesting for me to react to?
I only re-record if the sound is poor, which except for the last one, the one that you told me about. But yeah,
or something like terrible happens where like it shuts off, or I get it. I came here for movies, but left with understanding biology. Back attack reviews, baby.
Yeah,
that's what I do.
Yeah,
I split the truth from the fiction, and I teach you shit. That's my tagline now.
Let's attack.
Run, bro. Keep up the good work. I'll be back if I can. Appreciate you, Kal-Al.
Let
me know when you're releasing our collab. We did this like 6 months ago.
I feel bad because I also have a collab I did with Screens In like 2-3 months ago, and I still need to release it.
Release the Zach cut. Release.
Yeah.
I'm 32 and I had film class in high school. The first one came out when I was 8. Oh, you're like a year younger than me. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm 33.
So you just lucked out. 28 Days Later is the best zombie movie I've seen. Great film.
It's a good movie.
I do like 28 Weeks Back more.
I don't remember it.
No?
I don't even know if I've seen it.
That first scene is insane, and then the whole plot line of the father being a zombie and chasing his kids, like he remembers.
Oh, I have seen it. I remember being upset that there wasn't a 28 years later because I was expecting like a future movie.
Supposed to come out next year. That's the announcement. We'll see. Ooh, have you seen with T? This is why you my guy. The Girl with All the Gifts was a great zombie film.
I've never heard of it.
Yes, little black girl.
Oh, little black girl.
Yeah, go check it out. Yeah, there you go. That's all I had to say.
Yeah,
really good. It's on Netflix.
Yep.
I know they're not connected, but I watched Terminator, then Matrix, then Terminator 2. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Back to back.
Those are 2 long movies. Too. Yo, Terminator 2 is long.
Yeah. Let's see. Speaking of, well, no, this movie's not long, but the Leprechaun movies. I was gonna say long, they're not.
Yeah, so I grouped those together. Leprechaun.
Oh, wait, you have Freddy, Jason, Chucky, and Leprechaun. Okay.
Yeah. So the reason why not all of them are good or anything like that, but the reason why I have them on this list is because they are influential to me in a few ways. One, I used to watch Saturday morning cartoons just like everyone else who grew up in our era. And directly after Saturday morning cartoons on UPN, they would play the wildest stuff possible. Leprechaun in the Hood, Leprechaun Back to the Hood, Leprechaun in Space. You had Freddy doing all kinds of stuff. You had Jason, I think it was like Jason Goes to New York or something like that. Or Jason Goes to Hell. Something crazy where he punched the black dude's head off. Yeah, there was Michael Myers. I used to see him just come down from the ceiling. So, and there was Freddy. Freddy was the worst one to me. And the reason why, like, it would impact me because, especially if I watched Jason and Freddy back to back, I wasn't really scared of Leprechaun. I was like, who is this nigga? But
Leprechaun good.
Yeah. So Jason scared me because for whatever reason I had this irrational fear. I was a child. I had this irrational fear that he would just walk in my room one day and just kill me, right? And
Mm.
then Freddy would impact me because I was afraid to go to sleep. I was like, damn, what if Freddy comes in? And then Jason versus Freddy came out, and I was no good. I was like, I can't be awake or asleep, right? Ah!
Damn, Jason and Freddy just got you, huh? It was like, let me
I
let
just
me mess
poured
you.
all this juice, all this stuff. It's still dripping on my feet right now. You know,
Go.
it's all right. I got
You're
cold feet.
amazing.
It's all right.
I got cold feet.
This thing was full of ice and everything. I got ice on my feet. It's okay.
Oh no.
Oh, it's
You
cool,
sure
cool,
you
cool.
don't want to get something to real
Uh,
quick?
I'll deal with it. I've I've dealt with worse. I haven't, but I've dealt with worse. So so yeah. So the reason why those influenced me, long story short, is because I was seeing those horror movies and those horrifying images at a very young age. I want to say 8, 9, 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
It I'm like crinkling paper like in the microphone. My bad. Um, uh, Basically, I was desensitized to a lot of stuff, right?
Mm.
So it helped me later on just be like, oh, the dude got his head cut off. It's Tuesday,
Seen that shit.
right? Yeah. So essentially, all that stuff, all that horror stuff, it was like, yeah, cool. Like if something crazy happened, like I remember dating a girl who did not like horror movies, did not like scary movies. And I was a
Mm.
terrible boyfriend because I really wanted her to watch this movie, even though it was a scary movie. I was like, yeah, no, watch it. There's nothing bad happens in it, and things terrible happened in it. I was being very selfish because I wanted something to share my experience with somebody and not considering their feelings and who they are as a human being. Right? I'm
Yeah.
admitting to that. So
Healthy.
so it was like it's just something that doesn't impact me or affect me or anything like that. So that's why I listed those. I didn't mean to go that long on it, but yeah, because of my childhood and being exposed to that and some other movies that's on this list that's in childhood that should not be in anybody's childhood. Yeah, I'm just desensitized to a lot of
So
different stuff.
a lot of violence.
Hmm.
Gotcha. That is really really interesting. I also agree with you on the Jason Freddy thing. Like Michael never really scared me that much, but
Yeah,
Jason, the scene that killed me was when homeboy was in his bed and he just had sex with his girlfriend, because when you have sex in one of these movies, you're done. So yeah, yes, oh my
that was the
Eddie,
one.
read my mind. That is the one. I was like, damn, I could just be laying on my bed and he could just whoop and just
That's the
whoop.
one that scared the hell out of me.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
And then Freddy is just like, so Jason, Michael, Jeepers Creepers, Leprechaun, Scream, you name them.
right.
Potatoes, tomatoes, potatoes, the turkey, name it.
Accurate.
You can just
Yep.
move.
Yeah,
Just don't live in that town no more.
right. Get out of here. Right.
Just get out of here. But
Yeah.
with Freddy, it don't matter where you live.
That's why Freddy's the scariest
He
because you
could
just
be in
have
that
to believe in him, which is like,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah. Once you believe him, it's over.
you're right. Right.
So like, yeah, that he's the scariest for me.
Mm.
Um, let's see. Oh, you have Pumpkinhead 2 separately. Talk about
I
why.
do. So I grew up in a time where we used VCRs, young people, and essentially, I used to go to my dad's house every weekend, divorces and things like that, and he had a limited amount of VHS tapes. One of them was Pumpkinhead 2, I think like The Wings of Hell is what it's called, or something like that, right? That movie terrified me, but it was the only movie. It was one of the only of like 5 VHSs that he had. It was Pumpkinhead. It was something else. I don't remember what the other ones were, but Pumpkinhead scared the hell out of me. And it was another one that it just drove me crazy, but I couldn't stop watching it for some reason. But yeah, it was wild.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there was a sex scene in that. That's why. There was a sex scene in that movie. I was like, oh yeah. I was like 8 or 7. I was like, ooh, I'm not supposed to be looking at this. That kind of thing.
Yeah, 6. It's like,
Hmm.
oh, the first time I seen some boobies.
Right.
Let's see. Let's see what the people are saying. Oh, Preston, appreciate you being here, man. You have a great week. And have a good night, my guy. On zombie
Good
movies,
night,
All of
Chris.
Us Are Dead. All of Us Are Dead. A Korean short binge worthy show was good. All of Us Are Dead is so good. Mama Minutes. You know
That's on Netflix, right?
Yes. Season 2 got lit. It's or green lit. So good. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Korean people know how to make zombie shit.
they sure do.
And they mentioned Train to Busan in that show.
They know how to make horror. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
They don't care about like everywhere outside of US. There's good horror movies in the US. There. But the ones internationally are just wild.
I'm actually scared of Korean horror movies because I know that they don't care. Right?
They don't care about
yeah.
There's no rules of engagement. There's rules of engagement with American horror for the most part, especially mainstream ones. Kids, old people, maybe not women, but kids, old people are usually safe.
Yep.
And so it's like the older men and young women that are usually like not safe. But babies, women, kids, it doesn't matter what age you are in a international horror film, you can get it.
Did you have you seen Hellbound? It's another Korean horror movie, horror show actually. That's on Netflix. It's
on my list.
wild.
It's wild.
Yeah, it's wild.
Man.
But it's really good. It's really good.
Gotta check it out. Have you both seen Flash Gordon and watched this film? I haven't seen Flash Gordon. That's something I've heard about.
It's so much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like Star-Lord is directly like influenced by Flash Gordon. Yeah.
I have heard that.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It has its own theme song, has its own racist caricature of Asian people. It has all kinds of great. I'm not saying that's great. It has all kinds of great, like just campy fun in that thing, and it's definitely worth a watch for sure.
Got you. Pumpkinhead. It was a different level of terror.
Yes. Never saw the first one.
Oh wow. Hey, I never seen the first Terrifier, but I saw Terrifier 2. So I guess that's my Pumpkinhead because that movie was wild as hell.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. Hope you're all doing well. I'm just wondering what your thoughts were. Do you think this year has been a better year for shows or movies? What your thoughts were? Do you think this is a year has been a better year, better in terms of what last year, or
better year for shows or movies? I'm gonna be honest with you, but I don't remember what came out last year. 2022 movies.
The only reason why 2022
the first thing I hear is
better for me. The only reason why it's better for me personally, because my favorite movie of all time came out last year.
Oh yes.
There's no movie that came out this year that touches everything all at once yet for me. Like I love Across the Spider-Verse, but it's not as a big of a gap between my 1 and 2 as it was last year. Like my 1 was here, and then my number 2 I think was the Batman, and that's like right here, and then everything just falls under that. And then the Batman was such a amazing superhero film, and I don't think we've had like a
this year. That wasn't this year.
No, that was last year.
Okay,
we haven't had a defining superhero film from this year. I've seen a bunch of fun ones. A bunch of ones that I had a good time, but not something that's like the Batman was like, yes, this is the character right here.
Yeah.
So that's why that year is probably better for me, because of those 2 movies specifically. But I'll say that this year had a lot better, bigger movies. There were way more blockbusters this year than last year. There was a lot of indie movies that I loved from last year, but not a lot of blockbusters. This year, it's just so many big movies that came out.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at Letterboxd for last year, but it's I feel like last year was a bit of a letdown, just from the films that came out. There were some great ones for sure, like you said. The Batman is phenomenal, but I just like
all at once.
When I look back at the beginning of the 2020s. Just kind of like, so let's see. 2022. I'm just looking at Letterboxd. We have Everything Everywhere All at Once, The Batman. The Menu was great. Glass Onion, Nope, Top Gun was fantastic. Bullet Train was good. X was good. I didn't see Pearl actually, which is, The Whale was phenomenal.
Yep.
And I'm just skipping all the ones that weren't good. Wakanda Forever was solid. The Northman is.
Avatar 2 was good.
What's that?
Avatar 2?
Was that last year?
December.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Avatar 2 was great. The only reason I skipped it because I wasn't sure if it was last year.
You said The Northman, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Northman was
Underrated.
something else. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, just not a lot. Why are you showing me this year's movies? That's very strange. Sometimes Letterbox be tripping, but
Yeah. It's been messing with me a lot lately.
Hustle was good. Hustle was really good. But yeah, so for the most part, Prey came out last year. Prey was great. But yeah, just looking at the top from this year: Barbie, Oppenheimer, Across the Spider-Verse, Guardians, Super Mario, Asteroid City, Killers of the Flower Moon, Bottoms, John Wick. We're gonna skip Five Nights at Freddy and act like that doesn't exist. Evil Dead Rise. Like there's Mission Impossible 7. I would say for sure. I know people are all over the map with this, but The Flash is actually a good movie, but it's not a movie it's a very strange dichotomy. And then you have the Mutant Mayhem, which is so yeah, I would definitely say that this year's movies way better. Way better. Yeah.
A lot better, bigger blockbuster franchise films came out this year.
Yep.
Last year felt
three.
I feel like last year felt more experimental, and this one is like, okay, this is the established stuff.
Yeah, and the other thing is every year we get further and further away from the pandemic. Not that, but and I think that matters, especially to the box office, especially to movies that come out. It matters. So, and then not to get us too off track, but we had the pandemic, and then we start humming along, and then we had the writers and actors strike. So we've had like different things interrupt regular proceedings. Yeah. So yeah,
it's been crazy. I need to go back and rewatch the Pumpkinhead movies, see if they hold up. Never seen Pumpkinhead. Oh man, Ken, I bet Halloween was hard on you with all the pumpkins then.
Hilarious, Mama Minutes. Hilarious.
Korean horror, agreed. I love their horrors.
Mm-hmm.
If you've both seen Loki, what are your thoughts on the season 2 finale? I'm not going to stand too long on this. You should go watch Kenny's review, but let's talk about it real quick.
One of the greatest finales I've seen from Disney Plus, for sure. Actually,
one of the greatest finales I've seen.
The greatest. Yeah, the greatest finale from Disney Plus. And it is very hard to end things, and they ended the Loki story well. So I'm very happy with it.
22 was better. Your movies, The Menu, Barbarian. Oh, so
funny. Yeah, Barbarian was good.
They need to put that on physical. Everything Everywhere All at Once. Ghostbusters, I haven't seen yet, but I heard it's great.
2022?
Yeah, Afterlife came out last year. And now Frozen Empire is coming out next year.
Yeah.
Last year had some amazing horror movies too. Yep. There's some great movies that came out last year, but like I said, like you were saying, the difference is it depends on what you're into. If you want big blockbuster epic fare, which if you look at his list so far is his jam, and he's talked about that last year doesn't really have it. It's a lot of smaller films, more intimate, not a lot of spectacle other than Everything Everywhere All at Once. But even that's not as big. It's still an indie.
I don't think I put that on my list. And it definitely should be Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Of course.
Yeah. Let's just say that it's there.
That's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, we can't do that here.
Yeah. Long story short, I loved it. He did it.
I did not love it. No.
Hey everyone, so many great movies this year. Looking forward to 2024. Facts.
Yeah, what's up, Screen Zen?
Everyone making Marvels sound good. I'm convinced I'm gonna go have to watch it after watching their stream last week. Hey man,
go check it out.
I tell everyone to go check it out. It's a really fun time. It's not perfect by far. It's not. It could have been an AA++ movie if they gave it the time and love it needed.
I agree.
But as is, I still found it a great time. If you could only stream it, Netflix. It's not even a question.
Yeah, Netflix. Yes. Yeah. The only other
Like I
one
would
I would
miss out
think of
on.
is Prime. That's the only other one I would consider.
Yeah, I wouldn't miss out on like The Boys and Invincible. I wouldn't miss out on the MCU and Star Wars stuff.
Mhm.
But literally, that's all I watch in those services. But
Yeah.
Netflix, I watch everything.
Yeah. And so if you consider, like, if you like the Loki season finale the way I did, if you consider Stranger Things, every episode of Stranger Things makes me feel like that.
Yeah, especially that last season.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Those last two movies,
Oh
basically,
my
they put
god.
out. I was
That
like,
was
"What is happening?"
that was amazing. That was
Season 5
amazing.
has some big shoes
They gotta
to fill.
they gotta land it.
Yeah, they can't Martin Scorsese that shit.
Yeah.
Loki season was great, really good season 2. I think it might be the final season. That's what they
I
said.
think it definitely is, yeah.
The creator said that it's 2 books, and they're gonna try to continue the story, which I think is a good idea. I think the TVA should be a continuous thing in the
Mhm.
MCU. I think that what Michael Kevin Feige, I don't know who
Mhm.
Michael Feige is. Kevin Feige needs to have a TVA show that comes out with like 6 to 8 episodes every season, and an Asian Shield show that comes out every season. And one deals with the timeline, multiversal, big ideas and fills
Mhm.
in gaps. The Asian Shield does with Earth-based stuff,
Yeah.
so that we can kind of like, you know how people come like, oh, things are not connecting. Those will
Mhm.
connect thing and feel
Yeah.
worth the watch.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Hulu. Oh, I'm gonna miss Hulu. I love Hulu so
Hulu is
much.
great. Hulu
I
has
have
all
not
those
watched
good shows that are like character driven,
Only
like
Murders in the
dramas. Yeah.
Building. Yeah, and they have all the FX stuff. FX
Yep.
is an underrated station. Holy shit.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Uh,
Absolutely.
I have not watched the last season of Strange Things. Get on that, boy.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. Moving on from all the great horror, we're going
Mhm.
into one of my favorite movies of all time, and that's Men in Black.
Yo. So the Men in Black means a lot to me.
Yep,
First of
it's
all,
all.
the Men in Black is a phenomenal film. A lot of times what happens with the sequels, they just turn into like bastardized versions of themselves. But Men
Mhm.
in Black is actually a good movie. Like it's a good film, right? So there's that aspect of it because you're learning a lot about Will Smith's character. You're learning a lot about Tommy Lee Jones' character and the world. And he tells us like one of my favorite lines in all of movies is in or conversations in all of movies is in Men in Black, where he basically says 80 years ago the everybody thought the sun revolved around the earth and such and such and such and such and such, right?
Mhm.
And basically he ends with imagine what we'll know tomorrow, right? People
Yeah.
always think that what's right now is what
Is it?
is. Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's not. And so that movie's phenomenal. It's just a really good film. And even like at the end, which is why I don't like the sequels as much either. When Kay retires, it means a lot, right? That is the end of it. And yeah, and here's another reason. I think it was what was that 97, 98? So it must have been eighth grade for me. Or no, that doesn't make any
I'm
sense.
looking it up right now.
Um,
Men
but
in
yeah,
Black.
long story short,
97.
I was a kid. There was a what assembly at the auditorium, and Miss Taylor had all of us come to school in black and white suits with sunglasses and do
Ooh.
the dance from the Men in Black video at the end. It was so fun. It
That's
was so
amazing.
much
That's a dope
fun.
ass teacher.
Yeah. Oh, Miss Taylor was great. But yeah, so yeah, she was my third grade teacher. Yeah, Miss Taylor was awesome. Yeah, I was in the yep. Yeah, man. So that was great. That was another that was the era of this because a rapper's in this movie, it needs a rap song on the soundtrack from that rapper, right? Deep
Yeah.
C had Deepest Blues by L Cool J.
Mhm.
Obviously Men in Black. Here comes the Men in Black, which
I'm back.
the 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 song that's sampled from is phenomenal. I don't remember what it's called, but I remember
Yeah.
hearing the original and it's great. And Wild Wild West with Cisco
Mhm.
and Will Smith. That was a time. But
That's
yeah,
a wild ass pairing.
yeah, Yep.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Men in
Yeah.
Black. Now we're going to a movie that I love. I know from front to back has one of the
Mhm.
best villains in that era. That Roach, creepy as hell, disgusting, but great villain. It's one movie I never seen before, and it's Demolition Man.
Demolition Man is Sylvester Stallone as John Spartan and Wesley Snipes as
Mm.
Simon Phoenix. The movie is about a cop who goes to stop Simon Phoenix, who plays the criminal, right? And essentially, what happens is he is framed for blowing up a building. So, in their world in 1996, they don't put people in jail; they cryogenically freeze people. So they cryogenically freeze Sylvester Stallone and they cryogenically freeze Simon Phoenix, but they're let out in the future and they start their fight against each other again. And it's wild. In the future,
On site.
the only restaurant in existence is Taco Bell. Yeah, yes,
How much
yes.
did they pay for that product placement?
Yo. Oh, but in other countries, I found out recently, I think it's like Pizza Hut, right? Because other countries couldn't afford Taco Bell or something happened, right? But yeah,
Mm,
it's great. It has one of the best like villain deaths ever. And not only that, man, it's just Sandra Bullock's in it as well, like as like Sylvester Stallone's partner. It's great. It's a very strange sex scene that's not even a sex scene, but you'll know it when you see it because it's weird. It's very weird, right? Oh, you watch my blood. What was the blood thing? It was called
oh,
I'll
that
drink your
weird
blood.
ass movie.
Yeah, I'll drink your
Yes.
blood, right? You remember the part of the review, I don't expect you to remember this, where you're talking about like finding rats and the guy put the rats on the barbecue, and then
Yes.
it cuts to the scene of Sylvester Stallone eating a rat burger. That's from
Yeah.
Demolition Man.
Demolition Man. Oh,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
remember you showing me the Rat Burger thing. I was like, what the hell? What movie
yeah,
is that?
yeah. Because the people who are rich, they don't eat meat or anything like that, so they send all the people
Mm.
who don't want to live like that underground, and they have the rat burgers. So yeah, it's really the three she sells. Yes, I have a list apparently.
Might have to watch that on like a watch along.
Yo,
That sounds like a good
yes,
watch along
yes, I
movie.
will be there. I will be there.
We're gonna
Demolition
set
Man
that
is great. Yeah.
up. Let's see. Well, Michael said Men in Black is just good childhood fairy mine. Facts.
Yep.
Forget Me Not is a song it samples.
Great job
Nice.
too.
Have you seen me T? You be knowing stuff. I
Yeah.
see you, man. YK reviews, man. Got to put the little one to bed. Great seeing everyone chatting with you guys. Stay blessed. Stay blessed, my guy.
CYK.
Everybody go sub to YK reviews. I know like Zack Attack News is like this thing that I'm doing, and hopefully it's doing well, but he's been doing it for a while.
Yep.
Doing new stuff. He does it way more often. He's really good at breaking stuff down. He inspired me to do it myself. Go check him out. He's a great dude.
It's awesome.
Forget Me. Oh yeah, Patrice Russian. Okay.
It's a great
People out
song.
here knowing stuff.
It's a really good song.
That would be a dope watch along. Here we go. I'm
Yep.
figuring out my days. It's gonna be Saturday or Sunday where I do watch alongs because
Nice.
so I want to figure it
Great. I could join you.
out. Yes. Well,
the season of my podcast ends next week, so I'll be free to do anything on Tuesdays. Yeah.
YK is awesome. Nice.
Yep.
What's your favorite song, guys, ever?
One More Chance remix by Biggie.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah.
Oh, what's your favorite type of song?
Oh, rap. Hip hop rap. And you don't
Okay,
stop.
so my favorite genre is definitely hip hop and R.
Yeah.
Sometimes I clump them together, but I shouldn't because it's two different cultures.
It is.
But I noticed that some of my favorite individual songs come from alternative rock.
Yeah.
And I think that maybe my favorite songs are from Linkin Park.
Okay.
Like In the End, Numb. There's some like underground, not underground, but like lower songs that people don't really Crawling in My Skin. Bruh, as a teen, well, I'm gonna piss me off.
Angst.
Turn on Linkin Park.
Yep.
Crawling in. She was like, it's how you make me feel. I'm cutting my skin.
Yeah.
I didn't do that. I'm joking. Sorry.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think Linkin Park has some of my favorite songs. Breaking the Habit, bruh. Breaking the Habit changed my whole life because it was like an anime music video that they did. I never heard a song like that before. The music video was anime, and I was just getting into anime. I was just like, somebody was rapping, and I was like,
Yeah.
this is everything I would love in my life at this age.
Send it to me because I feel like I remember that, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yo, I will. I'm gonna put it in the group chat.
But I'll definitely tell you, growing up, it was hip hop for a lot of it, but there's also U2 and Phil Collins was that boy. Phil Collins, Phil Collins' greatest hits is some of the greatest hits I've ever heard. And there's so many other artists like that who are extremely dope. But yeah, Phil Collins was it for me growing up, and U2.
Nice. Overjoyed by Stevie.
Overjoyed, yes.
He loves them some R&B. Classic man right there. What y'all want for Christmas? You buying?
Right.
That's a good question. The first thing I think of is a new mic.
Yeah. Every year I do this. I can't think of what I want. I have no idea. I have everything I want.
I have tons of things in all my carts. So if people just give me money, I can just buy my shit.
Money's great because money. Then once you put money in my hand, I'll go figure it out. But
yeah,
I have thousands of over 1,000 comic books. I have movies. I have the setup. Like I have a lot, and I have my dog. I have my wife. Let me put that in reverse. I have my wife and my dog. You know what I mean? Like I have everything I could ever want, man. So I know that's a boring answer. Oh, you know what? The art that's behind me, I would love to put a bunch of art downstairs in my living room and dining room. If there's anything I want to put down there is art. Yeah.
That's what we know. Loving Linkin Park, man. Yeah, man. I'll say this right now. It's two brothers on here. Linkin Park got a lot of black people into alternative rock.
Oh, for sure. And when they did that joint with Jay-Z?
Oh, life-changing.
Yep.
It's over.
Yeah.
Even my mom, like, oh, turn that white people stuff off. Noise. She heard Chester on Numb Encore, and she was like, it's so good.
Yeah.
A Sony A9. Is that a mic? I'm gonna have to look it up.
You know what I would like, actually? I would actually like a camera that is the equivalent quality of my iPhone camera, so I don't have to use my phone as my camera. So I can actually be on my phone if I need to be on my phone when I'm recording. When I'm recording, my phone is gone. Like it's just there, and it's just a camera from now on. But yeah.
Luckily, I have another phone, like the phone I had before this, and that's what I use to like go on stuff and do that.
Oh.
Like so, like when I used to do.
I just buy another phone, then I can just use this as a camera.
Yeah.
But I don't have to just buy another phone money. So
I was gonna say when you said that, I was like,
right.
That's a camera. Oh, that's a camera. Oh, okay. Sony A9. I want to get like a regular camera too, so I can have my laptop so close to me, so I can have so my live streams can look like my regular videos.
Yeah,
that's kind of my goal in that. But I have to work with what I got right
now. Yep.
Linkin Park, Jay-Z was a historic facts. Let me see if I can tie that into the next movie. Okay, yeah, historic event. Speaking of the next movie, Starship Troopers.
Oh,
talk about it.
You want to talk about historic events?
Never saw it before, but go ahead.
I encourage you to see it, even though it's not the greatest movie of all time. It's one of those movies that are not good, but are good in a way, right? It's very campy. There's a scene where this guy is running. He's playing like a future version of football, right? He's running, and he goes to like jump over the player who's trying to tackle him. You can hear his footsteps run up a ramp. And it's not supposed to. It's the actor running up the ramp, and it's not supposed to. Starship Troopers is crazy. But my history with it, and I'll be quick with it, is it's the first movie my dad had to take me home from because I cried my eyes out in the first 10 minutes of this movie. This movie terrified me.
This monster looks wild, even for 2023.
This looks crazy. Are terrifying. And you want to talk about crazy kills? This movie has some of the craziest kills I've ever seen in my entire life. Still, to this day, it is wild. It has way too many sequels. It shouldn't have one sequel, actually. I'm Yeah. You should do a watch along of, or if you want to, of this movie because this movie is absolutely insane. Oh, you
Yeah.
ever see like I'm doing my part, like GIF or meme or like little video clip?
Yeah.
That's from Starship Troopers.
Uh,
Yeah, it's
I
really
think I've
good.
seen stuff from it, but never like watched it. It's
Yeah,
one of those movies
yeah,
because I've
it's a
heard
lot.
about it over and over and over and never watched it. You know what? Looking at it, it reminds me, and I just bought this movie. Is it like readily available? No, it's not. Edge
Mhm.
of Tomorrow. I don't know if you ever saw that film. I
I
just did a
did.
review for it.
Tomorrow's good.
Yeah, when I looked at it, I was like, reminds me of like a less serious Edge of Tomorrow.
Oh, it's worse in terms of there's gore in this thing. It's
Oh yeah,
yeah,
it's crazy.
it's serious. Legs, limbs, wounds. It's melting people's heads off. It's crazy. Yeah,
Oh, it's an affordable streaming camera. Gotta look into that.
yeah.
Sony A9 and the Sony ZV-10.
Nice.
Okay. Starship Troopers is the reason I joined the army. Wow. The propaganda worked.
Wow. Yeah.
No offense.
Right. Thank you for your service.
Absolutely
brother.
the facts. I
Yeah.
wouldn't be here without you. Literally. Because I cannot join the army.
Nah, yeah, I'm not built
I
for
just
that.
ran for the bus today. I almost died.
Woo.
I really love that movie. Yikes. I feel so poor. $800 sounds like a lot for me for affordable. She just Googled it.
$800 is a lot of money.
Yeah, that's a lot. I'm still paying off my laptop I'm using right now. But yeah, Starship Troopers, and Demolition Man, the last two movies that we talked about and got sidetracked off. How did those influence?
Well, Starship Troopers, like I said, it was a movie that scared me so bad I had to be taken away from the theater, right? And then I watched it like a year later and absolutely loved it.
Okay.
I don't know, like in terms of like big influence it had on me, but I do know that I I love that movie. Demolition
Mhm.
Man is one of those. One of the things about '90s action movies is that they're very much a specific style, and I
Mhm.
love '90s action movies. They have this texture to them. They have this feel to them that's devoid of like crazy technology, where everybody's just kind of, in order to communicate with other people, you have to be with those people. It's not one of those cyber attack. Like I mean, I'm sure there's cyber attack movies in the '90s, but I really enjoyed those. And no one had like a. It was a lot more experimental in the '90s too, right?
Mhm.
So a
Yeah.
lot of the big stars all work together in one way or another, right?
We
So
don't see
like I
that no
said,
more.
you had Sylvester Stallone and Wesley Snipes, right? Two of the biggest action stars during the '90s. You had in Face Off, you had John Travolta and Nicolas Cage, right?
Great movie.
Like Speed, you had Sandra Bullock, Dennis Hopper,
Keanu.
and Keanu Reeves, right? Ma'am,
She heard you say Speed, and she's like, "Oh, I like that movie."
why are you wilding out? But yeah, so yeah, man, the '90s were a special time. Yep.
She's wilding out because when you talked about the things that you have, you talked about your dog and not your cat.
You know what? You're right.
She's like, "Word? That's how you feel? It's been 20 minutes. You haven't said nothing about me."
Oh. I don't know why I tell her up like she follows commands. But get up here. Yes, you. All right, here we go. Here we go. This is Prince Harvey. Um
That's a good reason. Camaraderie.
oh yeah. Rico's Roughnecks. Rico, you know what to do. It was a crazy moment in the movie. But yeah. And that's a big part of it too. Like a lot of movies have lines I just remember that I feel like no one else remembers.
Mm.
And Rico, you know what to do is one of them. So thank you. But yeah, thank
So
you.
speaking of Wesley Snipes, because you Demolition Man and everything like that,
Mhm.
ties into the next movie, one of the greatest and biggest and most influential superhero movies of all time, Blade.
Yes. Dun, 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 dun. Yo, Blade. I challenge you to tell me a better opening
Oh,
to a film than Blade.
it's
Like
gonna be hard pressed.
like it's like the music and it just sets the tone for the entire movie. And I watched it recently, and it's still a very good film. So yeah, like I love Blade. Blade was like um some motherfuckers, they always want to ice skate uphill. Was one of the craziest lines I've ever heard, but it's one of the best lines I've ever heard when he killed Deacon Frost. Yeah, it's great, man. Yeah, yeah. Whistler gets capped. Like it's that one of the best opening scenes of all time. Like I said, the texture of it, I like it a lot more than the second one as well, because this
Mhm.
one feels a lot more gritty. Um, yeah, man, there was just a style to this movie that was undeniably great.
Escape up a hill. Greatest one liner ever.
It is. It really is.
Facts.
Because we
Fantastic
talked
movie.
earlier about like the line you say before you kill the bad guy. I
Mhm.
remember, even as a child, vividly remember. It's like, what the hell does that mean? It's like some motherfuckers always trying to ice skate uphill. I'm like, wait, what? Where did they even come from? But yeah, so there was
Where
no
did you pull that out from?
right. There's no ice skating in this movie, and he delivered it so seriously. But yeah, it's one of the best. Honestly, it's one of the best superhero movies of all time for sure.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We speaking about like fair and spectacle. That's been a theme so far
Hmm.
through your childhood.
Yep.
Arachnophobia, a movie that I refuse to watch.
Arachnophobia is on this list because I refuse to watch it as well.
I'm not
I've
googling
seen
it.
it. I've seen it. It is. You know what's funny about arachnophobia is there's no giant spiders in it. It's just a small spider. The movie, essentially what happens in the movie is a spider from like Nicaragua or some other distant land sneaks on a plane. Like
Snakes on a plane. These
yeah, it's like
snakes. These
actually
snakes on a plane.
I think it's like taken for like science or something crazy like that.
Yeah.
And the plane crashes and then it escapes and goes into the neighborhood, and it just starts killing people. Right? It's not a giant spider. It's a very small spider. It's the size of a regular spider. It has spider
It's
babies,
poisonous.
poisonous. Yeah. So
Mhm.
it's one of the scariest things, and the reason why it's even on this list is because it was at a time where it was such a weird dynamic for me when my favorite superhero was Spider-Man, but I was scared to death of spiders. It was very strange. Yeah.
Still to this day. I wish I
Yeah.
need to put that video in.
Also
To this
scared to death
day.
of cats.
To
Yeah.
this day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Favorite superhero is Spider-Man. I am scared of bugs
You're right. Yeah.
and
So
insects and arachnoids or whatever the hell they're called.
keep them Jones away from me. But Spider-Man, yeah.
That's my
And
guy.
bring him to the barbecue and everything. Bring
Yeah,
Miles.
all
Yeah.
17 versions of him. That's my
Right.
guy. Except when he turns into the man spider. Fuck that
No,
shit.
keep that nigga away. He got to stay
That's a
home.
fact. He gotta go.
Yeah.
I wonder
He
if they're gonna
can't
do
get
that in the
here.
games eventually.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be scary. Have never and will never watch that movie. Can't do it. Hey,
Don't blame
I
you.
don't blame you. That one and giant spider. What was it? Big giant spiders. I got a jump scare
Oh,
in Best Buy the other day.
yeah. Oh, in Best Buy?
I'm walking around because every so often, once a week, I go to Best Buy just to see what they have.
You talking about
I'm
eight-legged
scoping out.
freaks?
Yeah, and I was looking around, picking up shit, and they had an eight-legged freak steel book that's like those steel books that's raised so you can feel the texture.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
yep.
Mm-mm.
Didn't know what it was. I saw it. I was like, "That looks interesting." I picked
Mm-mm.
it up, like, oh! I
Oh
dropped
no,
that
no,
shit right on the
no.
floor, and I
Yeah,
left it right there.
I would have passed out. Um, eight-legged freaks is something I think I've only seen once, and there's a reason for that. But
Never
yeah.
saw it. I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna watch this movie so I can overcome my fear of spiders."
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a commercial for that movie,
Yeah.
and it was like try to like ward you off from skipping school to go see the movie. So it was like a kid that skipped school and he's walking across the street, and right before he gets to go act to the ticket, of one of the spiders come and picks him up and swoops off of him.
What's wrong with
I
these
was like,
people? What's wrong with these people? It's not that serious. If the kid sneaks out of school, you don't have to traumatize us because you don't want kids to show up.
traumatized it out of me. I was like, nope,
No, sir.
never again. Nope, not watching that. That's not
No.
happened to me.
That's wild. Yeah.
That's super wild. He said, nope, can't do that one either. Nope,
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah.
We're gonna bunch these these three together because they're
Mhm.
all similar. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the franchise. Let's just talk about the franchise.
Yeah,
One,
boy.
two, three.
So what?
No, go ahead.
I'll just talk about. Yeah. So there is a common theme here. There's another one too. So superhero movies, including like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which they are superheroes.
They're
Um,
comic book characters, yeah.
yeah, I heard someone question if they're superheroes. I'm like, they're
Yeah.
superheroes. They're giant turtles that are ninjas and teenagers. But
With super strength.
right. What's not super about them? So
Yeah.
the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie is a good film, right? And that's something I think I'm not going to get on my soapbox. I think that's something I feel like is missing today. Like, there's not a lot of good. Like, this is a good film, but it's also a superhero movie, right? Blade
Mhm.
is like that. The first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is like that. The second one is more of like a fun affair and stuff like that. Parents literally complain. So I don't know if you've ever noticed this. If you watch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, Secret of the Ooze, they don't pull out their weapons. They don't use their weapons during the entire movie because parents complain that the first one was too violent because they were using their weapons. In the
Mm.
entirety of the second movie, they never pull out their weapons, which
Wow.
is wild, right? And the second movie came out the next year too. So I
That's
think the
crazy.
first one is 90 and was the year I was born, and the second one is 91 actually. Um, but yeah, it's a really good film. That's number one. And the reason why, the second one had Vanilla Ice. Go Ninja Go. One of the greatest, and that's another thing I love about the 90s, just not afraid of being silly, right?
Yeah.
Just like, so,
Didn't take
for
yourself too
example,
seriously.
in the Marvels, when we have our big dancing and singing scene. In the 90s, no one would have cared. It's part of the texture of films. We
Yeah,
just were
everyone has
going
to do
for
it.
it, right?
Yeah.
So that's why that scene never bothered me. Also, I watch a lot of Star Trek where there's a bunch of weird planets. So why wouldn't there be a singing planet? But anyway,
And that's what we
um,
need in the MCU, like just weird shit. We always
yeah,
see the same thing. Like we go to a planet, yeah, they look different from us, but they're doing
mhm,
the same things we do on Earth.
right.
That's dumb.
And so if you notice, like when we won't get into the Marvels discussion now, but if you notice, like my biggest problem with the Marvels has nothing to do with the story. It has everything to do with technical aspects of it, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, so the Turtles was that, and the Turtles, the third one, the third Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie is on this list because it was the first time I realized movies could be bad.
You've talked about this before.
Yeah, it was like, oh no, this is not good. The turtles look like they're on crack. They look completely different from the ones from the first two. They sent them from New York to feudal Japan for no damn reason.
Like they went back in time.
Yeah, they went back in time. It's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, Turtles in Time, right?
Oh yeah, that
Shogun,
looks
like
wild.
Shogun Japan, and like look,
This looks awful.
yeah,
Just from
their
this.
their heads are dilapidated. It's so weird. Splinter is barely in it. It's one of the weirdest
What the
movies
hell's going on with his skin?
exactly. It's one of the weirdest movies I've ever seen. It's so bad.
Do they have
Um,
pimples? Is that what's supposed to be?
I think that's supposed to be like turtle spots or something like that.
Nobody asked for that.
Yeah. So it's just not. Yeah, that's the magic lamp that sends them back in time. You heard me right.
I I don't think I've ever. I own this movie, but I never watched it.
Yeah, I would say it's worth a watch just to see how bad it is.
Mhm.
But yeah, oh wow. This reminds me of another movie I didn't put on the list, Warriors of Virtue. We won't get into that. That movie was crazy and no one ever talks about it. But yeah, this movie is wild.
That's a wild time. And the reason why I know about Warriors of Virtue is because of Double Toasted. I don't know if you ever heard that YouTube channel.
Yeah, I love
Shout
that
out to
channel.
them.
That
They
channel's
did
great.
great. They did
Yeah.
bad movie reviews, and they like
hmm
one of them. That movie was so wild when they were describing it. I was like, what is happening?
Kangaroos that movie is crazy.
They were trying to copy off of Ninja Turtles and just did the
Basically,
wrong stuff.
all of them were.
All the wrong stuff.
Yep. One of my favorite Street Sharks was definitely a clone.
Oh, don't talk about Street Sharks. Street Sharks. The mice on Mars on bikes.
Yeah, Biker Mice from Mars, Street Sharks,
Yeah.
Mummies
Mummies
Alive,
Alive.
SWAT
No.
Cats.
Did we just become
Yeah.
best friends?
Yes.
We said Mummies Alive at the same time.
Yep.
SWAT cats.
Now, do you remember Mighty Max? Because no one does.
Yes,
Yeah.
I do. But SWAT cats,
Oh,
that
yeah.
was the creme la creme.
Yeah.
That and Gargoyles.
Oh
Because
my God, yes.
there was Gargoyles is top notch. SWAT
Gargoyles
cats
is
is a little
just a
low.
good show.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
a good show. But SWAT cats, it was like they took themselves a little more seriously than
Mhm.
the other ones we're talking about.
Yeah.
And that's they're remaking that show. It better be fire.
Yeah, it better be.
The second one had Vanilla Ice. Enough said. Able to return and always down for turtle talk. One of my favorite franchises. Is crazy that parents complained about Casey and got rid of him for the second movie. Oh my god,
He wasn't in the second. He wasn't in the second movie.
that's insane.
Yeah, they got rid of Casey and they got rid of the weapons. So they had the weapons on them.
But they
just
couldn't
could
use
never pull it out. It's crazy.
That's insane. I was doing that dance too, ninja rap.
Yeah,
Turtles in Time was a great video game. Terrible movie.
definitely.
Battletoads.
Wild.
Wow. Nice. We're supposed to be getting a movie for that too.
Battletoads.
Yeah.
Okay.
Every video game is gonna be a movie soon, and then people are gonna start complaining about that too.
At this point, honestly, after Barbie, after Mario, like, do it. Go for it. See if it works. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Mattel's making a whole flipping bunch of movies. They're making Barney. They're doing Hot Wheels.
The Lego
If Hot
movie?
Wheels is similar to Gran Turismo,
Lego Batman is crazily underrated.
Still need to see those Lego movies. I heard
Yeah,
they're so good.
the first one's good. I never saw the second one. The Lego Batman's great. Yeah,
Great.
Yeah.
RoboCop, movie I love. Wild ass movie.
yeah. RoboCop I saw when I was a good old 7 or 8 years old. I had
Talk about it.
no business watching this movie at
Yeah.
all. I watched the it wasn't the dub version, because remember in the 90s they used to dub everything for like TV. But yeah, RoboCop is phenomenal. You know what's funny about RoboCop too? I would always catch RoboCop like later on in the movie, so I had not seen the scene where Murphy gets killed. I hadn't seen it for a long time, right? So then one day I'm like, yeah, I'm just watch RoboCop from the beginning. And he's like, dee, 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 and blows off his hand. I was like, yo, what is happening right now? I was called RoboCop like in the middle. So, man, like that movie's phenomenal. It has a lot of social things to talk about. And you know, it's funny when you watch movies like that as a kid and they're still good when you get older, you see it differently. And RoboCop's definitely one that I see differently. It's there's a great meme about RoboCop too. It's like this man died and they still made him get up and go to work like that.
And his face is just
right.
Oh man, and it's funny you talk about like the social commentary, because that was back then when they were kind of like hiding the social commentary,
right?
And not really doing it that much. It's more in your face, and
Yeah.
like the hiding it is great, and they still do that in indie films, but people don't get it when you.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Like that's very true, because when you started talking about it, the comparison I make is The Boys. There are people who literally don't know that Homelander is the villain, and I'm just like,
no,
you guys
think
don't.
He's right.
Yeah, I'm like, you guys don't know that he's the villain. He's the villain, right? You guys don't see this. So yeah, and that's why I think like shows like The Boys, movies like RoboCop are often, if not always, better than the movies with a social justice speech that's directly in your face. I don't want to like get into an argument with you about it. But you know what I'm saying. So we don't have to go. But yeah, so that's why I prefer like that kind of delivery when you actually have like a message to say or something.
I prefer it too. Like a lot of the indie smaller movies I watch usually do it that way.
Yeah.
But I understand why a block, because we was talking about Barbie, and I understand why he has to do it, because still to this day, people do not understand what the movie's about. And I'm like, bruh, this is the most blatant message. There was some subtle stuff here and there throughout the film, but there's so much blatantness in this film that, and I'm just like, this is why this shit is so loud and pink and just so in your face, because like, oh, if we do too subtle, people ain't gonna get it, and it was just like people still didn't get it.
And then there's those people who are committed to misunderstanding you. Those are
That's
people
also
who
true.
I do not mess with.
I can't have it. Yeah, if you're committed to just like doing the bullshit, then I'm
Right.
just like, whatever. I'm not gonna try to convince you of nothing else. Like when I was talking
Nope.
about like things like Civil War and people just didn't understand themes and that whatever. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's a whole thing. We could just go
No, for sure.
side. That's a whole conversation. We should make a video one day.
Yep.
Lego Batman is so damn good. Yep.
It really is.
I went to go see the first 2 Robocops in the movie theater. I'm very jealous of you.
Wow.
I saw that on
Oh,
TV.
RoboCop 2 is not nearly as good as RoboCop 1, but it's
No,
still a lot of damn fun. It
it's still a
really
lot of
is.
damn fun.
RoboCop 3 is. Whew,
I like the 2014 reboot, but
I
it's not
enjoyed
as good
it.
as the first one.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I like Joel Kinnaman in general. But yeah,
Yeah.
I
Oh
enjoyed
yeah, I
it.
forgot that was Joel Kinnaman. He's
Hmm.
underrated.
Very much so.
They switched Cheese Murphy in the original.
They sure did, yo.
Goddamn.
I know, like, our ratings really meant something back in the day.
Yeah, you were seeing some shit you wasn't supposed to see as
Yeah.
a kid. Now I was like, I saw that in a video game. Hello, what's up? Hey, Collectors Movie Man, what's
Yeah,
up?
how you doing, man? Nice to meet you.
Also, Collectors Movie Man, since you're on here, I watched the video you sent me. Why are the comments turned off? I couldn't even leave you a comment on your video. Moving into one of the greatest films of all time, bar none, The Mask.
The Mask. That movie is on here because I love Jim Carrey, man. The Mask was great. It
Go
just
Rebels.
like just pleased me as a kid to just watch it visually. Like it was phenomenal. I don't really have like a deep dive on The Mask. The Mask is just one of those movies that like this is a good time.
Yeah.
And yeah. Also, I do like the lore of The Mask. Like, so here's what I like about The Mask. Unfortunately, it has sequels and even like cartoons and stuff like that. Here's what I like about the 90s, right? Man, this kind of goes against what I said earlier a little bit. Or I won't even like put it to a particular decade. I like movies like The Killer that we just saw. I love The Killer, by the way. I've recorded my review, I just haven't edited it. I love movies that are very clear. Well, I guess this wasn't, but I like movies that end. The story's over. It's done. We talked about what we came to talk about, and now it's over. I'm not leaving this to a big open universe or anything like that. If they turn The Killer into like a universe kind of thing,
John
I'm
Wick
gonna be
thing.
upset. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
like just let movies, just let a story be a story, and then just call it right. Yeah, and The Mask I think is great. Unfortunately, it did have sequels, but The Mask is a great movie in and of itself. So
Just by
yeah.
itself.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't think The Killer's gonna get a bunch of. It's because David Lynch. I can't see him
No.
unless Netflix just gives him a whole bunch of money.
Right. Remember
Um,
Joaquin Phoenix and Joker?
Joker.
Well,
Oh yeah.
he's like, yeah, we're not doing this. They go and then they throw some money at him. Like, yeah, how about we do a musical? He's like, okay.
It's like, hold up. How did we go from no sequel to a musical with Lady
So,
Gaga? That's
we're gonna
crazy.
give you money to do it. Can I do whatever I want? Yeah. Okay.
I might be the only people who didn't like that movie. I'm sure there's other people that
The
don't like
Mask?
The Mask.
Yes, I'm sure.
I just enjoyed Cameron Diaz. Who didn't enjoy Cameron
He was
Diaz?
hot.
Fine ass.
Yeah.
Kenny is post credit scenist.
I am
What's
not anti post credit scene.
Oh, oh, I get it because you're like, no, I want it to end.
Right.
That's hilarious.
No,
First of all, shout
yeah.
out to Chillbugger. What's up, man?
Yo,
Thank you
what's
for
up,
joining the live.
Chill? Good to see you, man.
Yeah, that's funny. You can have a post credit scene, just don't lead to a franchise.
Basically.
Yeah, I feel like because I watched so much, DCU at the time, about to turn into DCU, and I watched the MCU. I do like having movies that just have a beginning, middle, end, and that's it.
Right.
And I love a movie with a phenomenal ending.
Oh yeah.
Movies end softly all the time.
One of the things I really liked about The Killer, and there's no spoilers whatsoever for anyone who hasn't seen it, is that the character commits to being that character. They don't have a lot of change. They don't have a lot of, you know what I mean, like empathy. Like they don't become this different person They
Mhm.
are who they are throughout the entire movie. Like every time he repeats his mantra before he's about to kill somebody, I'm thinking, okay, so at which one of these is he going to like change his mind or something like
Break
that?
it.
He never does, and
I
it's
thought
so good.
I thought the handcuff lady, that was the moment where we
Yeah,
get that breakage, and it was like,
same.
no, he's
Yeah,
trash. He's a
yeah,
trash person. He's never gonna change. And I was like, I
yeah,
love this. Thank you for
yeah.
committing and not doing the try to make him likable.
Right.
You know,
And then it just ends, and it's like,
Mhm.
oh, okay, it's over. Then.
The
Yeah, I
ending
really enjoyed that movie.
is the I think the controversial part for a lot of people because
Oh, the
this is
way
a
it
very
ends.
different kind of action film
Hmm.
where like all action films lead to this big explosive moment,
Right.
and this movie doesn't.
Yeah.
So
Because
at first I felt away, but then when I went back, I was like, but this is not that's not that kind of movie. It's a
right.
character study film.
Yeah. He literally came to do what he came to do, and that was it.
Yeah.
You get what you paid for, basically, with that movie.
Yeah, that's
Hmm.
true. And he
Yeah.
says a line in the movie where before he has that end confrontation, where I was like, "Oh, it makes sense why it ended this way." He literally
Hmm.
says it right before why it would end this way.
Yeah.
Oh, you just
Yeah.
gotta pay attention,
Good
man.
movie.
Good movie, great movie. I thought. I'm going to record my killer review tonight. I think my take will be a bit different than most. Yeah, I'm excited
Hey,
to
man.
see.
Yeah.
Anti character development added to the list. Damn, chill. Coming.
Wow, man, that's
He's like,
crazy.
I don't. He's like, I don't want your characters to be different. I don't want no franchises. Just be exactly the same throughout the film, and don't do nothing else after that.
Mm. Well, I think the reason why this one is different is because every single time we see the assassin who's cold blooded, he always becomes this different person at the end and ends up sacrificing himself for some little girl or some dog or some something else like, and it becomes
It's
this
always a little
this
girl.
yeah, they're like they reconcile that their life was poor, so they'll give up their life for some other person. And it's like, no, no, I am who I am. I'm gonna kill everybody. So yeah.
I came here for a reason. I'm gonna
Mhm.
perform it.
Yeah.
Up next from the mask is Mortal Kombat. Dun, 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 dun,
Boy, let me tell you
dun,
something right here. If I wasn't screaming Mortal Kombat through the hallways of school, and if
yeah.
I wasn't screaming Mortal Kombat at home, that song played in my head when I was playing Mortal Kombat 2. That song is like to open a movie like that is crazy. Cause you just yelling just to start, right? And yo, have you ever actually heard the song? The lyrics
Separately,
the lyrics are just the name of the characters. There are no other lyrics but Liu Kang, Sonya. Like that's the entire song.
yeah.
But yeah, I love that movie. I love Liu Kang in that movie. It's awesome. It also has the fight with Johnny Cage and Scorpion. I think is very underrated um, because it has the get over here. But my favorite part of it is when he takes Johnny Cage to hell or whatever that is. Which the funny thing about that is like, how the hell did he get out of there? He killed Scorpion and just like it was just like looking around and just got back. But anyway, it's like welcome. Like when he gets there and he turns around and Scorpion's just right there. That's great. Sang Shung, excellent villain. Like one of
Yeah.
the best villain of all of action movies in general because he was great in that movie. And not for nothing. The fight with Reptile. The fight between Liu Kang and Reptile was great. It was phenomenal. Goro is practical effects. Goro. I watched something recently where people were like, "Oh, it looks bad." I'm like, "It does."
Yeah,
Goro.
we've been trashing that movie a lot
Yeah,
over these past years. It's one of those guilty pleasure, man.
he looks fine to me. I mean,
Yeah,
what is a four-armed man supposed to look like?
he ain't supposed to look pretty.
Right. So yeah, that movie has everything, and it also has a good ending to the fight scene. The last fight where he's challenged, not just like physically, but he Shang Tsung starts using people's souls and stuff like that. And it also has one of the weirdest endings to it in terms of that fight. Shang Tsung just like gives up at one point and just charges at him like Naruto and just gets beat, gets his ass beat to the end, and then just fireballed off the off the top of the thing. So yeah, but at the same time, it's a
Weird
great
ass
time.
movie.
Yeah. Oh,
Last
and
movie,
not
but
to
a great time.
mention, in terms of setting up sequels, Chillmonger, that was one of the best setups to a sequel ever. When Shang Tsung just came up out of that tower, he's like, "You weak, pathetic fools! I've come for your souls." Like that was great. And then the next movie, he looked nothing like that, and it was like he was never there. So, yeah.
There's like, we can't afford these effects that we did. Let's change them.
The second movie, I don't hate as much as other people do either.
Yeah, for the time, it was cutting edge effects.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of the video overall? Even though the comment was turned off, yeah, it was pretty good. I wanted to tell you that in the comments, but yeah, I'll check out your next video, man. Good to know you're not a setup phobia. This man. Movie that I've never seen that I think doesn't set up anything at all is Rumble in the Bronx.
So Rumble in the Bronx is a big one for me. Rumble in the Bronx is one of the best action movies ever. It stars Jackie Chan. He breaks his ankle during this movie. Like not the character, but he breaks his ankle because for whatever reason, like we actually need to have a conversation with Jackie Chan about, but why would you do that though? Like, so at one point he jumps from one building, literally, to another. So you live in New York, so you know how they have like the ledges outside. You can step outside, like a balcony. That's what it's called. Like there's a balcony out there. He jumps from one balcony to another, and it's not a short jump either. And I don't know why he did that. There's a great fight in a biker gang's layer. That's a strong word. In a biker gang's layer, and stuff like that, where he's beating up people on like arcade games and stuff like that. The movie's phenomenal, and the reason why it's important to me is because watching Jackie Chan movies growing up, I wanted to be a stuntman, right? I wanted to do that type of stuff. I wanted to like jump from one building to another. I even like me and my friend used to run in traffic because we wanted to be like Jackie Chan, right? So, and not like, oh, it's a little bit of cars. Like I'm talking about like traffic. Oh, dodge a car, blah blah blah. Like Jackie Chan, we was out there in that traffic. We climbed up on top of a supermarket one time next to a rehab. It was crazy. Like we were just trying to be stuntmen out there.
You was about to be in that rehab.
Huh?
You said you was about to be in that rehab.
Well, my dad was, and that's why I was there. So it was called People Helping People.
I did not expect
rehab.
that at all.
Yeah. So yeah, and the supermarket was right next door. That supermarket burned down. So yeah, so all types of stuff was happening. Yeah, I wanted to be a stuntman after watching that movie.
Wow. That's an amazing movie that made this moment.
Yeah.
All that just out. Especially with the whole, my dad was there. Did not
my
see
dad's
that
good now, thankfully. Yeah, he's turned his life quite around, so I'm proud of him.
Have you seen the Raid movies? Oh yeah,
I saw the first one.
Papa Sparks, proud of you, man.
Yeah,
but have you seen the Raid movies at all? I haven't seen any of them.
I've seen the first one. The first one's phenomenal. I need to see the second one. But yeah, I saw the first one like 2 years ago. It's one of the best. Like you talking about hand-to-hand combat, the Raid is it.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Gotta check that out. Man, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but Face Off.
Face Off is great. Face Off is the epitome of the 90s. The 90s action movies are none of this should be happening right now, but it is. And I'm here. Right. So just like, have you ever thought about like, wait, you haven't seen Face Off?
I've seen it.
You've seen it. Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about how illogical Face Off is? Like, besides the fact that you're cutting people's faces off and putting one, their body types are different. The way they smell would be different. The shape of their skull is different. The shape of their teeth is different. Like, they're not the same height. Like they're not the same height or weight. Like, you can't just put somebody's face on your body and be like, hey, that's it. But yeah, that movie's great. I like the thing I like about that movie too is that it takes its time to build up the individual characters before they start doing all the crazy stuff, right?
Yeah.
You know exactly why Sean Archer's pissed off at Sean Archer and Castor Troy. You know exactly why he's pissed off at Castor Troy because he killed his son. That is a horrifying scene, by the way. And yeah, and there's great action scenes. John Woo, his textures all over that. There's doves that fly during the final confrontation and stuff like that. And yeah, man, it's a phenomenal movie. Oh yeah, and it's absolutely insane. This nigga,
Bonkers.
this man said, um, "How thankful would you be if I let you suck my tongue?" I'm like, "Yo, what's happening here? Like, what's going on? What's
Hold on.
happening out here?"
I have questions for
He's
you.
like, "Peach, I can eat a peach for hours, sir. Where? I know you're the bad guy, but you got to have some kind of moral standing somewhere." But yeah, it's a really
No more. Everything is internal. All his inhibitions just come
right.
out. He has no blockers.
None whatsoever. And I can't do it here because it's too loud and like kill the microphone. But the yell, the final fight, which is a great final fight, they go from the church to the ocean to some random sandy beach area. When he finally kills him with a harpoon, right? I'm sorry for spoiling people. It
This
was
is an old ass
97.
movie.
Yeah. Um,
Oh, wait.
and yell
Am I
and yell.
frozen or is it Ken that's frozen, guy?
Oh, I didn't know I was frozen. Yeah, I think it's Zach that's frozen. All right, so yeah.
Ah, I'm
Uh,
back. I'm back.
okay, you're back. I was about to do something
Okay.
crazy. All right, so um,
You mother sucker.
when he finally hits him with the harpoon and yells, "Die!" He has this crazy look on his face. I was like, man, he really wanted to kill that man. Like, I've never seen somebody want to kill somebody so bad. He wanted that man dead. Like, it was not a
Finito.
game. Yeah, man. So that movie's great.
Oh shoot.
It's long too. The movie takes its time. Yeah. Oh, there's another yell in that movie too by John Travolta when Sean Archer, who's in Castor Troy's body, or one or the other. Um, he escapes from the prison. It was like, "You haven't found the body yet." Like, it's crazy high pitched John Travolta yell. It's wild, and I was so mad because I thought that when that yell happened, his face was on screen, but it actually was pointing at somebody else. I hate when that happens in movies when you like want to grab a quote from the movie but it's not actually pointing at the person who's doing the quote. It's just like
Yeah.
Darth Vader. I think he says impressive, most impressive. It's not even looking at his face, right?
When he's doing it.
Yeah, when he I think Luke jumps up Empire Strikes Back. Like, yeah, Luke jumps up into like the rafters or whatever to get away from his dad, who he doesn't know is his dad at that time. And he's like, impressive, most impressive. And it just doesn't even show his face when he says it. Yeah.
Fugitive is a great movie. That would be on my
Mhm.
list. So we're getting to the big three of your childhood.
Oh yes.
Let's talk about Speed.
Speed is my top 3 favorite movies of all time. It's such a simple premise. There's a bomb on the bus, my nigga, and you cannot go under 50. All right? That's the game. You can slow down if you want to. Slow down. Go ahead, slow down, see what happens. Try it. So that movie's great because it has a bunch of awesome elements to it. But besides the bus part, the opening scene is awesome. Like when they're rescuing the people in the elevator, that scene is like a good, I want to say 15 to 20 minutes. And it sets up our characters for the rest of the movie. It sets up Harry, it sets up John. No, it's Jack. It sets up Jack. Yeah, it's a great way to introduce us to our characters. And then, we get to meet Sandra Bullock, who's already on the bus. We got that awesome scene where I think that's Coolio. I swear that's Coolio.
Cool.
He's driving in that little red convertible, and Jack takes it over, breaks the door off. Yeah, Speed was my intro to Keanu as well. No, actually, It could be Speed. I'm pretty sure Speed. It might be Bill and Ted, but one of the two. Um, but yeah, so and then man, like just the action sequences like throughout the rest of that movie. I don't like the ability to make a bunch of different points of like stress and points of what am I trying to say? Um uh like a thriller kind of thing in one location. You only have like one space to do it in. You're on this bus or you're not. There's somebody who falls off the bus and gets ran over. There's a lady on the bus who screams and like she's like she just can't take it anymore, so she tries to jump off. But her trying to jump off kind of sets off like a mini bomb and she dies. Like the movie's crazy. And then the
It's
last
wild.
scene, yeah, the last scene is like when they're on the train and the train jumps the track. And man, it's such a good. It's the epitome of the '90s. It is
Yeah.
such a good movie. Yeah.
I need to get that movie. I love it. I haven't seen it in a long time. When I was younger, when it came out, I watched it a lot.
Hmm.
But I haven't watched it as an adult. I think Best Buy has it for like $5 on 4K. I may have to go get that on
Yeah,
Friday because I get paid on Friday. So
nice. It's worth it. And then we have Speed 2 Cruise Control, which we don't have to talk about, but
why you
it stars the Green Goblin as the villain.
William Dafoe?
Yep, Willem Dafoe's the
Oh,
villain in that. He looks insane. They couldn't afford to no, or Keanu Reeves decided not to come back, so they just paired up Sandra Bullock with a different person, with a different man, and he was the lead. She still wasn't the lead. She paired him up with a different cop.
who was the cop?
I forget the guy's name. I forget the
Mm.
guy's face. He wasn't a memorable person.
I
Yeah,
forget the guy's
but
name. Hold on, I gotta Google Speed 2. Speed 2.
Speed 2 Cruise Control is on a boat. So
Oh
yeah,
God.
yeah,
Jason Patrick? Who the hell is this?
yeah. That sounds
Yeah,
familiar.
I don't know. He was in
Yeah,
Lost Boys.
whole thing takes place on a boat. Um,
I don't know. He was in The
yeah,
Losers? I like that movie.
it does have like
Um,
a great like scene when the boat finally crashes. That's pretty fun. But other
yeah.
than that, it's a wild movie. I don't even remember why Willem Dafoe's character was there. Yeah, pop quiz, asshole. Oh, I'm sorry.
Pop quiz. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
He said, "I'm so old." He said, "Let's talk about Speed 2 in depth." Yeah,
Speed
I
Cruise
thought Keanu
Control
Reeves I was
made me
in
want to
that, and I
put
started
a
what?
mhm. What's that?
No, continue.
Yeah, Speed 2 Cruise Control was the reason why I want every sequel to have like a tagline. I don't like Spider-Man 2. I want like Spider-Man like Octa Arms, something like that. I don't know, Web of the Octopus, something crazy, right?
Web of the Octopus
Which
sounds
makes
dirty.
no sense whatsoever. But
Sounds like a
yeah,
porno.
yeah, Speed 2 Cruise Control. It's worth
I
a
thought
watch,
Keanu
even though it's bad.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I thought Keanu Reeves was in that, and I started watching it, I'm like, "What? He's not?" I turned it off.
I
Jason
don't blame
Patrick
you. Yeah.
from Lost Boys, Narc. Narc is such a great movie. Nice. Um, so The Lion King. It's your favorite movie of all time?
Lion King is my favorite movie of all time.
Okay.
I can't sing any of it because I can't sing.
Yeah, we got
Um,
players.
yeah. Angelic vocals, like I make things levitate. You know what I mean with my prowess, but I don't want to damage your sanctifiedness. Um, so basically,
Move this man!
I deserve that for sure. Yeah, Lion King is my favorite movie of all time. There's not a movie I know more lines to. Don't ask me to recite them because I can't recite them unless the movie's on and then I'm in it. But yeah, I wanted to name my son Simba. I'm still working on that with my wife. Whenever we have our firstborn, Simba
A
Sparks. I mean,
female associate named
Simba
Simba.
Sparks, dog.
Simba Sparks actually flows really well.
Is that not the greatest name of all time? So, yeah, Simba Sparks is dope. I actually wanted to have a child, a boy and a girl, Simba Sparks and Nala Sparks. But then I was like, no, they're together. That would be weird. We're not going to do
what were
that.
you thinking?
Yeah, I was a youngling. I wanted to have kids since I was young. So
Okay.
I've always
I get
dreamed
that
of
too.
being a dad. You know what I mean? So,
Adorable.
that kind of thing. But yeah, Lion King is great. There's so many good lessons in it. It's one of those where the older you get, the more you kind of like learn from it and glean from it. It's rated G. They threw that man's dad off a cliff, and he got ran over. The hyenas ate Scar. It's heavily implied, but it's still rated. No, my dog is Bruno D'Angelo Sparks. You know what I'm saying?
Your dog has a last name.
Yeah. He's part of the
What's the
family.
cat's name?
Prince Harvey Sparks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Talk
Prince
about the dog
Harvey has
over
a
not your
split
cat.
face that's two different colors, and we adopted her on February 22nd of 2022. So I was trying to name her Two Face, but my wife wouldn't go for it. So we kind of met in the middle, and Harvey is her middle name. Harvey Dent, that kind of thing. And she named her Prince because she says she has the spirit of like the singer Prince, because she's a wild cat.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I had to convince my wife to let me do the lift off the circle of life, and it was everything I hoped for.
yo,
Your wife loves you.
yeah, I'd never even thought about doing that, but I might just have to hoist the Lombardi, if you will.
Loves the Lion King.
Yeah, Lion King's great, man. Yeah, and also like, so one of the best lessons. There's several lessons from this movie that are written kind of in the subtext, but there's the past can hurt, but you can learn from it or you can run from it. You know what I mean? Rafiki, you follow Rafiki, he knows the way. You know what I'm saying? But there's also this subtext of Hakuna Matata, right? There's a point in Simba's life where he needs that reprieve. At one point when I was young, I was like, "Oh man, they're just being lazy, blah 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 blah," and they were to an extent. But his dad just died. He was blamed for it. He doesn't have a home anymore. The last thing he needs to do is like just start doing some kind of like serious the last thing he needs to do is go back to work after his dad died, right? He needs to grieve. The problem comes when he grieves for so long that other people become impacted by it. So then he has Nala come along and say, "Look, I understand your dad died. We didn't even know you were still alive. We need you." Scar is tearing up the Pride Lands. He's not the leader that he thought he was going to be, right? So there's this thing where it's kind of like, yes, you do need to take that time to get yourself together. And I'm not even saying that there's a time limit on it, but you also need people in your life to help you get up and to continue to get back to where you need to be in order to grow, in order to be a part of society in such a way that you're actually helping and impacting, right? So there's all that within Lion King. And then, yeah. So Lion King is phenomenal. So many life lessons. James Earl Jones is great. You deliberately disobeyed me. And what's worse, you put Nala in danger. That's literally part of my regular conversation. With my wife was like, "You deliberately disobeyed me. And what's worse, you put Bruno in danger." What, my dog? So it's wild, right? So, but yeah, so great movie, great songs, one of the best openings ever. The Lion King 2 actually has the better song, which is a whole nother story. But He Lives in You is, I think He Lives in You might be the best song I've ever heard in my entire life. But
Lion King 1.5, Lion King 2, underrated.
Lion King 1.5 is garbaggio. But
how dare you?
It's terrible.
Deception,
disgrace, and outrage.
Why you got this man?
Emotional damage.
Evil as clear as the scar on his face, which is a crazy thing to say to somebody. Yeah, evil as clear as the scar on your face. What?
That's kind of wild.
Yeah, he is not one of us. How you high pitched singing to me that I don't belong here? That's crazy. That's wild. Just tell me to go. You ain't gotta hit the high notes. You ain't gotta hit the high.
You gotta hit the high notes. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Have you seen what the Arcade movies got a concert?
Oh
Amazing.
man,
You
but
just
yeah,
get everything but the movies. You got
Lion
you
King
got
too is
a biology.
underrated. A
Yeah.
biology lesson. Yep.
And a
Concert.
concert. This is what we do, me and Ken do.
Independent. Yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the movie that you told me shaped you the most.
Hmm.
Not your favorite movie all time, but one of your favorite movies all time.
Yeah, for
Forrest
sure.
Gump.
Yeah, Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump definitely shaped me, I would say, especially at a young age. Because I saw like all these movies that we just talked about, Speed, Lion King, and Forrest Gump, all came out in 1994. They all came out in the same year, right?
Mm,
I was 4 years old, but I was exposed to movies at that time, and I was, I was watching stuff. Forrest Gump is important to me because it taught me about humanity a lot.
mm,
Like that, a lot of movies I watched, some of my favorite movies. I know like the spectacle is big and stuff like that, but really for me, it's about human beings, right? It's about like empathy and understanding and great acting, by the way, and all the other stuff. So there's several lines during this movie that really, oh, great. Yes, there's several lines, there's several scenes and several moments throughout Forrest's life that just like bring something different out of me. And because
resonate
the
with you.
movie covers so much and so much of his life, it's just wild. So I may not be smart, but I know what love is, right? Like that's a wild, crazy line. And it's like, yo, just because I'm not as sharp as y'all, just because I wasn't built with all the tools of y'all, I still know what love is, right?
Yeah.
There's that. There's speaking of smarts, there's when he meets his son. Um, i- is he like me or is he? Yeah, and she's like he's at the top of his class. Like and like he learns he has a son, and the first thing he's concerned about is how like his well being. Like how will he be able to function in the world as he grows up? Because I
So you
know
know
it
how
was difficult
tough
for
tough
me.
it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So being who I am. So like you get that you get like Bubba dying and from the war and everything like that and that scene and even like Forrest giving that money back to Bubba's family and his family was rich and never had to worry about anything else again in their life. Like it's such a great impactful movie. And not only that, like we talk about the empathy of Forrest, but we also who gets shunned a lot when we talk about Forrest Gump is Jenny. Jenny, for some reason, has become the villain of the story when she was quite literally a victim in the story. She ran away from her dad, who was R-wording her, and like it was great. Like she was on drugs. She all this stuff that happened to her, and people are kind of like, well, you got to get yourself together. It's like no, like trauma is real, my dog. Like trauma is not
Yeah.
a game. So she went through all that, right? She went through the thing in the 70s when she kind of was with like the Black Panthers and stuff like that. She went through her drug phase. We saw her throughout her life, and the last time we see her, um, she's gotten her life together, and she's raising for a son. And not only that, she's not no, she's dying, right? We find out that she's dying of AIDS. So I mean I believe that that's what's implied is that she's dying of AIDS. So yeah, and then she does die. And one of the best acting performances I've ever seen is when Forrest is standing at her grave at the end of the movie and he's like, if there's anything you need, I'll be right here. It's like this dude loved this woman this entire time, and he never actually got a chance to be with her when they were at their apex, when they were at their best, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Forrest's mom. Forrest's mom is great, right? Her Forrest's mom went through all that to raise her child. You know what I'm saying? In order to, she had hepatitis. Uh Okay. I have no idea what hepatitis is. I know, like, I've heard of it. I can't tell you like what the actual symptoms are.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. So, but yeah. So, Forrest's mom, she dies, and we're dealing with a lot of death during this. She caught cancer and died on a Tuesday. You know, that's she caught the cancer and died on the Tuesday. Like all that, like all those memorable lines, which is another thing I say, just like in regular conversation. It's like, yeah, what happens when you caught the cancer and died on Tuesday? I don't know. Like, so like
That's so
um,
wild. I wouldn't even know how to react. Somebody said that to me.
my dad, wow. My cat 2 years ago, I think it's 2 years ago. No, it might be a year. Had cancer. Literally died. Didn't die on the Tuesday. I don't know what day we actually had him put down on, but it was like, yeah, when people ask him, well, hey, what happened to Ginger? And he caught the cancer and died on the Tuesday. Like it's just like movies do that. Movies give you your lines. You know what I mean? So it's yeah, man. It is the movie that shaped me because it taught me a lot about empathy and it taught me a lot about
Mhm.
human beings. You know what I mean? So yeah, man. Since then, I've been like a big softy. This is what it's a big reason why I care about people the way I care about people. You know,
That's amazing. Hey, Screen Gen, thank you
see
for
you,
jumping in and
Jason.
out, talking about you dancing and all the different things you used to do to
Mm.
these great movies. Appreciate you, man. You're gonna be up here soon as well. Got to schedule that
Yeah.
with you. That's gonna be real fun because this man
Mhm.
is like extraordinary. I need to see what movies influenced him to be such an extraordinary human being.
Do
Um,
you know he told me he raps the other day? I was like, wait, what?
it's it's too much. It's
I'm not.
getting a
No, I'm
little
not laughing at him rapping at all. Like
no, no,
it's
no, no.
probably
I don't
dope.
know.
I'm just saying, like,
It's just
it's
so funny
another
that
thing.
you're so talented. Like,
Yeah, he's super talented. Yeah,
it just
he does it
makes
all.
me sick.
Yeah,
Makes me sick.
yeah.
Go subscribe to Screen Zen Reviews
Mhm.
if you have not already. Great guy.
I know we spent a lot of time just on my childhood, so I'm cool if we need to speed through the rest. Because yeah, it's been 2 hours. I don't want to keep you up all night.
Let's see. That was Tex. He was from Cleveland,
In
Detroit. I
Detroit, I don't know where he was from.
uh,
Yeah, yeah, his army buddies.
got the quotes.
Oh, I forgot about Gary Sinise in the movie. I'm walking here while he's being rolled across the street. And his journey and like he gets Lieutenant Dan got new legs. Like that whole thing is like crazy. Like you see all these people who go through such like trauma and different things. He lost his legs in the war, and at the end of their lives, they become whole. They become different people. They go through these things and they come out on the other side, and that's a lot of that movie. Yeah, yeah. Lieutenant Dan is definitely one of the greatest characters ever. I totally agree. Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, that concludes his childhood and the
Hmm.
movies that influenced him during his childhood. From what I get from everything, he's talked about some of the themes is things that drew him was spectacle,
Yep.
humanity,
Hmm.
and movies that had very wacky characters that are human but have great lines. I think that
That's a great way to put
the
it.
most of the movies here, if you look at it, other than the horror stuff is like a specific thing where it was
Hmm.
like that got you into horror movies, but they
Yeah.
don't seem like they're the most impactful movie for you. It's just kind of like, okay, I can handle horror movies. But the
Hmm.
rest of it is the way you talk about them is you describe specific characters and specific things they say, and they
Yeah.
influence the way you speak. And I
Mhm.
now I kind of understand because sometimes you throw out stuff there, and we're like, "What?" And you're like, "Oh, it's from this
Yeah.
movie."
Yeah.
So that makes and with me being a baby cinephile, I've not seen a lot of movies. And even on top of that, like even movies that I've seen over and over and over, I can never
Mhm.
just quote movies. That's just not
Yeah.
me. I don't retain that information like that. When I start watching them, I'm like, oh, I know this line.
Yeah.
But for me to just like bring it up, I more
Mhm.
retain wrestling quotes than movie
Wrestling
quotes.
quotes? Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I say random wrestling stuff
yeah.
all the time. Like I quote The Rock randomly. What in the blue hell is that? I was just randomly
What in the
say that.
Rudy Poo? Yeah,
Oh, that sweet time pie. Like
yeah.
random stuff.
Yo,
Oh,
that dude was
but like
wild.
is
Yeah.
bruh, I just be watching like there's an Instagram thing that like has just his random moments.
Mhm.
He was wilding out
And he was
from the Attitude
freestyling
Era
all of that,
to
which was
all
the
of it.
crazy part. Yeah.
I remember one time Christian was talking to him about how like Christian's the new people's champ, he's the peeps, and the Rockets just sitting there listening to him taking it, and he just had enough. He was like, you know what? No, you're on crack. I was in tears. I remember watching that live and dying from laughing, but just remembering, I'm like, yo, how do you just say that on
Yeah. Yeah.
TV? Christian talks about like he didn't expect that at all.
That's my favorite time in wrestling when Stone Cold, The Rock, Kurt Angle, the Hardy Boys were all like prime. Oh,
Hardy Boy,
DX, D-Generation X. Yeah, that was my era of wrestling. That was Undertaker. Yep.
Yeah, Kane.
Yeah.
You have 2 have awesome night. Definitely check out the stream later tomorrow. Definitely subscribe to both of you guys. Have an awesome night. Thank you, man.
Thank you
Collectors.
so much, man. Appreciate
check out your review on Friday. Oh, I don't want to get too into this, but a few nights ago, The Rock was on Jimmy Fallon, not this upcoming election, but the next one, he's going to run for president. Wow.
Okay.
President Rock.
You better have something to say.
Yeah. Really.
Can't just leave out the name.
So we summed up your youth. That's 0 to 10, basically. Now we're going to get into teenage years. So this is kind of like not 11, 12, but like 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19.
Yeah.
And a lot of these films I know, some I don't. But
Mm-hmm.
one of these films is a film that I watched for my Throwback Thursdays. And I got some heat because I wasn't the biggest fan of it. But tell me why Big Trouble in Little China was so impactful for you.
It's weird. That's why. It's a weird movie. And the thing I love about it is that it just happens, right? The guy, what is his name? I forget the main character's name. He has a really cool name.
Oh, yeah, he does. Hold on. I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
Let me Google this thing while you talk about it.
Yeah, so he shows up to the situation that he has nothing to do with. And
Jack Burton.
Yeah, Jack Burton. Yeah, Jack Burton. So yeah, Kurt Russell, he shows up in a situation that he has nothing to do with. And then all of a sudden he just gets mixed up in this insane adventure of like demons and gigantic not samurai, but yeah, demons. The big fat guy back there who blows himself up. Pat Morita, like that's not Pat Morita. But the Asian gentleman who's in a lot of stuff. Yeah, he is like please God no.
Is that what are they doing? A one with The Rock?
Oh God,
honestly,
no.
I can see it if they keep the same tone.
He's not cool enough, which is a crazy thing to say. But
he's not, The Rock is not cool enough.
He's not that Kurt Russell cool. There's different levels, and you look at the way he's holding that gun. It's like I'm here. You know what I mean? But yeah, that like just stuff coming out of nowhere. The 3 Shogun dudes who are all like have different powers and stuff like that. The movie is so incredibly random. And everybody has no idea what the hell is going on. The main bad guy is trying to marry these 2 women so he can become like immortals. The lightning guy is the best part of the movie. Like he's great. Yeah. So
speaking of Mortal Kombat,
right? So he's like rating before rating because I'm pretty sure this came out before Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, this movie's great because it's weird as hell, and I forgot about that. Yeah. Lopan is a crazy villain. Yeah, so it's one of those. Like I do have a few of those. I think in my teenage years was like I like this because it's just happening. Like there's no big lead into it. He pulls up with his truck. He's a tractor trailer driver. He's just trying to deliver some stuff, and all of a sudden he's in a supernatural samurai fight for his life. It's like
dungeons and what random stuff happening.
Right, and at the end of the movie, he goes back to his job. He just drives away. It was like yeah, man, that was crazy.
So that was a wild time. Now let's go make this money.
Yeah, crazy.
The Rock is on my Mount Rushmore.
Wrestlers, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
he falls into Mortal Kombat 1. They wanted to, but I don't think it's happening anymore. Oh, okay, they canceled it. Okay, he spoke about himself in third person. This was a huge inspiration for Mortal Kombat. That makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
This has been a cool stream. Seriously, congrats, guy. Thank you.
Thanks,
Appreciate that.
Appreciate you.
Congrats, mean we're doing a great job.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep my explanation shorter because I know we still have a bunch of movies left.
Don't worry about it. Beverly Hills Cop 1 and 2. I love these movies.
let me tell you something. These movies are phenomenal. Part of the reason why they're so great, I actually believe this. I'm going to say it, and it's going to be said. The theme to this movie is 50% of why this movie is great. Like, like it's awesome. It's
Yeah.
totally awesome. But Eddie Murphy is great in this movie. You know, Eddie Murphy is so funny, specifically like in the first one when he first meets those two cops, and like the banana in the tailpipe, and also like when
Oh my
he
god.
oh when he's talking to the gun salesman, or I think no, I think in the first one he's the art salesman. He's like, "Get the fuck out of here! No, get the fuck out of here!" Like the gay guy who's selling like the art and stuff like. It's
Yeah.
so damn funny. It opens up like with the cigarette thing he's trying to kind of do, or he's an undercover cop. Oh, and that was one of those things where I don't know if you ever seen like Last Action Hero, where it was Arnold Schwarzenegger. Um,
Mhm.
but yeah, so the black chief of police that always yells really loud, I'm pretty sure it came from that movie. I'm pretty sure it came from Beverly Hills Cop because that guy was yelling his ass off at
All the time.
all the time. But yeah, so love the first movie, love the second movie too. The Alphabet Killer is great. Yeah, it's Serge. Yeah, Serge. Um, yeah, man. So yeah, it's great movies. Yeah.
Just want to shout out Noah. Thank you for joining
Hey
the live
Noah,
stream.
how's it going?
And
No,
we
let
say,
me tell you
yeah,
something.
it's like,
Let me,
yeah, let me talk to you. What's up, sir,
no,
Noah?
let me tell you something, Noah. If that isn't the greatest like avatar picture I've ever seen, like
Oh, this one?
yeah, your profile picture
Every time I
is,
see it.
is the
For sure.
classic like graduation high school professional picture. It's a good picture, man. It's a good
Yeah,
picture.
really good picture.
Yeah,
Real. Like, I'm
professional.
gonna go and find out some information from this guy when I
Right.
click on his
I'm
channel.
gonna hire this guy. Yeah.
All right, this guy. And we're going from one Eddie Murphy movie to another, and that's Coming
Mhm.
to America. Classic.
Classic. She's a queen to be. Yo, this movie is awesome. This movie got me in trouble too, in a very roundabout way. So it was back in the day. I bought Chicken and Beer. Wait, let me explain. It's an album
Ludicrous.
by Ludacris. And it opens with
At first you said it, I was like, no. He's talking about
yeah,
Luda.
yeah. It opens with the royal penis is clean, your highness, right? So it opens with that. One of the people who are at my dad's rehab, like is using my CD player for some reason. Remember those? And he like starts listening to it, and that's the first. And it was like a Christian based rehab center.
Okay.
So the first thing is the royal penis. I got in trouble because of that. And you know what's funny? Even when I did hear that, I had no idea where that quote was
What it
from.
was talking about.
Crazy, yeah. So, but yeah, that movie's it's one of the funniest movies of all time. It's got McDowell's. It's got shit. It's got yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, it has McDowell's. It has just the jewelry, like living in the slums and the squalors. It's got all it has that it oh, just let your soul glow. Yo, Soul Glow is yo, yeah. So
Insane.
one of the funniest movies of all time.
1000%.
Yeah.
This guy, he said, I've lost weight. Really? You look good in the picture, man.
Yeah,
So
man. Look good.
yeah, Come to America is fantastic. Sad that they made a sequel. It was
Oh
unnecessary.
god, that sequel was terrible. The only good thing in
Um,
that sequel was Wesley Snipes. He was actually really funny.
yeah.
Mm.
Let's talk about a very underrated movie, one of the most underrated movies of all time,
Mhm.
with Ryan Reynolds. One of the times he gets to act different, Buried. No one ever
Buried,
wants to talk about the movie.
yeah,
Crazy
Buried
movie.
is a movie that yeah, it taught me that sometimes a good guy doesn't survive.
Mm,
Sometimes the person in the situation does not live. And I was so shocked by that ending. Like, oh, we're in the wrong place. Oh my god! Like, and then to think
my
that
heart dropped.
he stayed there until he died.
Yep.
That was crazy. Yeah, so that's all I had to say about that. Like the big takeaway for me is like, oh my god, the innocent person is dying. He's actually going to die. Yeah,
It was
so
Infinity War before Infinity War.
right, yeah,
Just
and also
no.
that
When
was
they
like
said they were in the wrong place, I was like,
yeah, because I was excited, I was happy for him. Like yes, they're going to get rescued. Oh no, we're in the wrong place. What?
"What do you mean? You had one job.
Never. Yeah, the only
One job."
movie, the only movie I've seen like that's similar to that, but the guy doesn't die is I think it's 127 hours where
Mm,
he has to do things to survive. That was wild, and
mhm.
that was a true story, which is crazy. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
There's a that movie put me on to like getting out of my head that actors only could do one thing. Because Ryan Reynolds always the funny guy, and then
yes,
I saw him in this. I was like, oh wait, he could do
yes,
serious
yeah,
acting.
yeah,
So now like it got out of my head like if someone's casted in a role that you don't expect them to be, give them a chance
right,
because Ryan Reynolds could pull that off.
yeah,
He never did it again after that. He was just like, let me just show ya
right.
one time
Real
at
quick.
least
Yep.
that
Yeah.
I don't have to be the same character I've been for 20 years.
You know, it's funny. A similar one to that we've been talking about the Rock. The Rock and Faster is very different.
Yes.
The Rock and Snitch is very different as well.
Yeah, era there
Yeah.
with Faster, Snitch, and a bunch of
Hmm.
different movies where he
Yep.
was trying to be this serious action star,
Yeah.
and people weren't going to see it like crazy. Like the
Hmm.
Rundown, crazy.
Yeah. Oh,
Uh,
and if you want, like, oh, can The Rock act? Pain and Gain is his best performance.
I was just
He's
about to bring that
great
up.
in that. Yep.
Pain and Gain, I love that movie.
Yeah.
Mackie,
Yeah.
Marky Mark, they
Yep.
were so insane in that movie.
Yeah. That movie was
Uh,
great. He
and
was
the
the
fact that it was based on a true story,
wild.
insane. The Rocky series.
Yeah. I'm
I've
from
only
Philly.
seen 3 Rocky movies, and it was the Creed ones. So talk about why you love the Rocky series so much. Your face, you look like you want to flame me.
Missing an American classic. Okay.
I know, I know.
Yeah. So the Rocky series is great for several reasons. One, it's a bunch of different types of movies in one series. The first
Mm,
movie is a serious drama. The second series is a little bit of a still serious drama. Um, and then the third one is an action movie. And so is the fourth one. And the fifth one we
mm,
don't talk about because it's terrible. And then Rocky Balboa becomes a drama again, and it's great. But the two action ones, with the one with Clever Lang, Rocky 3, and one where he fights the Russian, where he fights Drago, Ivan Drago, and the fourth one, they're both phenomenal in themselves, and in and of themselves. But they progressively get campier because these movies progressively move throughout the 80s. The first one, I believe, is in 78 or 79. And then you have the second one, the third one, and the fourth one are moving all throughout the 80s until the fifth one comes out in 1990, which is like the 80s have ended and people are still kind of like moving out of this 80s thing, right? So, um, yeah, but speaking of the first one, it's a legit drama. It's not a boxing movie. It's a drama, right? It's a
mm,
drama with a boxing match at the end. You learn about this character. You learn about like the things that he's been through. He's not the smartest person in the world. He's just trying to survive. He falls in love with a woman. Basically, all he wants to do is prove to himself. He doesn't want to prove to anybody else. All he wants to do is prove to himself that he's worth something, right?
mm.
So he goes into that final fight and he says, "I don't even need to win the fight. I just want to go to distance. I just want to prove that I can go to distance."
That I'm worth
Um,
it.
yeah, and that he's worth it. Yeah, it's the same thing that Creed said in the first one, right?
Mm,
When he gets knocked down and he's like, "Don't stop this fight," he's like, "Wow, I want to prove that that I'm not a mistake," right? That's what Creed said in the first
that
one.
shit
So
hurt.
yeah, it did for sure. Because like when you learn about like Creed's story and everything like that, they did a really good job of making like Creed is a great trilogy. But yeah, one second. Um, what was that? Yeah. So basically, yeah, the Rocky movies are great. Rocky 3, one of the greatest action movies of all time. Yeah, didn't want to be a bum like his dad. Oh yeah, Rock didn't. Yep.
Yep.
Um, yeah. So yeah, highly suggest you watch it. It's a slow burn. It's a drama. It's not an action movie. They don't turn into action movies into the third one, like I said. But
Mm.
even when they do, it's fun. In the third one, he fights Hulk Hogan. He also fights Clubber Lang, or Mr. T, I should say. And yeah, in the fourth one, he fights Ivan Drago. In the fifth one, he fights I forget what his name was. It was
I can't
Kenny.
believe it's not until the fourth one he fights Ivan Drago because people talk about that all the time, like it's the first movie.
Yeah, it's the pinnacle of it. It's like this is the most 80s. There's a robot in it. It's like this is the most 80s of them all. He goes to Russia to fight Ivan Drago, and he solves communism. It's crazy. If I can change, and you can change, everybody can change. Is what he says at the end. Yeah,
So
Tommy Gunn. That's right.
amazing.
Yeah, Tommy Gunn is just an awful character in Rocky Five. Rocky Five, you could quite literally skip because they basically skip it. And then Rocky Balboa was great. It has one of the greatest speeches of all time by
Mm.
Rocky. He's like, it's not about how much you can get hit; it's about how much you can
Ooh,
get hit and keep moving. Like that's from Rocky Balboa.
I
That's
didn't
from
know that.
yeah, that's
I've
from the
heard that
sixth
a lot.
movie. Yep. So yeah, I highly recommend you watch it. Even if you don't do watch alongs, which I hope that you do, because selfishly, yeah, Rocky is so important to this city that we have a statue of him outside of
Oh
the
yeah,
art museum
I
instead of
forgot.
Joe Frazier, who's actually a real Philadelphia boxer who was a champion who beat Muhammad Ali. Like crazy.
That is hilarious. I know his family's tight. I don't be
Oh,
like, what the
absolutely.
hell?
Yeah.
Like I was here, I was born here. I'm real.
Yep.
I accomplished real things.
Yeah. So yeah, Rocky's one of my
Oh
favorite series of all time. And then Creed just makes it better.
yeah,
To be honest with you. Yeah, Creed elevates the Rocky series. So yeah.
yep. I love the Creed series, man. All three
Mhm.
movies.
Yeah, they're great.
Um, Going from a series that I haven't. Well, that's not a series, but going to one of my favorite actors of all time. A movie that made me cry, and like the
Mhm.
first movie I really cried in as an adult. Pursuit of Happiness.
Yes. That's basically it. I this is a very similar theme to the Forrest Gump thing.
Mm,
Learn about humanity.
yeah.
This man was not trying to be a criminal or facetious. He just felt, or I don't think facetious is the right word. I also don't think I'm pronouncing it right. But yeah, he wasn't trying to be a criminal or anything like that. But all he wanted was an opportunity. All he wanted was to take care of his family. He lost his wife during the process
Mm,
because she couldn't handle the fact that he failed at this venture, which is crazy to me.
mhm.
Because I would never consider leaving my wife if she failed at a business venture. That's just, but yeah,
Some people are not in it for the long haul.
yeah.
They're only in it for success. So
So even to the point where like the scene where he's crying in the train station because he can't take care of his son. The most important scene in the movie, there's two of them, but the most important scene in the movie is where Chris Gardner and his wife is, not his wife, and his son are on top of the roof, and his son, Jaden, basically, he's trying to shoot basketball. He's like, hey, uh, don't get attached to that, basically. And then he
mhm.
realizes himself, I'm doing to him what other people did to me, right? Like, don't, and he says, don't ever let anyone tell you what you can or can't do, not even me. Like, that is one of the best lines in that movie. And not only that, man, he was given an opportunity and he took it, right? He
Yeah.
took that opportunity and of course, that last scene where he finds out he got the job. I'm talking about water. How did he not win the Oscar for that? We could have
I don't know.
awarded the
Was he
slap.
nominated?
I don't even know if he was nominated. But
I'm
we
googling
could
that
have
right now
avoided
while
the
you talk.
slap if we would just nominate him for that. You know what I mean?
I love how Pursuit of Happiness little boy is the number one Google thing about this movie. Because everybody's like, "Who's this little boy?" It's Jaden.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Did Pursuit of Happiness win an Oscar? Oh wait, Best Actor? No,
No,
he didn't win Best Actor.
no, he didn't.
No, Brendan Fraser. No, what?
What?
No, that's this year. What are you talking about, sir? Google, get it together.
Happiness is spelled
Yeah,
with a Y, by the way.
yeah. Are you watching me fail? Oh no. Okay. Yeah, I got it right. While I look that up,
Mhm.
let's put these two movies together. I recently just watched these two, Casino and Skyfall. Daniel Craig's.
Did you watch Quantum of
Movies.
Solace as well?
I watched. I finished all of the films.
You finished all of them? Yeah,
Yeah.
that series is very strange in and of itself, just because all the odd numbered ones are good and all the numbered ones are bad, which is very hard to do. So, like, Quantum of Solace is boring as hell, right?
Is this the poker one?
No, the first one is Casino Royale. The
Oh, that's the
second one
poker.
is Quantum of Solace. The third one is Skyfall. The fourth one is Spectre. And the fifth one is Never Die or
No
something like
Time to
that.
Die.
No Time to Die, which is really good. But yeah,
Yes.
so the two even ones in between those are not good at all. Spectre was disappointing as hell, actually, because it had what's his name from Django,
Oh
Christopher
yeah, I know what
Waltz.
you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's so good.
yeah, he's a great actor.
Underused in
He
that
was just
movie.
underused. Yeah. So yeah, Casino Royale just changed. Like, it just changed the game for me in terms of action movies. Once again, I was shown that action movies can be something else. We had James Bond. I loved. Yeah, Quantum Solace is so boring. We had James Bond. Pierce Brosnan was awesome in the '90s, but this was
Yeah.
a different one. This dude was brutal. This was actually kind of like the change between Pierce Brosnan to, and this might be an inaccurate comparison actually, but I'm gonna say it anyway. The change between Pierce Brosnan to Daniel Craig's James Bond, where he's whooping niggas ass, to is similar to the change between, like, Captain America: The First Avenger and Captain America: Winter Soldier, where in the
Mm,
First Avenger, he's fighting, he's using the shield, but in Winter Soldier, he's beating people's ass. Like, the
yes.
reason
Yes.
the reason why I like that movie so much is because I went into a low expectations in the first boat scene. I'm talking about Winter Soldier now. The first boat scene where he lands, and I'm like, wait, whoa, what is this? Wait, we are in a different situation. He came
Yeah.
to the
The Russo
present
brothers knew what they were doing with
show.
that opening. They were
Well,
smart.
yeah,
Let's show you where he's at right now.
yep,
He's better than he was in the first Avenger movie.
yeah, he's not a joke. And that's when you learn, oh, this dude could fight. But yeah, so yeah, so what was I talking about?
You're talking about how it like affects your like. This is another action movie that
Oh yeah,
shows
yeah, yeah.
how action movies can be great. This
Yeah.
series.
Yeah, so this series is great. I love Daniel Craig in this role. I know some people didn't, but he was phenomenal in this role.
Yeah.
And yeah, Skyfall is great because Javier Bardem. Nope, that's not his name. Yeah, that is his
Oh
name.
yeah, the
Yeah,
villain. Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Javier Bardem.
Javier Bardem is phenomenal in that
He's
movie.
almost unrecognizable though. Like if
Yeah,
I didn't know
yeah,
within that already, I'd have been like,
yeah.
oh, who's the hell is this guy?
Yeah. As Silva, yeah, he has that one scene where he takes that little, like, that jaw piece out, and that's dope. It's like, yo,
The effects in this all the movies.
yep,
So I'm like, how did they
yeah.
do that?
Even like the first one, right? The first one, see, the first one's great because it doesn't necessarily need to be um this super,
Spectacle.
like, yeah, spectacle, right? Somehow, some way they made that poker setting really, like, um I keep looking for the word, but
Intense
it's
or
intense, thrilling,
engaging.
like, engaging. Yeah, all of that. Um, yeah, and yeah, very tense, right? So, and then, yeah. So those movies are great. Three of the five of those movies are great. Which is, to me, that's a winning record. So you did a good job.
Yeah. I don't even hate the one before No Time to Die. Like Spectre, I don't hate it, but
Yeah,
it's not as good as the others.
right. It's definitely better than Quantum of Solace. It also has Batista in it, and that was a really good fight with Batista. I did enjoy that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just Batista's entrance, he just shows
yeah,
up and just
just
murders somebody. I
yeah,
was just like, okay.
pops up, right?
When he came in, my mom was like, "Oh, he's important."
Mm-hmm.
Like, she was like, "Is that the wrestler?" I'm like, "Yeah, he can
Yeah,
act."
yeah,
And Batista's actually a good actor.
big time.
Um, this one's a curious one to me. I actually have never seen this movie.
Hmm.
The Hulk with Eric Bana.
Oh, so the first Hulk is critically panned. People hate that movie. I
Yeah.
don't hate that movie. The movie is also is directed by Ang Lee. The
Yeah.
reason why people hate the movie is because, for one, the Hulk looks bad. After years,
Mhm.
I finally gave it up. Like, yeah, he does not look good. He look he looks like a walking green screen, right?
Mhm.
Um,
Oof.
but I
That
enjoyed
audience
it.
score is crazy.
Yeah, but I enjoy that movie because there's a few scenes, a few action scenes in that movie that are better than anything that Hulk has done in the MCU. Right? He's
Mhm.
the helicopters that he fights. That entire scene in the desert is awesome. The entire scene where he's fighting his father, who somehow became the yeah, that looks terrible. Um, um,
After you said it, I was like, "Oof, what the
and
hell is
there's another
this?"
scene where he was fighting these mutated dogs.
This
Like
looks
there's a
good.
bunch of great yeah, that was cool. There's a bunch of great action scenes in this movie. Other than that, the movie's pretty piss poor. But that's awesome. So I honestly think that you would enjoy this movie. Maybe or maybe not. Who knows? That's mid transformation, so yeah, that looks a little wild. But I'm not defending it, but it looks crazy. Um, but yeah, so yeah, I would say that yeah, definitely watch this for sure. It's not a great comic book movie, but it's also not as bad as people say it is. I think the thing that kind of rub people the wrong way, interestingly enough, is that if you ever watch it, what you'll see is it's like a comic book, quite literally. Like the way it moves through like panels, right?
Mm,
The scenes change and like you're flipping through a comic book. And I get what he was trying to go for, but it's kind of distracting at times too. Um,
gotcha.
yeah, so I would definitely say watch it. I think it's worth a watch for sure.
So why is it on this list as like one of the movies that? Oh, that's a wild take right there. That's wild.
Yeah,
Why is it on this list
yeah,
for you?
um, yeah. It's on this list because I love the fight scenes in it. I love the fight
Mm,
scenes in it. I think that is actually an underrated movie. And I think it's the best version of the Hulk fighting that we've gotten.
gotcha.
Um, yeah, other than that, it's a little piss poor. But and Nick Nolte's in it as Eric Bana's dad, and it's kind of weird. But at the same time, it's. I would say that it's on here mostly because of the fighting and what have you.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Stan Lee's in it, of course.
Oh, of course, he was in
Yeah,
every single thing. Didn't
hmm
matter what it was.
yeah,
Fast and Furious, a franchise that I'm a fan of. I think it's
hmm
the modern Star Wars. Um, and I know I just said that with a serious face. Uh, and yeah, talk about why this is so impactful.
So I guess like to save time in general, I could talk about the whole series because the rest of the series is in my adult section.
Mhm.
I think I have it split up. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. So basically, the first movie is actually a really good movie. It's actually a solid movie. It's a solid film, right? You
Yeah.
get the one of the best acting scenes of Vin Diesel's career is in that movie where he finds
When
out
he's trapped.
Brian is a cop, right? Yeah, it's like because when his friend or his brother-in-law is like there laying out bleeding, and Brian picks up their phone, is like, "This is Officer such and such and such." They do such a great job of showing Vin Diesel's face where he's realizing that Brian is an undercover cop and has been playing them the entire time, but at
In
the
real
same
time.
time, his friend is dying, so he has to make the decision to not kill Brian right then and there to get the help from Brian to save his. It's such a great acting performance. Vin Diesel's great in that movie, and then I love the franchise because it continuously turned into something else every time. Right, so we can skip. So, Too Fast and Furious is a lot of fun. We skip Tokyo Drift, and then Fast and Furious. when they kind of come back and they reunite Brian and Vin Diesel. From there to about 7 is gold. I love it. It just turns into like so in Fast Five, they're dragging the bank vault around.
Oh, 5 is so
Yeah,
good.
yeah, 5 is great. In Fast Six, which I think is actually my favorite one, when when they have the tank, right? The tank is on the road, and Letty's on the other side of the bridge, and the tank hits the railing of the bridge, flips up. Letty's coming through one side, Vin Diesel's coming through the other, and he grabs her and lands on the car
That was
and gets
the
up.
wildest shit I ever seen in my life, and I
Yo,
love it.
when
Wait, that was 6? I thought it was 5.
no, that was 6.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah,
Wow.
so yeah. Oh, and then at the end of that, you have the plane, the final scene on the
Wait, was
plane.
that the same one where they drove a car from top of a building out to drive into another building?
I
Like,
think
in
that's
like
the one after that. I think that's 7.
7?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. So you have that, right? And then oh no, I do like 8. I'm sorry. I do like 8. But yeah, Fast 5 is the best one. Um yeah, so then you have that oh yeah, and you have the plane on the runway after that. And I remember the memes of the runway like, yo, how long was this runway? They were on that joint for like 20 minutes and the plane never took off.
He said
Yeah.
20 minutes.
And then The Rock entered the series in Fast Five, and that was great. He was
Mhm.
great in the series. Yeah, so continuing so on and so forth. They jumped through the buildings in the 7th one, I believe, because Brian is still alive at that point, or the gentleman who plays Brian was still alive at that point. Or no,
Mhm.
actually, no, he died. His brother was filling him.
Yeah, 7, right?
Yeah, yeah, 7 is they he died in the middle of production of that movie, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, that movie was a lot of fun. I forget how that one ended. I think that might have been the one where yeah, that was the one where Shaw came in. Declan Shaw. What was,
Jason Statham.
yeah, Jason Statham came in.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, that was the one that kind of started the I mean, of course the tank in the 6th one, but that was one that kind of started to turn to like we're getting a little cartoonish here because
Yeah, when
Vin
The Rock
Diesel
stomped on the or was Vin Diesel stomped on the floor?
he stumped on the ground and what do you say? Something about the street. Uh, yeah, the street always wins, and then he stumps on the ground, and the whole thing crashes. It's
Most
crazy.
90s shit I ever heard in my
Yeah,
life.
yo, wow. Then eight is the one I enjoyed because Vin Diesel turned bad in that one.
I didn't
Um,
get to see 8. I haven't seen 8 or 9.
okay, so 8 is great. 9 is terrible.
Alright,
But
so
9 is still worth watching because John Cena's in it, right?
yeah.
But yeah, 8 is when the Fast and Furious crew go up against a submarine, and there's a scene in that movie, and it was in the trailer. The street always wins, right? There's a scene in the trailer. It's in the trailer, so I'm not spoiling anything. But
Yeah.
um, a missile is shot from the submarine, and it for some reason it doesn't go off, right? It's sliding on the ice. The Rock tells Tyrese, take the wheel. The Rock hangs out of the driver's side of the car, puts his hands on the missile and pushes it into another car. It's great. It's phenomenal. It's so good.
That's insane, but it
Yeah,
sounds amazing.
yeah.
Like, if you go into these Fast and Furious movies understanding what they are, you're gonna just
Hmm.
have a great time.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't watch 8 or 9, but
Hmm.
I watched 10,
Yeah.
and I had a good time with the movie. My only problem with that movie was that Vin Diesel was trying to get too many goddamn emotional speeches, like he was in an Oscar
It
film,
was
and
a
I'm like,
lot.
"Dude, shut up. Why are you
Yeah.
talking to Daniela, whatever her last name is,
Hmm.
for, like, 10 minutes,
Yeah.
trying to be deep? Get back to the
There's
foolishness."
so much deepness for no reason. Um,
At
yeah.
all.
Yeah. Also, so since you saw 10, you know that Vin Diesel and John Cena's characters are brothers.
Yeah.
Ain't no way in hell. They look nothing alike, not even remotely close. But yeah, other than that, Yeah, it's a good series.
Different mamas. Yeah, different
Yep.
mamas.
Hmm.
Yeah, and then freaking Jason Momoa was amazing in 10. I ain't gonna
Oh,
lie.
he was great. He was basically the Joker
Yeah,
the
one of
entire
the
time.
greatest
Yeah,
villains of the year.
yeah, he was good. He was really good.
It's him, and then there's well, I'm not gonna put it in order, but him, the
Mhm.
guy from Guardians of the Galaxy, the High Evolutionary, and
Yes.
somebody else that came recently. That was a really great villain, and I was talking about it. I can't remember what movie it was.
From a movie from this year.
Yeah, it just happened. I said it in my and I put the High Evolutionary in the video saying no. um, damn, he was like really good. I can't remember it right now, but yeah, we got some
Yeah,
really good villains this year.
absolutely.
Um, wait, where am I on this list? Fast Furious. No great villains in these movies, but a fun time. Bad Boys 1 and 2.
Whoa, you don't think Johnny Tappy is a good villain?
It's good, not great.
Yeah. So Johnny Tappy is dope, sir. And so was Pouche. Pouche was that dude
Yeah,
from the first one. But yeah, those movies are just a great time. You have two black detectives who are being like just the movies are just dope. I don't even know like how else to explain them other than they're dope. I think the one of the coolest things about the first movie is that it's an idea for a sequel, not an idea for the first movie of a franchise, right? You have both of these characters, you're just introduced to them, and weirdly enough, like Face Off, they are switched. They have to like pretend to be one another. So they're going through this situation where, um, yeah, like it's an awkward situation. One is living in the other's house. Yo, that scene where Martin is thinks Will is having sex with his wife. He they start fighting in the pool in the kiddie pool. That hilarious. But yeah, first one's awesome, especially like the last action scene. That last action sequence. It's like now that's how you drive. From now on, that's how you drive. Yo,
yeah,
great. Great stuff.
great.
Freeze, mother bitches.
Look,
Yeah.
we gotta talk about
Hmm.
there's gonna have to be a conversation about the greatness of Will Smith.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, people underrated him. I know the slap was bad. He shouldn't have done
Hmm.
it, but
Yeah.
that man has range,
Really. Real range.
real range.
Real range.
One of
Yeah.
the greatest of all time.
Yep.
He was one of the last few movie stars. I don't think he is anymore now because of that bull crap. But
Hmm.
like, if he gets back in goodwill, he can become that part again. Sorry, I
I
know
can't
that was
believe
bad.
you did that. I can't believe you did that. Yeah. But yeah.
I'm trying
Um,
to negotiate you. You like the negotiator?
yo,
That was terrible. But talk about that movie.
the negotiator is phenomenal. Samuel Jackson doesn't. I don't want to say he doesn't star in a lot of movies, which I feel like he doesn't. I feel like most of the
No.
time Sam's like in an ensemble.
Yeah,
But yeah, yes, I'm sorry, the negotiator is a great cop drama. He's being framed for murder. Kevin Spacey's in it as well, and he's amazing in it. Like it's I don't have you ever seen The Negotiator?
no, I never seen it before.
I won't spoil it for you because it's worth it. I would say of all the movies I've talked about tonight, if you want to watch something tonight, even like in bed, just to be like, yo, I'm going to bed, let me watch The Negotiator, I would highly recommend it. Also, we what we don't talk about is Samuel Jackson's wig game and how his wigs are always on point.
Always always he makes sure
Yeah.
this is not on streaming at all. Damn. Okay,
Uh,
he's
yeah.
Sam Jack. I'll give him the money. He's also another one of those greatest of all time guys that
Mhm. Yeah.
don't get the. Oh, Paul Giamatti's in this. So
Oh yeah,
wow,
Paul Giamatti, yeah, Kevin Spacey, Samuel Jackson. It's a
pretty great
really good
cast.
movie. Yeah.
Oh shoot, Lex Luthor. Okay,
Mhm.
Dean Morris. Oh, this is
Yeah.
a really good cast. Gotcha.
Yeah. It's a really dope cast. But yeah, yeah. Samuel Jackson's being framed for a crime and he won't let people go until we get to the bottom of it. So yeah.
That sounds like a Sam Jack thing to do.
Mhm. Yeah.
Oh wow, look at this fun fact. Negotiates the first Blu-ray I ever bought. That's
Yeah.
dope.
Oh, and let me tell you, so no spoilers whatsoever. He is a he's a hostage negotiator. Samuel Jackson's a hostage negotiator, and he takes people hostage. So
That
now they call in Kevin Spacey to talk to him. So now they're trying to negotiate.
he
It's
knows all the tricks.
yep,
Yeah,
yeah.
that sounds
Yeah,
interesting.
don't F with me, such and such. I know exactly what you're talking about. You think I haven't? Yeah. So it's Samuel L. Jackson gets to yell as much as he wanted in this movie. It's great.
That's that's all he needs.
Samuel L. Jackson gets to yell. Kevin Spacey gets to be condescending. That's all you got.
Perfect.
Yeah.
A movie that I've never heard of before.
Mhm.
Kung Pao Enter the Fist.
This movie is not a good movie. Let me tell you. However, it is one of the funniest movies I've ever seen in my life, and it's supposed to be funny. It's a comedy.
Okay.
It's literally so. Let me tell you what this movie is. Basically, what this movie is someone purchased the rights to an old martial arts film and inserted themselves into different scenes in this movie and replaced the dialogue and dubbed it with some of the most ridiculous dialogue I've ever heard in my life. Right. Not only that, it's, at some
Is this
point,
like actually what it is, or are you
oh
just like
no,
giving?
no, yeah. If you look it up, that's exactly what it is. So yeah,
They bought a movie that was already finished
yeah,
and then inserted themselves digitally?
yeah. Basically, so they yeah, basically yes, they inserted themselves digitally. They dubbed over all the dialogue. This is like an Asian martial arts movie. They dubbed over all the dialogue, and it is so damn funny.
That sounds wild.
Yeah,
How 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 did they pull that off?
no.
So the other actors don't know that he's
Oh
there.
no, this is I think this is an older like Asian movie, martial arts movie, and he just purchased the rights to it and inserted himself in it.
In it. That sounds
Yeah.
amazing. Look,
Yep.
the critics hated it, but the audience liked it.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. That is wild.
It's very fun, very juvenile, funny.
Nice. Did that get you into some weird kung fu parody films or anything like that
That
when you watch?
actually, like some of that, like that actually helped shape like my comedy, like not my comedy,
Mhm.
but the type of comedy that I enjoy. I
Gotcha.
enjoy absurdism. I enjoy like just wild, like why the hell would you say that? Why the hell would you do that? Not in an offensive way, but more in like a yo, what are you talking? So one of the movies we'll talk about during my adulthood is Anchorman, and that's another version of yo, what is happening right now? This is so funny, right? That is kind of along the lines of what this is.
Gotcha. That's why you like Bottom so much, and I like Bottom
Yo,
so much.
Bottoms is hilarious.
I was like, "What is with that third act?" I was like, "What is happening?"
Yo, yeah, I love Bottoms. Exactly what you're saying. I love Bottoms because of all the absurdism.
The white character was the whitest of white men.
He sure was.
Just inserted himself in an Asian movie. That is hilarious. John Q, a movie that's not hilarious, a movie that's dead serious.
I am not going to bury my son. My son will bury me. Once
Mm,
humanity, once again. This movie is great because it's actually another hostage movie with a black man taking people hostage. That's neither here nor there. But yeah, like that's the long and short of it. Like it's a well acted movie. It's exactly what I was talking about before, where a movie is this is like just like The Negotiator. This is the story. After this, the movie's over. There's no sequels or no nothing. Someone wrote a story and said, "Hey, I think this will be cool," and they made it. Right? John Q is just like that as well, and it's dope because it's like, yeah, you're just watching this man who's trying to save his son's life, but he's being told that the system won't allow his son's life to be saved. When he's like, "No, I don't care about the system. My son will not die." Right? And that's one of the greatest lines in cinema history in my opinion. I'm not going to bury my son. My son will bury me. And it's told and it's said by Denzel. So it's said in the greatest way possible, right? So yeah, I love John Q because of that. Oh, and also like big spectacle movies, yes. Small dramatic movies, also my jam. So yeah,
Gotcha. That's a movie that I own but have not watched yet, but I have to.
please watch John Q.
That's crazy. You went to see that movie with your pregnant girlfriend. Y'all just both crying. The baby was inside her crying. Crazy.
It's an emotional movie.
Minority Report, another film I've never seen before.
So Minority Report is, yeah. So Minority Report is great. It stars Tom Cruise. It has Max von Sydow. It is about basically surveillance, right? So
Mm,
Minority Report takes place in the future where there's three beings called precogs who are basically what they are is they're telepaths. They can tell the future. So the precogs are in the police station, and they use them to stop future crimes. Right. So
mm,
the subject matter becomes oh, so what happens is Tom Cruise, the main character, is one of the people who comes up on the precog list. Like he's going to kill somebody, right? So what happens is now the leader of this entire system, like he's the manager of the precog system of stopping future crimes. But now it's come up that he's going to commit a murder. So now he has to run away and prove his innocence against a system that he was the manager of, and he was
oh,
a
wow.
proponent of. So that's this movie, and the movie's phenomenal because of that. So yeah, I would definitely say, I know I say this with almost everyone, but Minority Report is a life changing, perspective changing. Oh, and there's some dope technology in this movie. There's some, it's eyeballs get lost. It's really good. Yeah.
I hope if they ever do Civil War 2
Mm-hmm.
that they adapt
Oh, Civil
because
War
based on,
Two. Civil War Two. Gotcha.
yeah, if they do adapt Civil War 2, which I think they should.
I didn't
Um
hate that as much as other people did.
Me neither.
Yeah.
I think if they used what you're saying with Minority Report as a
Yeah.
skeleton and then
Yep.
add the MCU stuff in it, it could work
Mhm.
because it's a similar story.
Yeah. Very
You
similar.
know, obviously it's probably not going to be inhuman. They'll probably use a mutant
Right.
and just change Ulysses to a mutant, but
Hmm.
that would be pretty dope.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a movie I need to watch. I did like a Tom Cruise list when Mission Impossible was coming out, and I
Hmm.
put it on there, but it lost. So
Yeah.
it lost to Edge of Tomorrow,
That's
which
a good
I'm
movie.
glad I watched. It was
Yeah,
really
it's a good
good.
movie.
Mr. Brooks, another movie I've never heard of. What's this about?
Mr.
Oh,
Brooks is this is another one of my kind of the type of movies that I like, which are well, actually kind of like Big Trouble in Little China, but absolutely nothing like it. It's a story that just kind of like happens, right? It stars Kevin Costner, and he is essentially a businessman, but he's also a serial killer. Um,
oh,
but he's the protagonist because someone's trying to blackmail him and expose him. And he has to figure out a way to get out of that situation. And also figure out, I think also has to figure out like who is trying to blackmail him. So it's a really good, really weird movie. Yeah, and people never talk about it. And it's one of my favorite kind of like obscure movies.
what's going on back there? The boobies?
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
okay, that just sold me. This looks a lot. There's a lot going on
Mm-hmm.
right here.
Oh, so I'm wondering if I should even tell you, but
If it's
have
gonna
you ever watched
spoil it,
Dexter?
yeah. No,
That
no, I know of it though.
okay, so that person in his ear is the evil that's trying to get him to do things.
Got you. It's his conscious
Yep.
on his shoulder, pushing him to do the bad things.
Yeah.
Nice. He said, "Don't spoil it."
Oh, well, not for it.
Kevin Costner was in his bag in this movie. Mr.
He
Brooks
was.
is so damn good.
Yeah. Yo, I'm so glad you're here, T, because no one knows about these movies.
Yeah, man, you're killing it for us. I appreciate you, and you will also be up here in the near future. Let's see. We got. Damn, I usually am prepared to do the transitions. So we're going from Mr. Brooks, where it's about a serial killer, to The Terminal, a movie I've heard about but I've not seen. What's
So
this
yeah,
about?
the Terminal stars Tom Hanks. It's directed by Robert Zemeckis. It's about a man from Krakow, which is a fake country. It's not real. Um, he's from a fictional country called Krakow, and basically what happens is he comes to the airport, right? And he's trying to catch his next flight, but he's trying to catch his flight home. But what happens is his country goes to war with another country, so they don't allow him to board the flight. But they also don't
Mhm.
allow him to leave the airport because he's essentially a refugee. So he spends like almost a year in this airport.
What?
And yeah, he spends almost a year in this airport and living out of this airport. So he starts getting relationships and different stuff like that. It's really Zoe Saldana is in this movie. The
Is it based
guy,
on a real story?
I don't know, honestly.
Real terminal man, 18 years in airport.
Oh wow,
Oh, shoot.
yeah, I didn't know that.
18 years?
Yeah,
That's wild.
but yeah, he was there for a while. Yeah, and yeah, it's a very good movie. Like I said before, all about the human condition and humanity and stuff like that. It's a movie worth watching for sure. Also, anything directed by Robert Zemeckis is pretty much worth watching.
Why it says Steven Spielberg film? Did he produce it?
Did Steven Spielberg direct the Terminal? I thought
Hold on.
the
Oh,
Ter-
no, yeah, it was Steven Spielberg. He directed it.
what? What?
And it was distributed by DreamWorks? That's wild.
Why did I think it was directed by Robert Zemeckis?
Mhm.
That's wild. But yeah.
Hey, the Pedro Pascal guy that looks like Pedro Pascal, but he's not. Diego Luna.
Oh, yeah. No, no, I know that, but I'm remembering who he was in the movie. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, directed by Steven Spielberg and starring Tom Hanks. It's a movie that's really good.
Wow.
I really thought it was directed by Robert Zemeckis. I have no idea
Hey, that's what I'm
why.
here. Separate the truth from the fiction. Let me stop. Moving on to some fiction. Jason X. This is an interesting one.
All right, sorry, because I just took a bite of a quesadilla. Basically, Jason X is not a good movie. However, very enjoyable. It's about Jason. Jason is cryogenically frozen and released in the future. He wakes up, he kills everybody on the spaceship. It's a
Hmm.
crazy movie. The reason why this movie's on this list is because A, I enjoyed it, right? And B, it was one of those things where it's kind of like, um, I'm sorry, I'm trying to shoot and talk at the same time. One second. All right, here we go. It's one of those movies that taught me that it's okay to take risks. You don't always have to do the same thing. So it's kind of one of
Mm,
those things where it's like, for superhero movies, for example, Peter Parker is different in all three movies. In the first, he has organic webbing. In the second, he makes his own webbing. In the third, he does make his own webbing, but it's also supported by Iron Man, right? Three totally different iterations of this character. And it's one of those things like, yeah, try it. Why not? Put Jason in space or put the leprechaun in space or whatever, right? So it's one of those
yeah.
things. Like, that's why I never get like too caught up on like differences in movies or like differences in like series and stuff like that. Because I've always been in a situation where people just tried stuff and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But
Yeah.
yeah, man, if you want to make Pedro Pascal Mr. Fantastic, go for it. It's totally fine. Like try it out. Let's see what happens. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? So that's why I'm a little bit more open to the Pedro Pascal thing because I'm like, you know what? They have an idea. They know exactly what they want to do. They're not just doing this because, right?
Yeah.
So whether it works out or not, it's whatever. But at least they took a shot, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's always me. Like, I rather watch a movie that's not perfect, but they tried something than watch
Mhm.
this perfectly laid out movie that's just really not run of the mill, but just like, yeah, we've seen this before.
Right.
It's just another great movie.
Yeah.
And you know
The
what I
one thing
mean.
I'll give the Marvels is that I don't think I've ever seen that before. Like the switching
No.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Not in a live action movie. We've probably
Right.
seen an animated film, or not even
Mhm.
films, shows and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But like in a
No,
movie,
even that. Like we both have similar powers. If we activate our powers, we switch places. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
that's that yeah, that's true. Yeah,
But yeah, I'll give
yeah,
it that for sure.
yeah. And the whole explaining it and stuff like that, and
Mhm.
somehow it being consistent throughout the movie. I never felt like, oh, wait, it's not consistent anymore. It was like,
Right.
oh, that one's not using their powers. That's why she's
Yeah.
using her scarf now.
And even when like someone would continue to use their powers, it was like they explain it where I've only seen it once, so I might be wrong. But they
Mm,
explain it where once you activate your powers, it's activated. But if you deactivate your powers and then activate it again, that's when you would switch. So if you keep it on, you're good. If you turn
yeah,
it off and turn it back on, then you got switching problems. So
got
keep
problem.
it on. Yeah.
Just keep it on the whole time,
Right.
which could be exhausting. I can imagine, like powering up
Absolutely.
in Dragon Ball Z the whole time.
Hmm.
Let's see. Then these next two I'm going to put together because they're in the same franchise: The Mummy and Mummy Returns.
Brendan Fraser's awesome. Emotep is awesome. They're just two great adventure movies, action adventure movies. The second one stars one of the worst CGI renditions of The Rock that you'll ever see in The Scorpion
Yeah,
King, but it was still a lot of fun.
yeah,
Um, yeah, just a really fun adventure movie. And it's an adventure movie they're both long. They both have a lot of story to tell in it. So yeah, it's you don't really find movies like that these days where it's just like you're going on like just a very long adventure. But yeah, The
yeah.
Mummy and The Mummy 2 are great. The Mummy 3 we don't talk about. Um, the one with Jet Li, yeah, we just don't.
Didn't even know that was
Get,
a thing.
yeah, we don't get into that. But yeah, both of those movies are phenomenal.
We don't get adventure movies anymore, unfortunately.
No, we don't, because
At
the
all.
last one we got was Indiana Jones, and that was not good to me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I liked it.
yeah.
Leave was it? No, Short Circuit 2.
Short Circuit 2 was crazy. Short Circuit 2 is an insane movie. Um, it stars a guy who's playing a Indian man who is actually what I didn't find out till much later is a white man in brown face, which is wild. But Short Circuit 2 also taught me about humanity in a very weird way. I never actually saw the first one. That's also something I wanted to bring up quickly because I know we're pressed for time. Um, I saw a lot of sequels before I saw originals, just because of the way
Yeah.
that TV works, right? So I saw Gremlins 2 before I saw the first one. I saw the second Bill and Ted before I saw the first one. I saw, uh, yeah, I forget, but yeah. Oh yeah, Short Circuit 2 I saw before the first one. Karate Kid 2 I saw before the first one, and Three Little Ninjas I saw before the first one. The second one
Wow.
before the first one. So yeah, yeah, that's a white man
He, yeah, that's crazy.
in brown face, which is insane. And
Why couldn't they do?
he does a Indian accent,
Why
which
couldn't they just get a? Why didn't you just make him white?
racism. Oh, why did they
Oh
just make him white?
no!
Yeah, they could have just
Oh,
made him white. Yeah,
oh no! I think
they
I've
tried-
seen this movie.
yeah.
At first, I was like, "Oh," but then I saw the robot. Like, this looks
Mhm.
familiar. I might have saw the.
Johnny number 5.
Yeah,
Yeah,
interesting. Yeah,
Short
this is a
Circuit
while
2
back.
is fun, but yeah.
Nice.
Hmm.
You and your weird
Yeah,
movies, man.
quirky adventure, that kind of thing. That was a big thing for me growing up.
Who's Johnny?
Who's Johnny? Yeah,
What about the one with Tom Cruise? We don't talk
I
about
don't
that.
think I don't think that's connected to the other mummies. Maybe it is, but I don't think it is. I
No,
never
this is
seen
supposed
it.
to be reboot.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
This is
the
supposed to be from the
MonsterVerse.
Dark Universe. Yeah.
Yeah, that came and went.
That was dumb. That picture, I was like, that's gonna haunt them forever. Why did you do the group picture before you did the movies? You should did the movies, then group them up and take the picture because you don't even know if we're gonna like the first movie. But yeah,
I have the same similar critique of a different franchise, but I don't want to fight you.
let's move on. Lethal Weapon 4. I was like, what are you
Yeah,
talking about? You said it, and I was like, oh, yeah. Lethal Weapon 4.
yeah. Lethal
And
Weapon
Die
4.
Hard with a Vengeance. Let's because there's
Mhm.
similar franchises in the way.
Yeah.
Let's pair.
Die Hard with a Vengeance is one of the best action movies of all time. It's Bruce Willis and Samuel L. Jackson, as well as gosh, what is his name? Simon, the guy who plays Simon, is also voices Scar from The Lion King. Jeremy Irons,
Ooh, Jeremy Irons.
who also is Alfred in the Batfleck movies. But yeah, so yeah, it's just great, man. It's a great action adventure. It kind of starts you out right in the middle of the story. John McClane opens up with like a headache. The movie opens up with John McClane having to play Simon Says and with the villain. And in the first scene, he has to stand outside in a black neighborhood with a "I hate N words" sign on his chest. And he's the Simon Says, well, you have to stand out there for like 10 minutes, and he gets noticed, and Samuel Jackson comes to his rescue because he doesn't want the black kids to go to jail for killing the white man, right? So,
Hmm.
and then because he interferes with the task, that's when Simon makes him a part of this thing going forward, right? So,
Game.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a great movie. I love that movie. I actually prefer that movie to the original Die Hard movie, even though I love the original Die Hard movie. I love both those movies. Actually, the second one doesn't get talked about, but it's actually really good as well. Um, so yeah, and Lethal Weapon 4, I love Lethal Weapon 1 and 2. They're great. Lethal Weapon 3, I do not like that movie, and it's the one where Joe Pesci comes in, but I do not like that movie. But yeah, Lethal Weapon 4 has um, Riggs, Murtaugh. It has Danny Glover. It has what is the guy's name? Um,
Mel
gosh,
Gibson.
Mel Gibson, Chris Rock, Jet Li, Joe Pesci. It's such a great movie. And the reason why I like that movie a lot is because the end fight scene between Jet Li and Riggs and Murtaugh are like is one of the. Oh, it also has Young Mimby, which was something that was said, a very obscure thing that was said while the leader of the Chinese gang was getting laughing gas put on him by Riggs and Murtaugh, the Young Mimby. Like I used to say that all the time growing up. But yeah, really good movie. Really good movie. Yeah, Jet Li did beat the hell out of him. He whooped that. Yeah, he beat them down.
As he should.
Yeah.
Predator.
Yeah, Predator from the I want to say the 80s. Yeah, with Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's just a great film. It was one of those things where it's like, oh, Arnold Schwarzenegger can act. Like he really put on his acting chops there. The movie is great because it starts off um pretty much like a mystery of what the hell is going on, and little by little each one of those characters are picked off. And you can these gigantic diesel macho men are just in fear for their lives throughout the
Mhm.
rest of the movie.
Yep.
And it's really interesting to see them go from being those macho men to being like one of them. I ain't got time to bleed. Like they were like all like that, man. And
Peak
yeah,
physical.
and Arnold Schwarzenegger delivers one of the best lines. Well, "Get to the chopper" is definitely one of them. That's where it came from. But then there's also "You are one ugly mother," and then it blows up. Yeah, Predator is great. It's a great film. And the best one since Predator has actually been Prey.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Which is
Predator
crazy.
2 is actually good too, but yeah, it's weird in a sense.
Yeah. They always try to get weirder and weirder. It's like, no, no,
Yeah.
no. You had a formula.
Mhm.
Uh, Armageddon, a movie that I really enjoyed.
Armageddon is a movie once again about the human condition. It's funny as hell. But also it has that movie has everything. And if you ever watch the movie again, you'll notice like it's about a good hour and some change before they actually get onto the asteroid. Like it's a while before they get there.
Yeah.
But you're building up someone's character in there, and then one of the big things I was talking about Independence Day with like sacrifice and stuff like that. And have you seen it?
Well, Armageddon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. At the end where like Harry like sacrifices himself, like that was yeah, I did too, man. It was like and then I don't want to close my eye. Like that song is awesome. Um but yeah,
Classic.
that movie is great. You have Owen Wilson's in it. He dies like quickly. Um yeah, and then one of my favorite lines in all of movies because I think it's what is his I forget his name, but Steve Buscemi, he's on there too, and he's basically losing it. He gets on top of the rocket ship, and the guy turns around and is like, "Get off the nuclear warhead," because he's like riding it like a pony. He's like, "Yo, get off the nuke, dog." So, uh, 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 Michael Clark Duncan is in it. It's a great movie. Um, yeah, man. Yeah, man. Oh, Ben Affleck is great in that movie too. And when he's crying because Harry tricks him, and pushes him in, and he goes off to die. Um, yeah, great movie. Love that movie. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, yeah. Also, special effects in that movie still hold up.
They really do.
Hmm.
Hi, we going back to Bruce Willis. Hostage.
Hostage is a movie similar to Mr. Brooks that not a lot of people know about. Essentially, it is about a hostage negotiator who I think he either falls on hard times or something like that, and he goes to someone's house and they are being held hostage. It's similar to something where it's a crazy movie. Like the movie does not end the way that you think it will end. Actually, the movie does not progress the way that you think it'll progress. But yeah, it's a really good movie. The reason why it's on this list is because it's one of those movies that is obscure that people don't really talk about a lot. That I think is one of Bruce Willis's best performances. Yeah,
Yeah. Anchorman. You spoke about it a little bit earlier. Get into it.
yeah. Anchorman is my favorite comedy of all time. There are so many great lines in this movie. 60% of the time, it works every time. That doesn't make sense. It's like Sex Panther by Odeon. Wow. There's that. There is he punted Baxter. He punted, I'm in a glass case of emotion. Like that movie is awesome. Yeah, but it that movie encapsulates my comedy perfectly. Um, Steve Carell saying "I love Lamp," like uh, I have no idea what we're talking about. Like Steve Carell's great in that. Like everybody's great in that. So yeah, it's a phenomenal movie. I wish the sequel wasn't made, but yeah, yeah, Milk was a bad choice. Oh yeah, well, speaking of lines that I use in my everyday life, when Will Ferrell jumps into the bear pit, he's like, "I immediately regret this decision." Like that. One of the funniest lines in that movie, man. That movie's great.
It's funny because I've only seen the second one. I never saw the first one. I know.
What?
And
um,
I was dating a girl at the time that she was like, "You gotta watch this. The first one's so good. The second one's gonna
this
be
one-
great." And I was like, "I don't think this is my type of comedy." And then I watched the second one, and I was looked at her like, "This was awful. You're never picking another movie."
the second one is awful. That's absolutely correct. But the first one is a classic. You gotta watch it, man. I implore you, don't allow the sequel to define the first one. Um, yeah, yeah, man.
Have you seen it? He's
Uh,
just like,
uh,
what? Have you not seen this? He just doesn't understand who he's speaking to.
so last thing I'll say about it, there's a female reporter who starts at the job, and the first meeting they have is like, um, yeah, it's like diversity. It's like, and when someone asks, someone is like, "Yeah, wait, what is diversity?" Right? It's like, and Will Ferrell's like, I got it. Diversity is an old maiden ship. I think it's like a whale's vagina. I'm like, wait, what are we talking about? Like, yeah, it is wild. It's a funny movie. Yeah.
We're getting back into some Lion King love. Lion King 3,
Mhm.
Simba's Pride.
Lion King 2. Yeah, Lion King 2, Simba's Pride is. Did I put 3 there? My bad. Yeah, Lion King 2. I'll make this quick. Lion King 2, Simba's Pride is very underrated. It has the best song of the entire franchise, of the Lion King franchise. He Lives in You. It might be the greatest song of all time. I'm not even joking. The way it's sung, it's just great. But Lion King 2 does this great thing where it's a triple entendre, right? Is Lion King 2, Simba's Pride, his pride, because he has to wrestle with his pride when he's talking about Kovu. His pride, because the pride that he oversees, and then Cassius might catch us on the way home. Pride Rock, right? So we have the triple entendre there in the title. They was going crazy in that writing
Bars.
room. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's a really good movie. Deception, disgrace, evil is clear as a scar on his face. We talked about this earlier. So yeah,
The Prestige.
The Prestige is a movie. You ever have a moment in your life where you make a decision and you did not expect it to go the way that it went? I was in a movie. I forget what the other movie was, but me and my friend we were at the movies, and that was around the time where we would sneak into the next movie. Right, we sneak in next door, and we just so happened to sneak into this movie called The Prestige. I had never heard of it, never saw a trailer for it, never saw a commercial for it, and it I was enamored by this movie. Hugh Jackman's in it. Gosh, Batman is in it. I forget his name right now. Got what is his name?
Christian
Uh,
Bale.
yeah, Christian Bale's in it. It's great. It's wacky. I wouldn't say wacky, but it's great. It's science fiction, and it's really about greed. At the end of the day, and it's one of the greed. The twist at the end. Have you seen it? I don't want to spoil it for you because it's
No, I
spoilable.
haven't seen
Okay, so yeah, I won't say anything else. But The Prestige, one of the best movies I've ever seen, bar none. I think it might be Christopher Nolan's best movie. Yes.
That's big because I
Yeah.
love Interstellar and Inception.
Oh yeah,
So
Inception is great. Yeah. Interstellar is cool too. I like that. I don't
yeah.
hate it like other people do. I don't understand why people hate it in the first place. But yeah,
The Fifth Element.
Oh my God, have you seen the Fifth Element? Element. Fifth Element is one of the best adventure movies ever. It has so much like weirdness. It's just weird. It has obviously it has Bruce Willis as Multipass. It has Michael Clark Duncan. No, that's not Michael Clark Duncan.
That's Chris Tucker.
Yeah, Chris Tucker, the guy
Yeah.
Tiny, the guy who plays from Friday.
Yeah.
Has him in there as the president of like Earth or something like that. Chris Tucker is phenomenal in this movie. I don't think people understand how hard it is to do a comedic performance. But if you've ever seen, or you have seen it, that performance as Ruby Rose is not easy. I can't imagine trying to pull that off and beat Gary Oldman. I can't imagine trying to like pull that role off and like take it seriously. Like it's a very hard role to do. But yeah, that movie is phenomenal for a multitude of reasons. The opera scene is great with the blue alien. And then the last scene, like with the stone rocks, where they had to figure out how to save the universe. And also Korg, um, Gary Oldman. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh really? That's hilarious because they basically just try to turn Chris Tucker into Prince, which it worked.
Meta.
Yeah. So yeah, one of my favorite movies of all time. I'm gonna say that a
So
lot. Yeah.
so good.
Yeah. Really
So,
good. Weird
uh,
space opera kind of thing.
huh?
Weird space opera kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Those are
Mhm.
really, really good when they're done well.
Yep.
The X-Men trilogy.
X-Men
The
trilogy.
original one.
Yeah, the original one. Yeah. Oh yeah, the very first one. Yeah, the X-Men trilogy is great, man. I really enjoyed the first two movies. The reason I included the trilogy is because this was the time, and I know I said this about Ninja Turtles 3, but I was a teenager at this point. Um, I had seen Spider-Man 3 and X-Men 3, and I saw them both in theaters, and I was like, oh, the third movies in series are bad. Like I just I was like, oh yeah, you can't use it. So I've always been weary of like the third movie in the series ever since seeing those two. But X Men is phenomenal. I love We Are the Future, Charles, not them. Yeah. So Eric Lencher or I forget what his real name is. Um,
Ian.
yeah, Ian McKellen. Sorry, Ian McKellen is great as Magneto. Like perfect
Yes.
casting. Like
Perfect.
perfect casting. Obviously Patrick Stewart is perfect as Professor X. I don't think like we often talk about roles that were like perfectly casted and mm, like Patrick Stewart as Professor X is out of this world perfect.
Top 5.
Um, Top five for sure. So yeah, Hugh Jackman's really good in it. It has a great end fight scene. That whole end sequence, especially like when he's fighting Sabretooth on top of the let's say Eiffel Tower, on top of the Statue of Liberty. Um, yeah, man, it's really. I disagree. I think that he's really good in the first two. I think that he's kind of like middling around in the third one, and then the Wolverine is just a terrible movie. Um, but yeah, so that is yeah, so that's basically. Oh yeah, X2. X2, everybody knows it's good, but it's still underrated somehow. Brian Cox is in it. As I forget the character's name is a real character from the comics. But yeah, Brian Cox is in it as the guy who's controlling the mutants and trying to kill all the mutants. X2 is great.
Yeah.
The only
It
thing I
is.
don't like about the original two X Men movies is the lack of use of Cyclops. Oh yeah, also X2 opens up with the Nightcrawler scene, which is one of the best opening scenes in comic book movies ever.
Let me talk to you.
Yeah, yeah,
Yo,
yeah.
that
So
was
yeah, so what I said earlier, oh Stryker, yeah, Colonel Stryker. Um, yeah, so what I said earlier about Blade being the best one ever, Nightcrawler rivals that easily, and I could easily see someone picking that one over Blade. But yeah, those are two great movies.
it unless something came up in the matter of like a couple hours, it's still a rumor because none of the
Hmm.
big trades have confirmed it yet. It's only like the online blogs.
Yeah,
Well, it's looking like it most likely he has been casted as Mr. Fantastic, but we'll see.
yeah, we shall see.
Moving on next from the X-Men trilogy, a movie that I've never heard of. Who am I?
Who Am I is a
Since they're
say
both
it.
Jackie.
Yeah, Who Am I is a Jackie Chan movie. Basically he gets hit on the head, loses his memory, but it turns out he's secretly a cop. Um, he just does, or he's an agent. He just doesn't know. Someone's trying to keep some information from him, and it has one of the best ending fight scenes ever. It's There's one guy with unbelievable ability to kick people, and one guy who's unbelievable ability to box, to like fist fight, and he has to fight them both at the same time. And if you've never seen that end fight scene, it's worth the entire movie. The entire movie isn't that great, but that end fight scene is worth it.
Hey Zach M, I just joined,
Whoa! What's up,
just
Zach?
hopped off the stream. Thank you for joining, man. I hope
Thanks
you
for
had a
joining
great.
me.
Uh, that I'm gonna put on my list because that sounds really interesting.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
really
and
good.
then Drunken Master with
Oh
Jackie Chan.
my god, Drunken Master, I think is my favorite Jackie Chan movie, easily. Have you ever seen it? Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So that end fight scene is insane. He gets pushed through the coals. He gets drunk. He fights another guy who can really kick. With the guy who like swings his leg like all crazy, like he's crazy. The fight in the middle of the movie, in the courtyard right before he gets excommunicated by his dad, like it's all really good. It's actually a really solid movie. Oh yeah, in the fight in the restaurant where he's fighting with those people who are trying to kill him with the bamboo sticks. The fight is the movie's phenomenal. Yeah,
Jackie Chan is one of the most influential people for me in film as well. And you're
absolutely.
talking about like humanity and stunt work. He combines both of those in all his
Mhm.
movies
Yeah,
really well.
yep,
So it makes sense why you love it. Like you said, great movie. The Black Mass with Jet Li. I don't think I've seen this, but I like Jet Li a lot.
yeah. If I were to watch it today, it probably wouldn't be a good movie. But I just remember it being Jet Li being like essentially a superhero. It is an insane movie. He's literally dressed up like Zorro in a black mask, and he's fighting against these like drug kingpins. It's wild. I forget like so in the end fight. What you'll hear me say a lot is that the end fight is great, and that like the end fight isn't great. The movie kind of like takes a spill for me a little bit, and we'll talk about that in a couple movies because there's a particular movie, a part of a trilogy that kind of suffers from that. But yeah,
And we're gonna get to some comedies. Austin's Powers 1 and 2. Fitting in
one-
within your oh my god, why is this happening? Ridiculous comedy
yep.
phase.
There's one scene in Austin Powers where he is on like this little uh, cart and it's stuck between two very skinny walls, and he has to like maneuver out of it, and it stays on this for so long. It actually gets annoying, but it's actually ends up being really funny. Dr. Evil's one of the funniest characters of all time. Yeah, and I think I don't know what her name was, or the four line, or he would say, start the engines, like that woman. She was great. Yeah, Mini Me, awesome. Love that movie. The first two are great. The third one's okay. Yeah, but the first two Austin Powers movies are phenomenal.
Like you said, those movies should not have worked as well as they did.
Not at all.
You just got Star Wars 1 through 6.
Oh yeah, Star Wars 1 through 6. So I put Star Wars 1 through 6 because I didn't. We don't have to go through all of them. Of course, it's influential. It's Star Wars. You know what I mean? Enough said. But I'll just say this. I'll just quickly go through each one of them. Star Wars Episode 1 is not a good movie, but it has a great in-fight scene and also a great pod racing scene in it. And Darth Maul should have been a 3-movie villain instead of a 1-movie villain. Star Wars Episode 2 is one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my entire life. It's horrible. Yoda yelling like a banshee makes zero sense. That's why they didn't allow him to do that in the third one. Speaking of the third one, oh wait, there's one thing I will say that's positive about Episode 2. The whole fight scene between Obi-Wan and gosh, Boba Fett's dad, Jango Fett. The whole fight between Jango Fett and Obi-Wan on Camino, really good fight. Um, oh yeah, I don't believe that at all. Because we're about to go into the good one. Star Wars Episode 3 is a really good. Revenge of the Sith is a really good movie. It still has its problems. Um, yeah, it still has its problems. I don't like the way that uh, General, gosh, what is his name? Grievous. I don't like the way Grievous went out. I thought that was kind of cheap. The fight should have lasted way longer. They put the 4 lightsaber arms in the commercials only for it to be done within 2 seconds. But overall, I thought Grievous was a well designed character. I just thought that but yeah, Anakin's fall to the dark side made sense. The Jedi are trying to keep him away from love for reasons. Um, yeah, so they are the reason why Darth Vader exists and why someone was able to swoop in and promise him all these things, right? So, oh, Palpatine was amazing in this movie. As a matter of fact, what I will say is through the first three movies, Palpatine is the best part of the first three movies because you could see the through line, the plotting throughout all three movies, especially in the second one where he gets control of the Senate, right? Or I think that's the third one actually, but you can see it like starting to happen. Yeah, the third one's great. The end fight in the third one, both between Yoda and Palpatine and Anakin and Obi-Wan, greatest like two parallel fights happening at the same time kind of thing. But yeah, both those fights are worth watching just by themselves. If you just cut them up to like just be one fight or individual fights, they're great. Also, Yoda leaving is dumb. Like it makes zero sense. He fell down. Get your ass back up there and go fight Palpatine. He's right there. You had him on the ropes and you just left because someone told you that you failed because you said, "Oh, failed I have." Who told you that? Why? Like what are you talking about? Into exile I must go. Who told you that? Like what are you doing? So he just leaves. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So episode 3 is great. Star Wars Episode 4: A New Hope is not a good movie. Half the movie is good. The second half when they get on the Death Star is great. It's great after that. But if half of your movie is bad, then your movie's bad. The reason why Star Wars Episode 4 is much better to me than it used to be is because Rogue One exists and leads right into it, giving it some momentum going into the movie until we get to the Death Star. But it by itself, before Rogue One, it's not a good movie. Return of the Jedi is one of the best movies of all time. No, I'm sorry, I skipped one, and that's not what I meant. Empire Strikes Back is the best movie of all the Star Wars movies to me. It's tied with Rogue One. And yeah, I love those movies equally. I can never choose between Rogue One and Empire Strikes Back. Those movies are great. Return of the Jedi is really fun, man. I really enjoy that movie. I don't have any problem with the Ewoks. I thought the Ewoks were very cute, and stuff like that. So I'm a big Ewok fan, as well as like just the end of that movie is great. I don't like the fact that they redid the third one and put in a Force Ghost for Anakin. Or no, a Force Ghost was always there, but I don't like the fact that there's a Force Ghost for Anakin in the first place because he did kill half the universe. I don't think we just forgiven that. Oh yeah, I recognize my wrongs. No, you killed half the universe. Like you did this. The Death Star. Remember, you were an accomplice to blowing up Alderaan. You blew up a planet. So yeah, yeah. So that's my Star Wars 1 through 6. And I also say Episode 7 is a movie I really enjoyed, but 8 and 9, I would have enjoyed 8 if it wasn't part of that trilogy because I think it's a good movie outside of that. It just literally has nothing to do with what the hell was going on before it. And then Episode 9 is the worst Star Wars movie by far.
Atrocious.
It's so bad. Somehow Palpatine returns. Lazy. Yeah.
Somehow they made this movie.
Yeah. Yep.
Going into a franchise that I think is way better than Star Wars, Spider-Man trilogy.
Wow, that's a heavy statement. Yeah, so Spider-Man 1 is goated. It's one of the best movies of all time. It's one of the best superhero movies of all time. It cannot be replaced. It is, it's Willem Dafoe's in it, and it's great. Sam Raimi directs the hell out of that movie. There's so many weird aspects to the movie as well, such as they all use like payphones. They don't use cell phones, even though this was in the 2000s. It was very strange in that regard. But other than that, man, the drama in it, the suspense, that's the word I was looking for. The suspense in it, it's all like really well done. Like the Thanksgiving scene, when Peter is on the ceiling and he bleeds and the blood drops and you can see that Norman hears it. Scary, very scary. All of that was good. Uncle Ben dying was great. I mean, not him dying was great, but they captured that really well. And even the fight with him and Bonesaw is ready. Like there's so many great things in that trilogy. So yeah, great. Spider-Man 2. I don't like it as much as other people do. It's what I was alluding to when I said the end fight isn't as good, so the movie kind of goes down. The best fight. What I will say about Spider-Man 2 is Doc Ock is perfectly cast, um, as well as it has, without exaggeration, this is my belief, the best one-on-one fight between superhero and supervillain in all of comic book movies. That
Mm,
fight on top of the clock tower to the train, I have never seen anything come close to that in terms of like a one-on-one fight, right? Just you against your villain. There's nothing like it. They're fighting on the side of the train, they're fighting inside of the train. Like it's he throws him off the train, he has to swing and get back onto it. It's wild. Like that entire fight and the extended version where he gets hit by the train is even better. Like it's that fight is unbelievable. Even to this day, that fight is he does Doc Ock does this thing where he grabs Spider-Man and throws him and he twists and goes like through a bridge. And it's like, yeah, it's that movie's great. On I'm sorry, not that movie. That fight is great. The rest of the movie isn't as good. And the reason why it's not as good is because it spends a lot of time with Peter not being Spider-Man. I'm sorry, I know that there was a character thing going there. He was depressed and all this other stuff like that, and I get it. However, it spent way too long on that story beat, and also being depressed, making you lose your powers is a little wild. It's a physical attribute of yours, not like something you can turn on and turn off. But yeah,
well,
even yeah,
and can turn off your penis, so it kind of works.
I was not expecting that statement, but yeah, that's not an untrue statement. Yeah, yeah. Peter seeing MJ seeing Peter unmasked was a powerful scene. And I just didn't like the like because coming off the train fight, the final fight in that dock, that water area wasn't nearly as good. So yeah, it was kind of like it was cool, but it just wasn't as good as the train fight, which, like I said, is the best fight in all of one-on-one fight in all of comics. Yeah,
He said, Darkwood was like, what?
yeah,
That's not true. Mental blocks exist. That's true.
that's true. But you don't stop sticking to walls because you're depressed.
It's like it's part of your body.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, oh yeah, Spider-Man 3. Spider-Man 3, believe it or not, has some good parts to it. When he tries to rescue Gwen Stacy from falling straight down, falling off the building at the construction site, knocks that building off. That entire sequence of him going and like flying through the falling debris to rescue her, phenomenal.
Wow.
The transformation of Sandman, phenomenal. I love the way that was done.
Peak.
Yeah, it's just like I think to me it's the best transformation of any like I'm getting my powers kind of thing. What else? The fight between Black Suit Spider-Man and Sandman, like in the subway, that was great.
Right.
Other than that, it kind of goes off the rails after that, or even before that, because for some reason they turned Sandman into Emotep because he's saying he can fly throughout the city. I've never understood that. They connected Sandman to Uncle Ben's death. Unnecessary. That doesn't need to happen.
Felt a little forced.
Oh, and not to mention, I keep forgetting this every time I talk about this movie. The entire arc of Harry Osborn is like the amnesia and the bomb and becoming New Goblin. It's just strange. That whole thing is strange. And what else? Oh yeah, Venom is just not good. Venom's not good. He looks good in the movie. Yeah, he could have been the only villain in the movie. But yeah, Venom was just not a good villain. He looks good. He's created well. Topher Grace is not the actor for that character. And yeah, in the end fight,
But
in
I'll
that,
say,
yeah.
going to God to pray that someone dies. It's the wildest crap I've seen in a movie.
Say again.
Going to God to pray to, hey, please kill Peter Parker.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah.
wild.
That man was wilding out. But yeah. Oh yeah. And also, I kind of like what I will give it is I kind of do like the way that Venom died with the clinging of the things and then pulling the bomb back into it. I thought that was cool. But other than that, man, the giant Sandman thing is kind of like the hell we doing here? Because it was so slow and stuff like that. Yeah, it was terrible casting. And that fight between Peter and Harry Osborn, that scarred his face when he got the bomb thrown back in his face. I don't understand that scene, or I don't understand why they would do that. But yeah, oh yeah, and the pie thing with Harry Osborn, weird, very weird. So yeah, yeah, like I said, it's one of those things that made me realize that the third movie in a trilogy can be bad, can be really bad.
Often is bad for
Yeah.
some reason. All right, that concludes his teenage years.
Yep.
And we've seen him. You know, if you look at the rate, he's always watched a mixture of mature movies,
Hmm.
comedies, and movies that are underrated.
Yes.
And there's one consistent theme, and you're the most consistent person I've seen so far that I've done this with in terms of figuring out the themes:
Hmm.
humanity,
Yep.
spectacle,
Yep.
and I feel like in your teenage years, though, the difference
Hmm.
here is the action.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
you're the climax of your movie, especially if you have something great in the middle. If
Hmm.
you let down and don't top that in the end, your movie gets points docked off.
That's correct.
Really, really interesting.
Yep.
Uh, but the movies from childhood over to teenager, I feel like in terms of the filmmaking, they progressed a little bit.
Hmm.
Other than like like Forrest Gump, obviously,
Yeah. Yeah.
a really
I
well
would say
made.
that they definitely did for sure.
Yeah, and then when you compare it to like Starship Troopers to Fifth Element, you see a
Yes,
jump quad.
huge. Right.
Demolition Man to
Mhm.
Armageddon. You know, I see saying
Yeah.
like
Yeah. Yeah.
even the horror films. When you talk
Mhm.
about the Random Freddy, Pumpkinhead, and all that. When you get into wait, where was the well, you didn't have that much horror films as a teen, so I guess you didn't
Mhm.
really delve into that. You only had like Mummy.
Mm,
Mummy counts.
nah.
But
Mm,
yeah, and
yeah.
Jason X. So maybe you watched better horror as a kid, but you didn't really continue with it.
Yeah, I didn't yeah, you're exactly right. I
That
didn't
wasn't your
continue with it.
thing.
I was more into thrillers and suspense as a
Yeah,
teenager.
and I can see like the start of liking prestige films, like
Mhm.
Buried, Prestige,
Yep.
and things like that. And
Yeah.
continue your humor, Anchorman.
Mhm.
And for some reason,
Yeah.
you like when people are under hostage. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't yeah.
Hostage, Buried, Speed,
Mhm.
John Q, the negotiator.
Hostage situation, you got me.
It just works for you.
Yep.
So it's gonna be interesting going into your adulthood. Hold on, let me see some people saying stuff.
Mhm.
Y'all still live? Wow. Y'all know
Yeah.
movies that made us it goes for 4 or 5 hours. I've prepared myself for this to be up late. It's cool. And it's Kenny.
I don't
Come
even
on.
know what time it is. Oh, it's 1:28. Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Okay.
Luckily I
Cool.
go to work late today.
Yeah.
Starship Troopers and Much Man, two of the best. Yeah, that's what he said. I haven't seen
Mhm.
them. So now I'm just looking at the like parts of your list.
Mhm.
And I'm like seeing like the progression again. But let's
Mhm.
start with Lock. This is a movie that I've heard about, but not a lot of people talk about often.
Yeah.
Tom Hardy, right?
Yeah, Tom Hardy. This is one of those movies. I think I might have saw this after Dark Knight Rises. I think I saw this after Dark Knight Rises. I definitely did because I was interested because it was Tom Hardy. So yeah, Locke is in one location. It's just him in a car the entire movie, and essentially what you learn throughout this movie is that he's having there's some drama, there's some trouble. He's communicating with his wife. He's trying to solve an issue while he's driving somewhere. Yeah, it's just one long movie of him being in the car, and he's just acting the entire time. And that's basically it. I forget what even the issue was, but I do remember like, oh man, this dude can act. And a lot of movies that are going to be on here, maybe summed up in, oh man, this dude can act like for
Hmm.
real. Um, yeah, so I think Locke is worth watching because it's very dramatic. It's And I would highly recommend it.
And a cheap plug for Kenny's channel. As you know,
Mhm.
he has a YouTube channel. Most of the people that come up here will have YouTube channels. Is
Mhm.
that he's going to be having a acting showcase
Yep.
segment. He does a video essay, I should say,
Mhm.
and the first one's with Screens and Reviews.
Yeah, first one was Screens In. We go over Flight by Denzel Washington. We talk about the last scene where he's explaining to the council that he's drunk, or that he's trying to get out of it, but he can't get out of his own way. So just a scene of acting. We have that. I'm going to have Viola Davis scene where she's arguing with Denzel in Fences. A Few Good Men, the scene where the last scene, the courtroom scene with Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson. So there's a lot of different scenes of acting that acting is a big part of my love of movies.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
Going to be on there eventually. We're going to figure out a scene for me too.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
love
Yeah.
breaking down acting as well.
Hmm.
I have a scene in particular I'm thinking about. I don't know if you've seen the movie though, so we'll talk.
Yeah. Let me know.
So Locke sounds interesting. Similar to Buried, similar
Yes.
to kind of like Speed in that one location.
Yep.
I don't know if you liked Phone Booth.
I did like Phone Booth. I like Phone Booth a lot.
What's another movie I was thinking about? The one that they're locked in their house because somebody's trying to rob it.
Safe House? No.
No, that's Denzel and Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're
Escape
talking
Room?
about.
That's not Escape Room. What is it?
Forrest Whitaker's in it.
I believe so.
Yeah. Is it Escape
So
Room?
you know what
Panic Room.
Panic Room. Yeah,
Yeah,
another great
yeah,
movie like that.
yeah. That was great. We
Yeah.
don't
So,
get movies like that anymore, man.
no, not really. The last
movies?
one location movie I saw came out this year and it's on my top 20 list for the year.
Mhm.
Is called it's Margaret Qualley and the guy that was in Eternals that's gonna be playing Black Knight. What the fuck what's this called? Sanctuary.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Great location film that came out this year. That I really like. That's it's gonna get overlooked. But yeah, Phone Booth, Panic Room,
Yeah.
films. 4 hour stream. Yes. Yeah,
It
as
is?
soon as I clicked it, hit 4 hours. Yeah. And I'm having fun. I'm not tired,
Yeah.
surprisingly.
Yeah, I'm having a good time.
Human Centipede. Not a good time. Not a
So
good time at all.
so let me explain. Because this is
Yeah.
not a movie I necessarily like, right?
Mm,
But what
sure.
happened was I was in college. I was in Bloomsburg University. I was in the middle of Pennsylvania. You guys don't know where that is. But me and my roommate, we turned to a cable channel and Human Centipede was on. And I'm telling you, the entire hour or whatever runtime, we literally said to each other several times, why are we watching this? What the hell is going on? Yo, this is crazy. But we just couldn't turn it off because it was like, yo, and every 5 minutes it was another yo moment. It was like, yo, this is crazy. Like, what's happening? Never watch that movie again. That movie is disgusting. So I only put that there because of that story of just being enamored with something disgusting.
Trying to get the damn runtime of Human Centipede. It's just like, here's the whole series. I'm like, just tell me the runtime.
Right.
It was an hour 32 minutes of gross.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we watched that from the beginning.
Nope, can't do it.
Yeah.
I will never watch Human Centipede.
I don't want y'all to watch Human Centipede. That's one I don't recommend.
Based on my psychological breakdown of you, because you talked about a lot of times with movies, just like, what the hell is happening? And I think that's where the movie grabbed you.
Yeah, exactly. It was very much like, I can't believe what I'm watching right now. There's another movie I actually didn't put on this list called Mother with
Don't spoil
Jennifer
that.
Lawrence.
That is
I won't spoil it.
It's phenomenal. Well, I heard the types of things. Some people
it
say
is phenomenal.
People's trash. So
yeah. I will not give any details about that movie. But essentially, I walked out of the theater and was like, I feel like that movie happened to me. I don't even feel like I watched it. I feel like
I love that.
It happened. And I was like, I don't even know if the movie's good or not. It just happened, right?
I love movies like that. when I watched Men from last year, I was like,
whoa,
happened to me?
that's a movie that happened to me.
I was like, what just happened to me?
Right.
That last like 15 minutes was like the
It
people just
wouldn't
walked out.
stop.
People walked out.
It just kept
Because
going.
it kept going, and I was like, looking. I was like, I don't know if I want this movie to stop, but I kind of
Right.
do. This is getting crazy, and
Yeah.
and then it just like ended, and I was just like, is this bitch pregnant?
It's like, what the hell is going on
What's
here?
going on?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know what you mean. That was a wild ass movie. I gotta watch Mother then. If you're saying that,
yeah, Mother is a good experience. It's just wild.
Jennifer Lawrence can act. You touched on
Yeah.
this a little bit with the Rocky series, but the Creed trilogy. Talk about why that means.
Creed is great. One of the things that it showed me is that I shouldn't immediately dismiss an idea. Right when
Mm.
when I first saw the first Creed trailer, I was like, Michael B. Jordan, this guy's like skinny, he's doesn't look like a boxer, blah 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 blah. Oh man, Creed, son, this is terrible. They're just doing spin-offs of anything, and then the movie was awesome. The movie was amazing. Like the first time I saw it, I was just like, I can't believe how good that was. It proved me wrong in every way, shape, or form. His fight with Ricky Conlon at the end was great. His fight with Spider Rico, the one shot was awesome. Yeah, so Creed is great, and we already talked about the scene in the middle of a boxing match. It's like I just want to prove I'm not a mistake. That movie made me so emotional.
Yeah.
Like that was a great movie. The only problem with the movie is Tessa Thompson can't say Joan right to save her life. It's like John, it was something crazy. But yeah, and she's supposed to be from Philly.
The Philly person that bothers you.
Yeah, exactly. This is like, oh my god, stop. Creed 2 is surprisingly underrated. Love that movie. Like if you want to talk about a character study between parenthood and who other people want you to be and who you're trying to be, Creed 2 is that. And oh my god, it's some of Michael B. Jordan's best acting. Because when he realizes that his daughter is deaf, he feels like a failure, and he feels like he just doesn't know what to do. But one of the things, because I watched it, I watched Creed 1 and 2 right before I watched Creed 3, the same day actually. Not for the first time, but rewatch it. Nah, she can't come to Philly talking about something John when it's John. Like, don't come to Philly with that. But they were in the right spot. So if you ever come to Philly, don't go to Passaginos. Those are tourist spots. That's BS. Go to Max's in North Philly, in the middle of the hood, where you have to stand in line and niggas got attitudes. That's exactly where you want to go.
Philly hood?
Yeah. So basically, the best cheesesteaks are in the worst hoods. You know what I mean? You got to take that trade off. You know what I'm saying? So are you willing to risk your life for a cheesesteak? I am. So yeah. So also
because I'm dead.
Also, contrary to popular belief, South Philly is not Philadelphia. I don't know where that came from. South Philly is a very small part of Philadelphia, and almost no one wants to go there. It's horrifying over there. And I bring that up to say this. No one puts cheese whiz on cheesesteaks. I don't know where that came from. Like, no, we don't do that. Let me tell you what it is. Salt, pepper, ketchup, mayonnaise, fried onions, pickles, mushrooms. You know what I'm saying? Salt, pepper, ketchup, fried onions, pickles, and mushrooms. Every poppy store knows that. You know what I'm saying?
If you're speaking English right now, but
salt, pepper, ketchup, fried onions, pickles.
It's like when we see bacon, egg, and cheese.
Exactly.
Like, what? Was that one word?
Yeah. Yo, Pop. Yeah, she's like salt, pepper, ketchup, fried onions, pickles. You want a double? Nah.
A pop?
Yeah, Poppy. From the Poppy store. Yeah.
Gotcha.
We just shortened the pop.
You guys got poppies. We got ox. Gotcha.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah. So, Creed 1, Creed 2 is great. Like I said, because of what he overcomes. I love the throwing in the towel scene when Drago throws in the towel to save his son, because I think he realizes that he's not going to sacrifice his son for his own pride. because his wife left him. Because he lost to Rocky all those years ago.
Yeah.
She was all about status and stuff like that, and he
And
didn't
then
want
she
to be with her.
left
Right,
when
and then
he
she
lost.
left.
Piece of
Yeah,
shit.
she left them both. Right, so yeah, Rocky Creed 2 is great. It's very underrated. Creed 3 is phenomenal. I knew like I felt that it would be good. I didn't know it would be that good. Jonathan Majors is excellent in that role. He's I forget what his name is in the movie, but he does a really good job of portraying this boxer who's angry for the things that have happened to him. And at the same time, he just wants attention from the people who he feels like wrongs him. Uh, Finding out that it wasn't actually Donnie's fault. And it's well, it kind of was. What so Felicia Rashad's character or Donnie's mom doesn't send the letters, right? Um, to Dame. Yeah, he doesn't send the letters to Dame, and so Dame thinks that he never wrote to him.
Yeah.
At the same time, he never came to visit or anything like that. It's just like a misunderstanding. I think the one flaw with the movie is that there's clearly a part that's cut out that addresses um,
The letters.
no, not the letters, but he's supposed to fight Ricky Conlon again. Either he's supposed to fight Ricky Conlon again, or someone else, like someone who he was training. Oh no, Drago's son, Victor Drago, was training, and Diamond Dame, he had someone break his arm on purpose
Yeah.
so he could get a title shot. And I would have liked for there to be more light shed on like the relationship he had with these other criminals who had gotten out with him, or these other people who had gotten out with him and stuff
Yeah.
like that. Because that was kind of like skipped over a little bit. Like you can kind of infer it. But I think the best scene in that movie is where he has that argument with Tessa Thompson. Um,
After the death.
yeah, after his mom's death, he's just wallowing and everything like that, and it's just kind of like, and I get it, and it's just he throughout so I think what's great about the Creed series is that in each movie he says something completely out of pocket and wild to someone that he loves, right? He said something crazy to Rocky about like quitting because like he had just found out he got cancer. He said something else wild to Rock in the second one actually. It was like, "Cause you scared," because blah 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 something like that.
Wow, that was a good
He-
Michael Jordan impression.
oh, thank you. Shakespearean actor over here. So, and then he said something crazy to his wife in the
Interesting
third
take.
one. Yeah. Oh, and also like what I also enjoyed was like the depth of the characters. So Tessa Thompson is losing her hearing, and his daughter doesn't have his daughter's deaf as well. So there's this dynamic of that you don't see in a lot of other movies where he's dealing with real life stuff. It's not just this one big happy family. I mean, they're a happy family essentially, but
They have
they
problems.
all have their issues. They all have their problems. And Tessa Thompson's trying to make this music before the time runs out on her ears, which is crazy. Like,
Crazy.
but yeah, and then gotta give it to Michael B. Jordan for his first directorial debut.
So good.
He killed it. He smoked that, and he put himself in there by using those anime references in the final fight, which I thought was awesome. So yeah, I love Creed 3, love all three movies. It's one of the best trilogies of like this millennium. So yeah, big time.
I hope the daughter spinoff thing does well. I already know I can hear
I know there's
complaints.
a comic book out
Yeah.
for yeah.
And then we're
Uh,
getting a show about Drago's son, I think.
mhm.
So we'll see.
It could be good. You know, I won't automatically dismiss it. I am concerned usually when everything turns into a universe. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, but if it's good, then I have no complaints.
Now,
Yeah.
another movie that I've heard only great things about, but I've never seen. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
I seen that for the first time. I want to say 2 years ago, when I was doing my unseen movie marathon, but I was just doing it by myself. I didn't have a YouTube channel. We were stuck inside for the pandemic, so I was trying to figure out something to do. So I came up with that. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind might be the best movie I've ever seen. Jim Carrey is unbelievable in that movie. A lot of times you hear that like comedians are really good at acting. He proves that point like in spades in this movie. I would highly recommend seeing it. The movie is essentially about uh, dealing with grief and loss, and it's just it's hard to watch at the same time. It's beautiful to watch. So yeah, Eternal
Human.
Sunshine of the Spotless Line is very human, very much about the human condition. Yeah, highly recommend it.
Nice. Yeah, it's definitely on my list that I want to watch. I might just buy it and just watch it.
Hmm.
Um, one of the greatest superheroes movies of all time, about the human condition, relates to us as brothers, relates to us as Spider-Man fans. One of the greatest animated movies ever created, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse.
I cried. I cried the first 5 minutes of that movie because I could not believe what I was seeing. I could not believe I was seeing Miles Morales, who I've always loved, like black and Puerto Rican kid, like speaking Spanish to his mom, interacting with his dad, speaking Spanish to people in his neighborhood. He's just like a fully realized kid. Oh, that opening for whatever reason, that opening scene with just him singing that Post Malone song, like yo, this kid is a real kid.
He's a real kid.
He's a real kid. Like I love that movie. And then throughout the rest of the movie, he just progresses to being like to he struggles so much throughout that movie, like understanding
Mhm.
who he is. And
Spider-Man struggle.
yeah, and Peter dies, and man, that scene was hard to watch. And on top of that, oh yeah, oh Stanley had just died,
Mm-hmm.
and I go to the movie theater. I think like a couple weeks later to see this movie. It's like anyone could wear the mask. Stanley is in that, or um, it always fits, is what he says.
Yeah. Ooh.
Um, yeah, and then they turn into a joke because there's no returns, but it's great. Yeah, man, that movie means a lot to me. Um, just the Hello Danger scene, like where he's falling upside down and realizing who he is.
Talk to him.
Yo, yo, oh my god.
It was framed. And so a lot of people don't realize the importance of like directing. Like
Hmm.
that's a directed scene.
Yeah.
That easily could have been just him jumping off, no slow mo,
Hmm.
swing and get to where he needs to go. But they
Yeah.
gave it a meaning in multiple ways. He's ready. He's Spider Man. He's taking that risk, the leap
Yeah.
of faith
Yep.
that
Oh,
that
that's the
dude
leap
kept
of
talking
faith,
about.
Miles.
Yeah, it
Goosebumps.
all ties
Yeah.
into together. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
Oh yeah. Yes. When it ties in, when he's letting Peter go back to his universe, it's like, how will I know? Because once his relationship with MJ, he's like, it's a leap of faith. He goes back and he teaches his teacher. Also, in this movie, I did not see Doc Ock coming at all. And I
Yes,
was like, yo, this is crazy. And then
that
she was dope. She's such a dope villain.
that was the best gender bend you
Yeah.
could, because I did not see it, and when they did it, I was like, "This is brilliant."
Yeah.
She
So
was
brilliant.
just like Doc Ock would be, but a
Hmm.
little different because she's a
Yeah.
woman in terms of her personality.
Hmm.
It was slightly different, and it
Yeah.
was the perfect way to use the multiverse. You just
Hmm.
created this new character that we never had before,
Yep.
and now people want her more of her. Like people said, "Wait, where is she in the second one?"
Right.
But I
Yeah.
think she died. But yeah,
Did she
great.
die? I don't think she died.
Didn't the impactor like crush her or something like that?
Maybe, but that thing be crushing people all the time.
That's
People
true.
be getting crushed.
That's true.
Oh,
Like
not to
that.
mention Mahershala Ali as Uncle Aaron.
Wow.
The whole Uncle Aaron thing, man.
That voice,
Um,
just in general, is
let
just
me yeah.
stacked.
Let me tell you about crying.
Paperboy is the uncle is the father.
This is dad. Yeah. Let me tell you about crying.
Hmm.
When they web Miles up because he can't turn on his powers automatically. They web him up, they leave him there and just in time for his dad to come and
Mm.
try to talk to him through the door. I was done. And that's part of why I was like, I cannot believe how good this movie is. But yeah, Yeah. Were we doing Across as well or not?
You didn't. I don't see. Let me see. Did you put Cross on here?
I hope so.
You didn't, but you can talk about it.
Across the Spider Verse continues this trend of just this boy that's growing up, man. I'll skip to the main part, or the two most important parts of this movie.
Mhm.
It's one right before Miles goes into the Spider Verse, or across the Spider Verse, I should say. Um, his mom gives him that speech. Don't let
Mhm.
anybody tell you that you don't belong. And
Mhm.
if anybody tries to tell you that you don't belong, you can always come back home. And all this other and all of that, that entire speech, that very mom speech, was dope. Because what happens later on in that movie is Miguel is telling him that he doesn't belong.
Exactly.
Miguel is telling him that he's not worthy of being, that he's a mistake.
And what's the first thing he does?
Yeah.
He goes back.
So, yep. The first thing he does is go back home. And I think my favorite line from that movie is like, everybody's telling me what I'm supposed to be. Nah, I'm gonna make my own. Yo,
Oof. Talk to them.
could have ended the movie right there. Dog,
Yeah.
that movie is phenomenal. Besides all of the things with Spider-Man India and all the other dope Spider-Man, that chase scene, which was amazing. Yeah,
Dinosaur, all that.
I
Yeah.
gotta watch that because I know it's on Netflix now. I gotta watch that again.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, yeah. Those are quite literally number one and number two. Um, I don't know if they overtaken Lion King, but it's in my top five. If I have a top five, Lion King, Spider Man, Across the Spider Verse, and Into the Spider Verse are in my top three. I think Winter Soldier is up there, and and Forrest Gump, of course,
Okay.
and Speed. So I
Solid.
guess top six. But yeah,
Solid list for the top 10.
hmm
After the that it's a movie that a horror movie that let me see what's the name is talking about. Bro, you look like you've been sleep. Hope you got time to rest. Hope you look like you've been like you between sleep. I don't know what he's talking about. He always mistype stuff. Shout out to your determination. You got extra likes. You can need extra likes for this. I'm not sleepy. This is just how I look all the time.
yeah, I'm good.
Creed movies better for me than Rocky, but I'm a fan of both.
I
That's fair.
don't, yeah, I don't have an issue with that at all. Rockies are classics, but Creed is also going to be a classic. I think.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Don't Breathe. A movie that
Oh,
I
man.
really, really like a
Yeah.
lot for a
Yeah.
lot of people to talk about.
Yeah.
Whew.
This movie defined for me what I like out of horror movies, which
Mm,
is essentially y'all have no business being here. Y'all in a bad situation. There's no monsters in this movie. There's no weird supernatural things going on, which I don't mind those things, but the situation is the horror, right? You're in a situation that you put yourself in that
mhm.
you have no business being in, right? So I love this movie because of that. And like I think the craziest part of this movie is that you find out that the blind dude isn't a victim. He's actually worse
Capable.
than all of them.
Yeah.
He's breeding this woman. Like it's crazy.
That part was just like, whoa.
I was not expecting that at all.
No,
But yeah, Don't Breathe is
they
great.
literally picked the wrong person's
Yeah,
house.
yes, very much so. And come to find out, I actually did watch Don't Breathe too, and that was actually pretty good.
Oh, it was? I was
Yeah,
scared.
yeah, it
I
was
was
actually
like,
pretty
I gotta
good.
get a sequel to this, but okay. I'm
Mhm.
gonna check.
Yeah, so yeah, Don't Breathe is my favorite horror movie, and it represents the type of horror movies I like.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Is this next movie a horror movie? Because I never heard of it before. Lady Snowblood?
No, Lady Snowblood. So, Lady Snowblood is a movie from 1973. It's a
Oh wow.
Japanese film.
Both
Where yeah, it's a Japanese film. It's another one I watched during that Unseen Movie Marathon a couple years ago.
mm,
It's about a woman who is R-worded by these men. She loses her
mm,
family, she loses her kids, and she goes out for revenge on them.
mm.
And guess what this movie is? This movie is literally, and I'm not exaggerating, beat for beat, Kill Bill. Kill Bill is this movie. Kill Bill came from this movie. Everything from the exploding blood to like the way things are cut. Like there's so much of this movie. Like if you ever watch, have you seen Kill Bill?
Yeah.
If you ever watch this movie, it's like, oh, am I watching Kill Bill? This movie
This
is
is where
very much,
the
yeah,
inspiration came from.
yep. She's the bride basically, and she's going after all the people who wronged her. Yeah, it's on Max. Last time I checked.
I have to check
It's
that out.
it's a fantastic. It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Wow.
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah, it gets real.
It looks like it gets really, really real. Nice
Yeah.
for the suggestion. Something I've never really heard of at all.
Hmm.
Yep. Oh, it looks like Have You Seen Me T? Have seen it.
Yeah.
Nice. That's
Yeah.
dope.
I'm not saying that Quentin Tarantino ripped off of it. I'm saying that Kill Bill is heavily inspired by Lady Snowblood, which I think I've heard someone say that he said that himself. So
He
yeah,
probably does, yeah.
yeah.
Knowing him.
He's a cinephile. He doesn't deal in stealing things. You know what I mean? He's like,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm
he's
giving credit
inspired
to that. Yeah.
heavily.
Mm-hmm.
And the best directors are. They're just making the movies that they love over again with a spin on it.
Yep.
Chef. What's this
Yeah.
movie about?
Yeah. Chef stars John Favreau. It's about a chef. He's essentially lost his business after a bad review of his food, and lost his business, lost his wife, and he essentially decides to say "F it" and like reinvent himself. John Leguizamo's in it. Scarlett Johansson's in it. Um, Sophia Vergara, like Robert Downey Jr. is in it as well. This is like
The
right
Avengers.
between like the Iron Man kind of thing. Iron
Okay.
Man era. So
Sense.
he's working with all of them. But yeah, he learns to he just starts a food truck and he travels this summer with his son and they bond because he never spent time with his son before because he's so busy with his restaurant. But yeah, he and his son like they bond through like doing this, doing the food truck and traveling across the country. And I think they win a competition or something like that, or they enter into a competition about food. But yeah, it's a really good film. There's no like stakes in terms of like no one like dies, there's no action scene.
It's like a
It's
slice of
just
life.
it's a slice of life movie, which I love slice of life movies. Yeah.
Yeah, they could be really, really good. You sold me on Scarlett Johansson.
Yep. She looks great in this.
Yeah, I expected it. That's John Favreau knows how to shoot her.
Yeah,
Iron
for
Man
sure.
2.
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah, she spoke about the inspirations. Yeah, he spoke about the inspirations for Kill Bill. Yeah,
Hmm.
Chef. I've heard good things about Chef. I just
Yeah.
haven't seen it yet.
It's a good movie. Like if you're just like hanging out or you got nothing to do, put on
Go
Chef. You'll be inspired by it.
Parasite, one of my favorite movies of all time.
Yeah.
Holy crap! Talk about it.
Yeah. Parasite is that exact example of yo, what the hell is going on right now? It twists and turns in ways I did not expect at all. When I was told to watch the movie because it was up for Academy Award, that's why I watched it. I was like, oh, all right, so yeah, let me see what it's about. I keep hearing that it's good. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that at all. The movie turns into something else mid movie. So yeah, I like Parasite definitely just after I saw it, I was like, oh no, what could be better than this? Like, there's nothing else that can win Best Picture this year. Like, this movie is phenomenal. All right, so I won't spoil it to you, but yeah, this movie is phenomenal, and it does not go the way that you expect it to go.
Every time you
Um,
think you got it together, you're like, oh no, never mind. We're on
yeah,
a ride.
and then when you figure out like what the parasite is, you're like, what?
That's the social
What?
message.
Yeah, yeah.
And it looks great in
Also,
black and white. I have the black and white version.
oh really? I didn't know there was a black and white version. Also,
Yeah.
I do want to mention this. Their house was dope.
Yeah,
I was sitting there looking at their house the entire like, oh my god, this house is
this
amazing.
is so fancy.
Yeah. So yeah, Parasite's. I keep saying this. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but Parasite's one of the best movies I've ever seen. I mean, there's a lot of great movies. There's a lot of
Yeah,
great movies. So
a
yeah.
lot.
Hmm.
Yeah, and that's about the human condition as well, which is a
Yeah.
theme for you.
Yep.
Acting, because
Oh my god. Yes.
are phenomenal, and on a technical level, the movie is just gorgeous.
What?
Still need to see Parasite, hearing great things about it. Yeah, it's a must watch. I don't say must watch for a lot of films, but I think this one is a must watch.
Huh?
What happened? What you just saw?
Javier Bardem is reportedly being eyed to play Galactus in Fantastic.
Huh?
From Culture Crave and Discussing Film, they've both.
Oh, so it's by the trades. I'm
Yeah.
just ignore that.
Yeah, Culture Crave, they tend to be right a lot of the time. But like I said, if it's not Deadline or Hollywood Reporter or Variety when they weren't putting out hit pieces,
But
um,
that's I feel like when they put out hit pieces, I feel like Javier Bardem would have been a great Doom, but okay.
he would have, especially as after his performance as Anton Chigurh in No Country for Old Men. He's got
Literally what I'm thinking about.
that.
That and the James Bond performance.
Yeah.
He
Yes.
played Bourne really well.
Yep. Yeah. So, anything else on the list?
Yeah. We got some stuff to go through. American Gangster.
My favorite Denzel Washington performance
Mm-hmm.
is American Gangster by far. It also happens to have a great Jay Z song attached to it. Or
Yeah.
album, yeah, attached to it. Russell Crowe's great in it. That final scene with or the snitching scene, the confession scene at the end is great.
Yeah.
I should actually pull that for acting as well. But yeah, so that movie, the way it's built, you realize that after a couple of times of watching it, you kind of like realize that Russell Crowe and he's not like people act like he's gonna like put on a Galactus suit. Like he's just gonna voice him, I would assume.
Right.
If it's even true. But yeah, so what was it? Oh yeah, you realize kind of like I realized after a couple times of watching the movie that Russell Crowe and Denzel don't even meet until like the church scene. Like they've never even seen each other. Like for 90% of the movie, they didn't even cross paths. Um, but
That's
yeah, there's so much good stuff about Common's in it. Ti's great in it. Um,
yeah.
Unfortunately, Idris Elba's in it because he gets excommunicated real fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, man. American Gangster is to me my favorite Denzel performance of all time. Yeah.
That's why he won the Oscar for it.
Mm-hmm.
500 Days of Summer, one of my favorite movies of all time.
Slice of life movie, the movie that taught me that not every movie has a good ending. Right? It's like a rom com kind of thing, and it's like this one just doesn't end. Like
They don't
yeah,
always get together.
yeah, and this one they didn't. I was like, this is like a breath of fresh air. Like I was sad for them. Actually, I was sad for them because like at the end of the day, I was like, there's no reason for them not to be together. But what happens a lot of times is communication. Like when you don't communicate well, you're not able to articulate like what you want. This is what happens. You know what I mean? So
It's a
yeah,
movie that changes depending on what age you watch it.
I haven't
So
watched it in a long, long time.
if you watch it as a teen young man, you're on the
Hmm.
side of Jason Gordon-Levitt.
Yeah,
When you watch it as an adult, you realize he was wrong.
mm. I need to
Mm.
watch it again because
My wife hates it.
mm. Yeah,
It's a great film.
yeah,
Knives Out, a more recent film.
yeah. More recent film for sure. I had never really seen many murder mysteries before,
Mm.
and this one is the one that was like, oh, this is awesome. So yeah, so Knives Out kind of introduced me to the whole murder mystery thing. The whole I have never seen Clue, so this is like my first version of that. It was a good movie, well directed. Chris Evans is great in it. What is her name?
Anna de Armas.
Yeah, Anna de Armas is awesome in it. The mystery is actually interesting, and the way that it wraps up is great. Yeah, it's just a
Craig,
really, really well
Field.
done movie. Oh yeah, and Daniel Craig. Daniel Craig is great as Benoit Blanc. Like it's
Yeah.
like, especially like after seeing him as James Bond, it was really cool to see him as someone completely different, right?
Mhm.
With their own quirks and stuff like that. Like Keith Stanfield's in it, and he's cool. He doesn't have a lot to do, but he's in it.
Yeah.
Max von Sydow is in it as well. But yeah, so I really enjoyed that movie. I enjoyed Glass Onion too. I didn't put it on the list, but Glass Onion is just as good to me as Knives Out. And
Agreed.
that was when I realized Janelle Monáe is
Can
an
I?
excellent actress. I mean, I don't think she does anything bad, but yeah, she's yeah,
No, she doesn't. She's female Jamie Foxx.
basically yeah.
Swan Song? What's that about?
Swan Song is a Mahershala. I mean, Swan Song is in Mahershala. Yeah, wow. Yep, it's about that time. Swan Song is a Mahershala Ali movie. Essentially, the movie is about he's sick and he finds out that there's a procedure that will clone him, and the
Hmm.
clone will be able to live. He's terminally ill. The clone will be able to live with his family, right? And it's not an action movie or anything like that. It's not anything like weird sci-fi where there's like a fight or something like that.
Mhm.
It's literally this moral dilemma between, should I tell my wife that I'm dying and tell her the truth, or allow this clone of me to live with her, and she never knows. She never knows the pain of losing me.
Mm.
And that is the movie. And it's a wrestle between him and the clone and stuff like that. And the clone has all of his memories, has all this other stuff.
He basically
Yeah, and it's honestly like if you ever watch it, um,
sounds like one of my kind of movie that I would love.
yeah, it's after watching it, I'm upset because his performance is so good. I don't know why he wasn't nominated for it. I'm dead ass. Like he is unbelievable in this movie. And this movie is unbelievable as well. So yeah, it's on Apple TV. It's an Apple TV original. It's really good. I would highly recommend it. Yeah.
I've seen the poster, but I've just never checked it out.
Mhm.
Wow. That
Yeah,
sounds
it's my
amazing.
favorite Mahershala Ali movie by far. Yeah, he's great in this movie.
She's easy on the eyes.
Accurate.
She looks so great in that movie. I think
Mhm.
which movie we were talking about that he's in?
Swan Song, I think.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait, or maybe I think he might have been talking about Chef.
Or maybe even Anna de Armas.
Oh yeah,
Have you seen the movie Duel? I think Duel is similar concept, but I
I
haven't watched
haven't.
it.
Mm-mm.
It's with Karen Gillian, who plays Nebula.
Oh okay. Yeah, no, I haven't seen
Hey, Jason Entertainment, going to bed.
it.
Speaking of Marshall Ali, there's a new movie coming out this December with him in it. Oh yeah, it's a bunch
What?
of people in it. I'm forgetting what it's called right now, but I'm hearing that it's good from the early chatter about it. Leave the World Behind. Yeah, Julia Roberts, Kevin Bacon, Ethan Hawke,
Got it.
Marshall Ali.
Oh, he's
Stack
talking
cat.
about Janelle Monáe. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
she looks
of
great.
course.
Yeah, she looks amazing
Yeah,
in that movie.
yeah, she looks amazing all the time, every day.
Also,
Uh, hmm?
I'd be remiss to mention that her albums are unbelievable. Like
Yeah.
great music. Yeah.
Very weird, but very structured in a
Hmm.
way where it's weird, but it's still like sometimes I might listen to weird music and I'm like, this is too
Yeah.
over the place.
Concept albums. Yeah.
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 So
Her concept albums are great.
I got Endgame coming up next. We get into the MCU stuff.
Hmm.
Let's talk about Endgame.
I cried. Yep. Endgame, similar to Loki, was something I was like, oh my god, I can't believe that they're doing this. That it
They-
ended well. It ended that entire saga, the Infinity Saga, so well. And to me, there was like no stone unturned. Quite literally, you could have ended the MCU there, and I would have been satisfied. Like this is a complete
Mhm.
story. We don't need to go any further. Thank you guys so much for coming. This was our Infinity Saga. Saga. We're going to recast. We're going to do, all this other stuff. We're going to start over, go to another universe, tell new stories, and all this other good stuff. And they could have just did that, right? And included those new characters and Amon Vellani and all this other stuff, right? Right. And honestly, I think that's what they should have done, so that they're not in a universe devoid of a Captain America and an Iron Man and Black Widow and stuff like that. Like you could do both, right? You could just reset. Anyway, but Endgame in and of itself, it was an emotional movie for me. From the beginning, it was just like even with Scott seeing Cassie after all that time and seeing that she had grown up 5 years, right? But to him, it was only 2 hours. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like that's insane. He lost so much time with her. Seeing the grief that Cap and Black Widow were going through, getting Tony and Cap reconciling, right? Finally, and Tony hands Cap back to Shield. It was funny as well with
Yeah.
Professor Hulk
Yeah.
and the whole time travel thing, pushing time through Scott instead of Scott through
Mhm.
time. Like all that was funny. Rocket
Rocket.
Raccoon, yeah, interacting with all these other Avengers and stuff like that,
And
and
still
then
being great. So it's like he doesn't only have to interact with the Guardians, he can
right,
interact with everyone else.
yeah, and the beautiful part about it was just like they just recognized him as a being, a living being. Most of them had never even met an alien until Thanos came down, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I like that movie is. I know, like uh, I guess you could call it Fat Thor. I forget what we call it. Yeah, Fat Thor. Like
Or Lebowski.
yeah, oh yeah, Lebowski. Like I know, like there's a lot of people who don't like that. I do like that
Mhm.
because he was depressed and I've been depressed and I've gained a bunch of weight and stuff like that. And just seeing him like that, and I know like some people are like, I don't like the fact that they made it a joke. For me, when I look at the character of Rocket Raccoon, who was making most of those jokes, I'm like, does Rocket Raccoon seem like a sensitive person? No. So he's the character that he was. There's no one acted out of pocket toward no one acted out of character towards Thor, right?
No.
They all were within themselves. And I think the thing that we need to recognize as we, try to be better people and make the world a safer place for people who are going through different things in mental health. I think the thing that needs to be recognized is, um, especially in our art, is people are not your textbook tweet version of what you
Mhm.
think they are,
The
right?
PC Steve.
Yeah. Even people who are quote unquote woke and social justice warriors. Y'all trying to tell me y'all don't tell off color jokes? What you
All the
talking about?
time.
What you talking about? Right? You
Mhm.
just don't treat people like dirt. But we all tell off color jokes. We all do this stuff, right? We're not all encyclopedias of wokeness. You know what I mean? So and I don't even think woke has been something that's been co-opted, but um I don't think it's wrong to be empathetic towards people, but I also don't think it's crazy to think that, hey, I might tell an off color joke every now and then. You know what I mean? And maybe if it's out of pocket, cool, call me out on it. But the
Yeah.
way y'all call people out on stuff, y'all maybe would not want to interact with y'all, which just builds resentment. And then you have people who are resentful doing things on purpose to piss you off because you made them feel away. So you're never going to get what you are looking for. And a lot of times people are calling people out and they're not even looking for anything. They're just being virtue signals. Anyway, so I don't even know how I got there, but the scene where Thor runs into his mom and she tells him that he's worthy still, crazy, wild. People talking about, oh, the MCU has no depth. It's like, what are you talking about?
Are you watching the
Are you
content?
watching these movies? Yeah, it's like, oh, it's just like, it's like, no, not at all. The scene, the ending of it, where Cap finally gets back with Peggy, is it's these character moments. These things mean something to these people. When Peter gets back and Tony hugs Peter, it's all of this. And then the part that made me cry was um, the run, the when all the Avengers run and they're running towards each other. And the reason why it made me cry is just because like I could not believe what I was seeing. Right
Mhm.
there, I remember a particular part where I shed a tear, where it was kind of like um, they're in the middle of the battle. They've all started engaging each other. Um, Spider-Man has the Infinity Gauntlet. Cap
Mhm.
throws the hammer. He takes a ride on this Infinity Gauntlet, and you can see the battle happening around him. Then he lands on Valkyrie's Pegasus, and they're flying through, and they take a dip down, and all this stuff is happening around them.
Just
It's
think of the sentence you just said.
insane. Exactly. Spider-Man, Captain America threw Mjolnir, who Spider-Man decided to take a ride on onto Valkyrie's Pegasus with the Infinity Gauntlet in hand. It's like
That
like when you
perfect
playing with
comic
your
book.
toys, that's what happens when you're playing with your toys, right?
Yeah.
It's not something that happens in superhero movies because they're so uptight and stuff like that. You got to be, but no, the Russo brothers did a great job of saying we're going to do the most unbelievable shit we can imagine, right?
While
Uh,
tying emotional stakes to it.
exactly. Even like the little moments when Wasp refers to Captain America as Cap.
Just
All
tying
those
back
things.
into the past movies and why it's important.
Yep.
Rewarding us for watching all the movies.
Exactly. Yeah, man. And also, yeah, I want to bring up the oh, the way it happens, the way the battle starts. Hulk snaps, they bring everybody back, and then immediately you see Thanos ship fly over. It's like, yo, this is crazy.
We didn't
Yeah,
even get a break. We thought we won.
right. Yeah. And yeah, because I think it's Ant-Man laying on his back, watching what happens, and he sees the missile shoot down.
Yep. And he immediately turned small. He's like, oh,
Yep.
Hawkeye almost dies.
Hawkeye almost dies. Rocket almost dies. He's crying out, and War Machine saves him. Yeah,
Mhm.
and you know the Nebula killing Nebula. I don't know. I think it's Nebula killing him. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. That character arc.
yeah,
Well,
crazy.
she killing her past, killing her old
Hmm.
self to become the one. Beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
That whole movie. I know a lot of people talk about, oh, it's not that good. It's low. It's to me, it's the perfect comic book movie. When I'm thinking
it's
about this,
great.
not a
Yeah,
perfect movie, perfect comic book movie. It has
yeah.
everything that you would need from a comic book film. And like,
Mhm.
have you seen what T said? It was the best experience I've ever had in a theater in my life.
Same. I've never had an experience like that. I think that experience topped my Infinity War experience. It
And that
was
was great.
Yeah, you know, that experience was wild. I've never felt like such a collective same feeling between everybody, and until Endgame, and it was just like, and then the way that the post credits were, it was like it was a celebration of everything we had watched before. It was
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
This
I've
movie's
never
crazy.
seen people watch a movie like it was a football game.
Yeah, yeah,
When Cat
and
Mjolnir,
oh my god,
insanity.
oh my god, I didn't even suspect it. Like I knew like he had made me on the move before, but I was just so enthralled like what I was watching on the screen when Cap. Oh, I could have died right there. It was over for me. And then proceeds to fight Thanos with it. Oh man,
And then do
um,
really well with it, throwing the shield and forget
it's
about
like,
it.
dog, you ain't even trained with this thing yet, and you out here wilding. Yo, that man. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Iron
So
Man sacrificing himself.
Black Widow
That was
sacrificing
huge.
himself,
Black Widow sacrificing herself. That was hard to watch. Um,
them
yeah,
fighting each other to sacrifice like true heroes
yo, yes,
fighting to sacrifice themselves for the
yeah,
greater good. Insane.
wow. Even the one of my favorite things about this, like we talked about before, even with like Rocket interacting with other people, is
Mhm.
when Hulk interacted with the Ancient One. It's like there's not a pairing that you thought would happen, but that entire thing was great because the Ancient One was wise enough to be able to have that conversation with Bruce, right? And it wasn't like she just dismissed him. She was like, "Oh yeah, you're Hulk from probably like from the future or whatever." Like, yeah, Doctor Strange is like 5 blocks down here. You're like 5 years too early. I was like, "Yo, this is crazy."
Yeah,
Yeah, so yeah, man, I thoroughly enjoyed that movie.
yeah, man.
It's
And
my
the fact that every character had a moment. I think every single
yes,
character in this movie had a moment. Even like Rhodey, the
yeah,
you know,
yep, yeah,
or just like, oh, so he's an idiot.
yep, yeah. So yeah, so one of the brilliance of even that scene of showing the outside, like hearing like
Like
Chris Pratt
classic
sing
scene.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like it's crazy. But yeah, the beauty of that movie and Infinity War, but the beauty of that movie even more is we know all of these characters intimately. Like there's nothing I don't know about all these characters coming into this movie where they would do something that would surprise me. Like I
Mm.
was like, yeah, that's exactly how they would act. That's exactly how they would act. Just they're in scenes together with other people and they're acting like when in Infinity War where Doctor Strange and Tony are on the ship flying the donut towards Thanos' planet, they're acting like they would act in that situation. Spider-Man's awesome in it too.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's yeah, yeah, man. I
yeah,
could talk
what
about Endgame for days.
yeah, what they did there in terms of having all the chemistry, like there was never a bad pairing. You
Right.
know, you put Nebula and War Machine together, who really never. Well, I guess she was with them for a long time, but we didn't
Mhm.
see it.
Right.
Just seeing them together is our first time seeing it, and it just seemed like I was like,
Mhm.
"Wow, this is a good pairing." I can see them being maybe best friends, or even like Tony and Nebula.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just it's just I don't know how they did it,
Yeah,
but
man. They even like when Tony comes back, he's like, I lost a kid. He's
yeah,
like, Tony, we lost. It's like, yo. And that argument that they have right after that.
ripping the shit off.
Yeah.
Yeah, people who talk shit about this movie are wild.
Yeah, I don't understand it. It's 3.5 hours and it does not feel like it.
No,
Yeah, it flies by.
flies by.
We'll
Time
never see
travel.
that Captain Marvel haircut again. That's for sure.
No, one and
uh,
done.
yeah.
They did
Um,
it, and they were
yeah,
like, "Oh no, people don't like this. Let's go back to
right.
long hair."
Yeah. Yeah. It's a great movie. Great movie.
Let's like start. You talked about Endgame. You talked about Infinity War. Let's put
Yep.
all the Marvel stuff in together
Hmm.
in a package. Let's talk about Guardians. Let's talk about Civil War, Winter Soldier, and what else you had on here? And Iron Man.
Okay, so Iron Man is great. Iron Man, I think I saw Iron Man later than other people did.
Hmm,
However, like as far as origin movies are concerned, it's one of the best. Um,
absolutely.
yeah, it just him going from being a narcissist and all this other stuff. His way of communicating doesn't change. His or anything like that. It's just his character changes throughout that
Yeah.
movie. He realizes that the things that he's building is hurting other people. Where he didn't care about it before, he cares about it now because it happened to him. And some people may say, "Well, that's selfish. Selfish. You only change because it happened to you." Well, a lot of times you don't change unless something happens to you,
Or someone you know.
or someone you know, right? So, also, very important. The special effects hold up crazy. Iron Man still looks amazing in that movie.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah, Iron Man is great. Oh yeah, Ironmonger is great. In that, Tony built this in a cave with a box of
Stone.
scraps.
I forgot what his first name is.
Obadiah Stane. Yeah,
Yeah, same. Yeah.
yeah,
Oh my
he
classic
phenomenal.
line.
Yeah. What else? What was the other movie? Oh, I'll just
Oh,
talk about
so, yeah, Guardians,
Guardians of the
Civil War,
Galaxy.
Winter Soldier. Yeah.
Um, uh, Guardians of the Galaxy, the trilogy, is great because one, I never heard of any of these characters before, and immediately he made me James Gunn made me care about all of these people, right?
Mhm.
One of the things that really stands out to me is that they're all very much individuals. And they're individuals. They all have their own individual histories, And when they clash, it makes sense. They don't, just like I was saying with Endgame, and they're strong in who they are. So even when they do change and they do grow, Drax doesn't stop being, goofy. You know what I'm saying? Like Nebula doesn't stop yelling at people. They're just
King being Brody.
yeah, they're just different, right? They're just heroes now. Same thing with Star Lord. He's still his goofy self, but he's now like he's trying to take care of people. Same thing with Rocket and Groot and Gamora. Like I think the brilliance of that trilogy, and even like bringing in Mantis, I think the brilliance of that trilogy is honestly all within James Gunn because I know a lot of people say like, "Oh, Marvel doesn't let people uh, make their own projects," or like,
Him.
no one could have done Guardians of the Galaxy except for James Gunn, especially the way he wrote, directed him and his brother. He wrote and directed every
And
single
produced.
one of those movies. Basically reinvented every single one of those characters for his movie and made their histories incredibly important and
And
intricate.
mocap too in the
And,
movie.
and mocap, yeah. So it's like when it comes to creating characters and characters that matter and characters that fit, James Gunn is awesome at that. I think uh, Volume Two, I wouldn't call it necessarily underrated, but because I think the comedy in the first half of Volume Two is kind of like some of it lands, some of it really doesn't.
It's the
But
weaker of the
yeah,
comedy of the three.
yeah, but towards the end, in the last like hour to 45 minutes of the movie, it turns all the way up. Not just like action, but emotionally too. When Rocket and Yondu are having that conversation, they're relating to each other. They're like, what kind of a pair are we? Like it's that like Rocket recognizing that he's doing things, he's acting out because he doesn't believe people will truly love him, right? There's all these things in these movies, parenthood, right? All like I was just watching this movie, watching this uh what's it called, video essay that I watched years ago, which actually made me love the movie more than I did because I used to not like the movie at all um until the end part. But yeah, after watching this and I actually put the video essay in our Discord, um it is an extremely emotional movie when Peter finds out that Ego kills his mom.
Mhm.
um it just becomes a
Chris Pratt
different,
acting door.
Chris Pratt is acting his ass off. Kurt Russell's actually Ego's an underrated villain,
Yes,
to
he
be
is.
honest with you.
Yep.
And
He's
also,
as bad as the High Evolutionary.
yes, very much so. Going around different planets, planting his seed, literally and figuratively, and like just trying to take over the universe. But it's also one of those other things where it's like, yeah, Marvel doesn't take any risk, guys. The villain of Guardians of the Galaxy 2 was a planet. It was a planet, guys. So, and that also gives me hope for the future of DC because that tells me, oh, you're not afraid to go cosmic. So, Brainiac and all these other characters,
Mongol.
Mongol and
Yeah, these
uh,
characters. Lobo.
Lobo. That's what I was thinking about. Yeah, and Lobo and stuff like that. So, and that's something that James Gunn has done. Like even like Starro and the Suicide Squad, which is another movie I thoroughly enjoy. Um, yeah, and to end it off, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is to me, I feel like it's the best of the trilogy. I'm not sure, but I do feel like it's the best of the trilogy. There's so many good things in all three of them.
Yeah.
But the High Evolutionary is an excellent villain. It's probably the second best, I'm going to say, antagonist of, if not the best, of the multiverse saga so far. Uh,
Hmm.
because someone I didn't put on this list, which is crazy, is Wen Wu. Wen Wu is probably the best antagonist of this saga, like bar none. He's great. So also I'll say Shang-Chi is amazing. It's in my top 10 MCU movies. Just moving by that quickly.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy impacts me differently because emotionally it's a movie that's just emotionally it's a series of like just growth You know what I mean?
Found family.
Found family, growth. Um, yeah, and I
It's
think,
fun.
and it's fun. So, oh yeah, this is another reason. I'm sorry, I almost forgot. This is very important. It introduced me to a bunch of music I have never heard of before that I absolutely love now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's if you like Pina Coladas, like that one. That so at the end of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, um, wow,
He's so
that's
legit in
hilarious.
class. Well,
It's
technically it's
funny.
5 hours, but yeah.
I interviewed this guy earlier yesterday or late yesterday,
Yeah.
for Meet the Movie Tubers. Yeah.
Nice.
Um, but yeah, so yeah, it introduced me to a bunch of music that is now some of my favorite music. Yeah, Winter Soldier's my second favorite. Um, yeah, MCU movie of all time. I think my first favorite is No Way Home. Um, Shang-Chi is after that somewhere. And then you have Infinity War, Endgame. I would say my top 10 in no particular order, even though I do have an order, is No Way Home. Actually, I'm sorry. I'm right on Letterbox right now. Actually, yeah, I'm literally on Letterbox. So let me not. List. List. MCU rankings. Here we go.
This
No
guy's
Way
darn
Home.
out here watching us instead of paying attention in class.
Crazy. So top 10. No Way Home, number one. Winter Soldier, number two. Infinity War, number three. Endgame, number four. Civil War, number five. Um, let's see. Black Panther, number six. Shang-Chi, number seven. Avengers, the first one, number eight. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, number nine. And Guardians of the Galaxy, the first one, is at number 10. And yeah, and just for shits and giggles, number 11 is Homecoming. Homecoming, Homecoming is like,
So
oh my god. So yeah, so I think we can like wrap up the MCU part of it with that. But yeah, characters, people who actually matter to one another, and are well defined. Because no one can tell me that these characters are not well defined.
yeah.
Um, yeah, so yeah, not all their movies are great. This is something I say often whenever I don't like a Marvel movie. I love these characters. I don't like the story that they were in. Even with Eternals, I like all those characters. I do not like the story that they were in.
Mm.
And that's kind of like the actresses, the performances. I've never seen, in my opinion, I've never seen a bad casting in the MCU of a major role. But yeah, which kind of Pascal thing is like, oh, you know what? Actually,
You guys have done a great job so
yeah.
far. So
Simu was on Kim's Convenience before he was Shang-Chi. That show is great. I
so
haven't finished it yet, but it's phenomenal. I think I'm on mid-season 2. But yeah, it's a phenomenal show. So yeah, that can wrap up our MCU part. 'Cause I know eventually we want to go to bed.
yeah.
Yeah.
So let's quick fire some of these. Planet
Mhm.
of the Apes trilogy.
Excellent. All three of them are great. My only issue with the trilogy, I think I said this before, is the first one is I think it's Rise to the Planet of the Apes, and the second one is Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, and Rise and Dawn mean the same thing. So it's
Yeah.
like beginning of the Planet of the Apes, beginning of the Planet of the Apes, War for the. It's like, yo, what are you doing? Caesar is an amazing character, which is crazy because he's not real. You know what I mean? And very
Right.
much not real. But whenever I watch Caesar, I'm like, yo, what's Caesar doing? It's not like I don't even consider him like a CGI character. It's just like, yo, what's Caesar doing? Like, this is wild, right?
What's
So
going on?
yeah, when he says no to James Franco in the first one, no, like I was like, yo, what's happening? Yeah, so Guardians of the Galaxy, Guardians of the Galaxy, Planet of the Apes is one of the best trilogies of this past 20 years, bar none. Yeah,
Easily.
looking forward to the next one too.
Me too. It looks good.
Yeah,
The bucket list.
The Bucket List, starring Jack Nicholson and Morgan Freeman. It's a movie about two guys who are dying of cancer. They're old, and they decide that, you know what I'm going to do. You know what we should do. instead of like just wallowing and telling our families that we're dying, we should go do everything that's on our bucket list before
Mhm.
we pass away. Now, the movie's good. I really enjoy the movie. However, one of the reasons why I love this movie is the end is actually the end credits of the movie, which they play a John Mayer song called "Say What You Need to Say," right? And I had never heard John Mayer before. I don't. At least I didn't think I heard John Mayer before. And then after that, because I love that song so much, I looked up every John Mayer song,
Mm.
and he became one of my favorite artists. So that movie, it ended. John Mayer was not played during the movie. During the credits of that movie, I was like, "Yo, what is this?" And then I go find 4 or 5 albums of this guy who I had barely ever heard of before, right? So that's why this movie like impacts me a lot. And the movie's good itself, like I said, but it's the music, and also they're great in it.
Yeah, that sounds like a great pairing.
Yeah,
That's a dope, different kind of reason to have a movie. Like, you're like,
mhm,
this is good, but the element of it just impacted my life so much.
yep.
That's um, Quiet Place.
Quiet Place was excellent for several reasons. The number one reason was that it was original. Whenever someone tells me, "Oh, there's no more original movies," oh yeah, yeah, definitely see Planet of the Apes. Never really was I, yeah, yeah. I was telling him about Swan Song the other day too. Oh no, he watched it. He said he loved it. But yeah, so what movie was I talking about?
Uh,
Oh,
bucket, no, not Bucket List. Quiet Place.
Quiet Place. Yeah. For one, it stars John Krasinski, who I had only seen in The Office. So this was a different turn for me, and it was great just to see him act because at a certain point, so if you play a role long enough, you're just associated with that character, and sometimes you
Yep.
can't even see somebody outside of that character. I
Hmm.
was afraid that I wouldn't be able to see anyone but Jim when I was watching this. However, he was so good in that movie that I didn't even see, like, Jim just faded away. I was just watching his father, right?
Yep.
Also, when people say, "Oh, there's no more original movies," and I see stuff like A Quiet Place, I'm like, "What are you talking about? A Quiet Place just came out. Even A Quiet Place 2, which is a sequel, okay, but it's also great. A Quiet Place 2 is phenomenal." But yeah, A Quiet Place, Swan Song, so many other like movies that come out during the year that I have nothing to do with superheroes, they have nothing to do with remakes or sequels. So whenever I hear someone's, "Oh, everything's remakes, sequels," I'm like, whatever. Have you seen A Quiet Place? Yeah, that was good, but I don't mean that one. They always excuse the one that we bring up as
It's good.
obvious. Yeah. Um, yeah. Quiet Place is great.
That
Oh yeah.
Nightcrawler ties right
And
into.
yeah, not you, but when the end scene of A Quiet Place, when he yells,
Oh yeah, heartbreaking.
he's like, I don't know sign language, but he says "I love you" in sign language,
Yeah,
and just man, talk about a father. But yeah,
it's rough. I
so
really want to survive, but
yeah, yeah.
Nightcrawler, one of the best movies I've seen.
Uh, dope, dope. Glad you saw it. But yeah, so let's see. Oh yeah, you said Nightcrawler.
Yeah,
Nightcrawler is wild. Nightcrawler is another thing that's like human condition where it's just the opposite of the good natured part of it. It's the greed, it's the attention, it's the setting up people to be in these terrible situations so you can get ahead. He is Jake Gyllenhaal is amazing in this movie, and he
amazing.
transforms. He completely transforms, and it's one of the, it's an excellent movie. It's just like the type of thing I'm talking about, where this is the story. The story's contained. This is it, right? Um, I highly recommend it. That Nightcrawler is what like the movies are for, right? Or what movies are for, just telling those kinds of stories.
Stories. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
amazing. I love that movie. I just got it on Steelbook recently. So good.
Nice.
Sleepless in Seattle.
Yeah, Sleepless in Seattle is a movie from I want to say the late '80s, early '90s, and it's about a couple, or it's about two people who go throughout their lives in a kind of like a will they won't they kind of way, but
Mm.
it's almost in a situation where they don't necessarily. Oh wait, this is not what I was thinking about. Why did I say I've never seen this movie. Um, I like okay, so this is what happened. I've always used Sleepless in Seattle as a joke. Um, now I'm trying to remember what movie I was actually thinking about. When Harry Met Sally. That's what I was thinking about.
Okay.
When
Yeah.
Harry Met Sally is a phenomenal movie. That's actually what I was talking about.
That's the
um,
moment of the stream.
yeah,
I've
yeah,
seen this movie before.
right. It's hilarious. Yeah, when Harry Met Sally is uh just like it's a great character study. It's about relationships. It's about friendships and marriage and what it means to like find someone at the right time. Like someone can be in your life your entire life, and it's like whenever the right time is the right time is when um yeah, it's a great movie. Yeah, and that scene where she's like pretending to have like an orgasm in a restaurant is one of the funniest scenes I've ever seen. Um, yeah,
Sounds great movie.
yeah,
Even
that movie is awesome. Yeah, I like once again, if you got some time, you're bored, like that's a great movie to watch, and you'll come away, yo, have y'all seen When Harry Met Sally? Yeah,
I love romantic comedies and romantic movies like that in general. So sounds
it's
like it's down.
romantic comedy, but not following the formula that any other romantic comedy does.
Love it.
Yeah.
This is an interesting one. Star Trek Into the Darkness.
Yeah, Star Trek Into Darkness was the second movie of the Star Trek reboot trilogy. And
Yeah.
I do like the first one. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
But Star Trek Into Darkness is one that is underrated. It's the one where Zachary Quinto, not Zachary Quinto, where
Is
is
it
it
Benedict
Zachary? Yeah.
Cumberbatch?
Benedict Cumberbatch plays Khan. And it's just like it's underrated. I think there's a scene in the movie. Have you seen it?
Yeah. I've seen all three.
Yeah. So the scene in the movie where they're in hyperspace and the other like Enterprise catches up with them and then kind of like knocks them. I've never seen the ships attack each other in hyperspace before. It was crazy. But yeah, it was wild. Oh, and even like the scene where the two ships, like it was like the giant version of the Enterprise and the other one, and they have to fly, they have to jump out from one side of the ship to the other one, and it's like, and they had to fly through all this debris and stuff like that. I should watch it again. However, the trilogy is underrated.
Yeah.
The entire trilogy is good. The first movie is good. The last movie is even better
Yeah.
because it has Idris Elba in it. It has a musical element where on
The
the
aliens.
alien planet, yeah, yeah, it's phenomenal. It's really
I
good.
hope that fourth movie is good. I hope they
It's
don't
same,
flop
same.
it. Yeah, great movie.
Yeah,
I
Chris
think
Pine is
that
excellent.
I wish people lashed on it so it could have been like a new because like they tried to do something new with Star Trek and I
Hmm.
thought it was great, but then like it kind of didn't work and they went
Yeah,
right back to the old stuff, you know. So
yeah.
we
Earl Urban is great in it too.
Up and Wally.
Yeah, Up is so Up is interesting because I honestly feel like Up is a little overrated.
Mhm.
However, that first scene is a killer. Like I didn't know animation could do that. In the first scene of Up, with Ellie and the I think it's Jack and Ellie. Yeah, and they go through that. Have you seen Up?
Mm.
Okay, so I won't spoil it for you.
I know the whole movie already by now though.
Okay. Yeah. So that first scene cried my eyes out. Insane. Wally is different. Wally is a movie that I loved because it got me emotionally attached to characters that didn't speak at all. They just make beeps and like and stuff like that because obviously while he's a robot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I also love the fact that it talks about like what technology will do to us if we don't like regulate it. You know what I mean? If we don't stay in check with it, the people just ended up overweight, floating on chairs, and they weren't even able to walk anymore. They were so tied into their technology.
Yep.
And then the ship being like, I want control of these people, right? The ship was the villain. So yeah, man. Wiley's great, man. Thoroughly enjoyed it. It got me to have emotion. It got me to care about two robots that didn't say anything, right?
Mm.
Didn't really say any complete sentences or anything like that. But yeah, Wally's great.
Showing you like you can humanize inanimate objects in a way that makes you appreciate it in other movies, probably.
Yep. Yeah.
The Gift.
Here.
What's that about?
The Gift is directed by Joel Edgerton. It also stars Joel Edgerton. It's
Did not know that.
essen- yeah, essentially it's a movie about a guy who like tries to like he's like an old college friend of like the wife and the husband. It's yeah. What's his name is in it? Gosh, famous guy these days.
The famous guy. This is
Oh,
where's
Yeah, Jason Bateman. Jason Bateman's in it. Joel Egerton is in it as well. It's a really good movie. Basically, he's like stalking them essentially. He just wants like attention from them, and attention from the wife specifically. And it's just wild, yo. It's a crazy movie. It's crazy jump scares in there too. It's a suspense movie. It's
Rebecca
a thriller.
Ferguson?
Hmm?
Okay. Oh, so it looked like Rebecca Ferguson's in it too. The Gift.
Yeah, yeah.
Not Rebecca. Sorry, Rebecca Hall. Sorry.
Rebecca Hall. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Movie I'll suggest for you since you said that. Watch Watcher.
Okay.
Yeah.
Watcher. Who's in it?
Mia Mal. I don't know how to say her name properly. I
Okay.
ain't gonna lie. I was about to say the porn star name. I don't want to do that.
Uh, send
She's
me.
on It Follows. She's in that movie. She's the star of that.
Mm,
Okay, we're down to the last couple ones. Last four actually.
yep.
Really excited. Let's talk about Dope. Underrated, baby.
Dope is so underrated. Dope is dope because it tells a story of a couple black kids just dating a life, doing some wild stuff that we don't really get movies like that. Like they just have, they just go on adventures, have like some crazy stuff happening. Shamik Moore, yeah. This entire cast is all three very talented people,
All in superhero movies now.
all in superhero movies, and yeah, man, just kids riding bikes trying to like make it to college and stuff like that. And yeah, I like this movie because it's just a small movie, and it's just like, oh look, these black kids are just doing stuff. You know what I mean? We don't get a lot of black kids just doing stuff
Doing stuff.
kind of
Yeah.
movie, you know?
A slice of life kind of
Right.
thing. It's like a modern like Friday, modern
Hmm. Even like
Juice. A little bit of
Napoleon, right? Napoleon Dynamite is just
yeah.
a guy or a couple guys just doing stuff, right?
Stuff.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I would love to see more movies like that.
Yeah. ASAP Rocky was in it. I really love that
Right.
movie. It was just fun.
Yeah.
Dope is such a hold on. I don't think I've ever Watcher that came out last year. I think Watcher came out last year. I think that was on my list for 2022.
Hmm.
2022, yeah. Dope is such a great movie. Yep.
Yes.
I'm adding all these movies to my watch list. I won't be surprised if I end up having 500 by the end of this live. Well, we only got a few more minutes.
We only got a few more left. Yeah.
Let's see. So we did The Gift, we did Dope, Tropic Thunder, a movie I've never seen, but I heard so much about.
Oh my gosh. So Tropic Thunder, to my surprise, came out the same year as Iron Man, which is wild.
What you
Yeah.
mean? Wilding out.
Yeah. It was like, yo, hey, I'm on my comeback with Iron Man, but also let me go do this thing where I do blackface. It's like, wait, aren't you just getting your career back? But yeah. But yeah, Tropic Thunder is phenomenal because it actually has something to say. It's commentary the reason why this offensive character exists is not for laughs of like black people, but laughs of um, uh, method actors who take things way too far,
Mm.
and stuff like that, and just like not taking the craft so seriously. At the same time, this movie is so damn funny. This movie is funny as hell. And then they also have a an actual black person standing right beside Robert Downey Jr.'s character, calling him out at every return. So it's not like, oh, we're here to make fun of black people. Oh no, we're here to talk about this like method acting thing and all this other stuff. So yeah, Tropic Thunder is hilarious. It would never come out today, unfortunately, because people don't know how to do subtle and subtext. But yeah, it is or accepted, that is. It is a great film. And I was very surprised to find out it came out in 2008. It also kickstarted Tom Cruise's career back in the gear.
Wow. So it's a big time. I gotta watch that movie. That might be a fun watch along to do.
Absolutely.
One of my favorite movies of all time, Get Out.
Get Out changed the game for me. It's like one of those things where you didn't know.
I know
You
you about to
did
say.
it was yeah, it's like I didn't know I needed this kind
Mhm.
of thing. And that's exactly what Get Out was for me. It's cathartic. It's like it's it's special when you can understand the language and the inferences of someone who's a part of your culture. And it's
Mhm.
like, yeah, I get exactly what he's saying. Yeah, I understand that 100%. Yep, I saw the same thing. I saw the same thing that you saw, right?
Mhm.
Every little microaggression, every little like, oh no, there's something off over there. You got that
Mhm.
in this movie. And it's just like it's good, man.
It
Uh,
just hits
yeah,
so
it
hard.
hits. Us wasn't as good, but I still enjoyed it.
Me too.
Um, and Nope, I really enjoyed. So
Me too.
yeah, so
He's 3 for 3.
yeah, yeah, 3 for 3 for me.
Uh, so let's end this off with the. Some people say it's the greatest comic book movie of all time. And that's The Dark Knight.
Yeah, The Dark Knight is definitely up there for sure. It changed cinema. No, uh, actually, I think it kind of did. But yeah, it changed comic book movies. Everything kind of went dark after that. Went kind of serious. At the same time, the that's funny. Um, um, it's also another one of those things where pointing to Pedro Pascal potentially being Mr. Fantastic today. Everybody
Hmm.
said Heath Ledger. Why would you get him to be the Joker? Right? It was like, oh wait, he's an actor who acts and takes on roles that are not him. Yes. So yeah, man, it's one of the best comic book movies I've ever seen because there's a lot of layers to it. Batman ends up giving himself up in the end, or I should say, he loses so that other people can win. One of
Hmm.
my favorite parts of this movie is the very subtle like growth of Two Face throughout this entire movie, and it kind
Yeah.
of like comes to a head because I knew like from the trailer. I remember the trailer and remember seeing Dent's face in the oil, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, because he's going to turn into Two Face. I never thought it would happen in this movie. I did not
Hmm.
think that that was going to happen. And then oh my, you want to talk about good special effects? Like that was so well done, right? So yeah, so Two Face is actually amazing in that. Um, or yeah, oh yeah, Joker is awesome. I had no idea that if you take the S off of slaughter, it spells laughter. That was
Yeah.
wild to me. I was like, wait a minute. And yeah, all of it was really good. I didn't know what to make of it going into it, but I came out being like, oh, this is different. The interrogation scene, of course, where he's beating up Joker, trying to find Maggie Gyllenhaal's character. Yeah, man. So also, there's this. She dies. And I'm like, wow, she died. I remember like being like in the movies, like, no, they didn't kill her because superhero movies, action movies, the girl doesn't die. Yeah, I mean the friend, or sometimes a friend dies, but the girl doesn't die. That doesn't happen. And it's like,
Yeah,
oh
Avengers.
no, she actually died. She wasn't rescued last minute or anything like that. She was killed, and now Batman has to deal with that. And the craziest part about it is recognizing that Batman has to choose either to reveal himself or to allow people to die, and it's wild. It's very wild.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So last thing I'll say that the same thing with the laughter with that tractor trailer scene. It's one of the best action scenes in all of comic book movies. I mean, you talking about ramming the tractor trailer up and then coming out and getting onto the motorcycle like that. Yeah, yeah. So it's um yeah, man. Yeah.
He's like
It's
just figuring that out.
yeah,
Yeah, this has been absolutely been amazing.
I
I think my
agree.
longest stream I've ever done, and I
Mhm.
expected that
Yeah.
with you, and I expected that when I saw the list. I was like, we're gonna truck through it, we're gonna make it. And I just had a bunch of fun talking about the movies that we love and
Mhm.
figuring out everything that you love. Now you heard this and you spent all this time with Kenny, you know what to suggest to them and do not suggest them. Spectacle, human condition,
Yep.
weirdness. You need to have a
Mhm.
movie that's weird but under control. Don't just be
Yes.
weird and just be wild. Be under
Correct.
control.
Correct.
If you are black, you're to win.
Yep. Yep.
Um,
It's a leg up.
and yeah, that's a big layup. If you get a black
Mhm.
person in one of those films, you just
Mhm.
made a masterpiece for this man.
Yeah.
And he also likes slice of life. So on the
Yes.
opposite of that, you want to give him something a little bit more calm. Get him something where it just shows a day in a life or a couple days in a life of
Mhm.
two characters together, and just having layers to it.
Yeah.
I feel like Kenny's relationship with his family and his wife and growing up and that relationship he has with his father, going to the movies all the time has influenced all these things, and I can see that.
Mhm.
You talked about, how your family dynamics and stuff like that, and a lot of these films are people dealing with different family problems, pursuit of happiness, and so on so forth, and our motivations for how people act.
Yep.
So yeah, you can see how the movies made you and your influences, and how you become this great guy that I really appreciate. What a
Appreciate
great
you.
channel. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna solo you out and you do the thing,
Mhm.
and talk about Kenny Sparks and promote what you're doing and how amazing you're doing. You're almost at 700 subs. Let's talk
Yeah.
about this.
It's wild. Uh, yeah. So I'm Kenny. So yeah, I'm Kenny Sparks. My channel's also called Kenny Sparks. You can find it at Kenny Sparks. Period. I do movie reviews, trailer reactions, video essays. Recently, I've done a video essay on State of the Franchise DCU. I'm going to be doing a video essay on um, superhero fatigue and whether or not it exists. And also, I'm doing a series called the Unseen Movie Marathon, where I watch and review one movie from each year between 1970 to present, and your uh, regularly scheduled movie reviews and so on and so forth. I have a review coming for The Killer that's going to be coming out soon. And also, I'm doing an interview series called Meet the Movie Tubers, where every week I talk to one new movie tuber and we learned about their journey, where they came from, where they're going, and what they've learned along the way. Yeah, so that's Kenny. That's the Kenny Sparks channel. Thank you so much, Zach, for having me on. And yeah, I really appreciate you spending this time with me.
Yeah, man, this has been great. I've been anticipating this so much.
Yeah.
I am going to pass out soon, so let
Yep.
me see what these last couple things are, and then we're gonna head out. For the last hour, I started to list, and this ridiculous amount of movies I've from my childhood and teen years. I
Yeah.
love that. I love that we inspired you. First of all, let's shout out Have You Seen with T. I think he's been with us the whole 5 hours, which
Yo,
is
thank you so much, man.
absolutely insane. I appreciate so much. You are the best. You are part of the Zack Attack Nation, and you're an amazing member. I'm definitely gonna have you on so that we can see that list myself.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna try to stump you a little bit. Um,
Mhm.
This was dope. Yeah, it was really dope.
Thank
This
you,
was
man. Really
honestly,
appreciate that.
you two guys are my two favorite creators. Oh man,
Yo, man, that's real. I really appreciate that.
I
Seriously.
appreciate you, man. I really appreciate it. That means a lot. That
Yeah.
means a lot.
Yeah.
Because me and him talk about it all the time. We do go crazy over this.
Yep. Yep. We worked so hard, yo. We worked
Yeah.
so hard at this, man.
Hard.
It's
Yeah,
wild.
trying to improve, make sure we give you guys a great show,
Yeah.
and we're just growing and growing, and I really appreciate hearing that, man. We're gonna get better and better for you guys.
Yep.
Last thing, I started this from a long time ago because I wanted to make sure you said
Mhm.
this, and this is why you're awesome. Have you seen with Agent Shield? You say, yes, I need more Inhuman content. Yes, that show was amazing. I still stand on it. That is the second best comic book show of all time.
Which
No
show?
one's ever gonna change Agent of Shield.
Okay.
No one's ever gonna change my opinion on that.
Mhm.
Thank you for loving that show. I love the Inhumans in that show. Maybe go read the comics.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. So Agents of Shield, excellent. I didn't follow through and finish it, but what I will say about that show is that there is no other show in the history of mankind that has better plot twists than Agents of Shield. Like you do not see it coming at all. Yeah. So yeah.
So many moments. I'm just like, what? Especially the LMD
Mhm.
fighter. I forgot what the other problem was. Arc where like each there was like 3 episodes of it, and then they tied it all together. I was like, so
Yeah.
much happening, but they tied it all together.
I think where I stopped was when Ghost Rider was introduced.
Okay,
I stopped right around there. So there's a lot more left after that, but
that
everything that came before
season
that was great.
is probably the best season. The one where it's Ghost Rider, then there's like life model decoys, and then there's like
Mhm.
an alternate virtual world where their life is
Mhm.
happy, and it gets all mixed insane.
Yeah.
Let's see what he said.
And
Have
human,
guys. I will now start paying attention to class. Good.
good. Yeah.
It's really good. Okay, guys.
Mhm.
This was really, really fun. Before we start talking about Agent Shield and I start talking for another hour, let me head
Yeah.
out. Teddy, appreciate you, man, for being here.
Thank
And
you. Thank you for having me.
out, everybody.